All right, gonna have to hop right into it, since I don't want to keep waiting, and I try to make it a point, be reliable and be on time. But thank you, Bob Marley, for passing by. Always a pleasure. Always happy to have you here. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're still enjoying your vacation. Hope I don't know if you've heard back from that job interview that you had months back, before the start of summer. But I'm hoping that you ended up getting the job. I'm assuming if you did, you'll be starting pretty soon. And Oily Olive, welcome. Thank you so much for passing by. Yeah, it's an early start. It's gonna be a long day and stream. Back-to-back panels. First starting with Wick panel, and then right into a Prime Kai's panel. And yeah, if you definitely if you need to focus on your work, Oily Olive, definitely do that. I'm just happy that you're able to work me in. Yes, all topics are known. The topic on Wick's panel is crowdfunding, or let's say the ethics behind crowdfunding. And then the Prime Kai's panel, the two topics are basically the withdrawal. It's the 1-year anniversary of the withdrawal from the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan. And so the question is, basically, has that been a good thing, given how, the situation has evolved, mostly to the detriment and suffering of women, but not exclusively to women. And then the second topic is the Don't Say Gay bill, pretty much in how the implications of that, and is it working as the conservatives intended? But we're gonna hop right into it. 1 second. Because, yeah, I don't want to keep Wick waiting.
All that shit, so, yeah.
Well, there's been a lot of
That's
discourse on Twitter about crowdfunding.
I don't know. MMOs and me have had a long and storied history. At the end of the day, though, I don't know if it's for me anymore. MMOs. It's just I don't have the patience. I guess I used to back when I was a young Wick.
The hardest part is the time sink. Like I remember playing it so much, especially when I was in high school, playing WoW, like all the way back when it first came out, and it was just kind of crazy to like. You had all that time, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh no, I want to go be productive and do other things, and then it's like, wait, if you don't have the ability to spend, let's say like 4 or 5.
So yeah, Bob Marley, to hopefully answer your question maybe a little bit better. So
You're muted if you talk to us, Corey. Just FYI.
Oh no, thank you so much for letting me know
that. We are going live on my end. For those of you who may not know, I'd like to address my chat first initially. And then I'll start the topic. We all
Keffels, a fellow Twitch streamer,
people know who you are,
pretty large Twitch streamer, relatively speaking.
The only thing I ask, you can get spicy, it's cool. Just try to attack each other's position.
They started a GoFundMe.
If you have trouble getting in,
because they were swatted.
Yeah. So there we go.
And they started a GoFundMe to raise funds for basically relocating. Legal funds.
Hello. Welcome to yet another episode of the Death of Certainty Show, where we recognize that no matter how right we think we are, there's a possibility, maybe, just maybe, we're wrong. And so we need to expose ourselves to new ideas. We need to challenge our existing ideas, and we need to make sure that we are always looking for the truth, even if we think we've already found it. Thank you for being here. Eli Goose, is there any Wickus in chat? I hope so. There's some Wickus on this panel right here. Thanks for being here, Eli. Really appreciate seeing you. Thanks to everyone who showed up today. It should be a good discussion. We have a lot of interesting guests. Later on, we might be dragging on Franklin and Bash, who is a Canadian lawyer, actually. He said he would, if he could make it, it won't be till 7 because he is also directing a play, which is fun. And I'm eager to see that. But so if I pull him on later, that's what'll happen. But for now, I just wanted to say hello. Rabid Wombat, Spaniard, all good to see you. Dragon Foxing. Sorry, I keep wanting to say Fox King, but Dragon Foxing, nice to meet you.
She's the Dragon Fox Queen.
Oh, are they? I don't know. They might be. But as it stands, thanks everyone here for coming. I really appreciate you being willing to come in. So without further ado, I know some of us have places to be later. I'm just gonna get to the topic and then we'll get into it. Give me 1 second. Okay. Is there ever a point where fundraising or crowdsourcing becomes immoral or unethical or even exploitative? Even if you were entirely honest, is it always okay to crowdfund resources for things like healthcare or litigation? What if you do not entirely need them? If you do need the money, is it okay to use unscrupulous methods to raise it? Like if you are going to be kicked out of your home if you don't make this money, is it okay to be unethical in trying to raise it? Is there a fundamental difference between, say, raising money on Twitch or raising money on GoFundMe or using another kind of platform? We're going to talk about it. We're going to get into it, right? And first we'll go to somebody online.
Howdy, Wick. Thank you so much for
me first.
Oh, I apologize.
By all means,
yeah,
please.
Cassia did ask for it first, and she DM'd me earlier about it, and I just spaced it. Please, Cassia first, and then we'll kind of go to someone. Go ahead.
Hello, I'm Cassie of the Florin System. We stream at Fauna of Flora. I'd like to ask you a question, and it's probably going to be an interesting, it's probably not going to be very interesting to consider, but when you think about this, you quickly realize the fundamental starting point of this conversation.
To a certain extent,
Would
yes, Bob
it
Marley.
be ethical for someone like Jeff Bezos or a person of similar wealth to be allowed to fundraise for a pet project that does not necessarily benefit the public? I do not think that anyone in their right mind is going to say yes to that. That is because people who absolutely have the means to easily achieve an objective should do so of their own accord without necessarily relying on people who are far lesser means. I know what this is in response to, and certainly she is no Jeff Bezos, but the question is, and this is definitely something that must be asked, how many trans people do not get the opportunities to transition or to get certain surgeries when it comes to fundraising and crowdsourcing?
I don't fully disagree with your assessment, Bob Marley.
I
definitely think there's a place for it,
the person
for sure.
who did said fundraising is
but I do believe sometimes it can be
unethical,
pretty ridiculous.
Reprehensible. No, that remains to be seen. I think that as long as you're using some of the excesses of the proceeds to go beyond what you're not entirely capable of affording on yourself to other trans people who otherwise would not get the kind of recognition to their issues that is necessary, then you are doing an overall good thing. I should hope that this is not going to be favoritism or going to disproportionately fund friends of the person involved. I think that there is certainly a point where crowdsourcing is unethical, and that we must be critical each and every time we see someone who is a bit wealthier asking for handouts. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much. And I apologize again for not letting you, for almost skipping over your first, your called dibs on first. I apologize.
It's all right. I promise to be pushy for you, Wick.
Somebody online, please. Oh, and gang, try to be a little concise with these because I do want to get into the discussion.
Wick, I do want to thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to come on. I always love coming on to your panels and trying to bring a little bit of clarity and potentially levity to these situations. As far as this one, this is another one of my personal passions. I frankly think that crowdfunding, generally speaking, is abhorrent in all circumstances and situations. I don't think that it's ever appropriate to lean on people's feelings to try to ask people to contribute to things. There used to be a good old-fashioned time when people could afford their own healthcare in the United States. We didn't have to set up a GoFundMe every time someone needed some sort of a life-saving surgery. It used to be that like people voluntarily contributed to political organizations, or really there were like PACs that organized the funds for different organizations to make sure that different actions.
Thank you so much
capable.
For the follow.
Now it
Victor
seems like everything has shifted.
Much appreciated.
To,
Happy to have you here.
Your video games. If you're interested in this product, you better get on Kickstarter and put the money up front, and then potentially we might maybe see something down the road. There used to be this thing that if you liked something, you bought the product, and that's how you like voted for it and gave things to it. Now you seem to like have to bet on things in advance, or just kind of donate money to everything, and then hopefully something beneficial comes up. So I don't think crowdfunding, generally speaking, is a good thing. I think things should be funded through the proper means.
Okay, thank you very much. And just FYI, Lactoid wanted on this, and he is a lawyer, and we might be getting into kind of lawyer talk on this, so I wanted to have him on for his expertise. And Franklin might be joining us later. Bryce Live, please.
Excellent.
We can't hear you.
I agree.
We cannot hear you in the Discord, sir.
Give him a second. Still not working.
What's up, Lactoid?
Okay, while we wait for him, let's go to Corey Campbell, please.
Yeah, well, firstly, thank you so much for extending the invitation. Always grateful to be on one of your panels, and always grateful to be invited, and also happy to be here with the rest of you. And I think I'll be with Lactoid for the next 5-6 hours, so it should be fun. But yeah, so to address hopefully the prompt as best I can, I don't think to me this is just like ethically neutral. I don't think there's ethics involved. I more or less, I don't know much Latin, but the Latin phrase that I would use is caveat emptor. In terms of GoFundMe, buyer beware, and that someone you can GoFundMe for anything. Or rather, you can set up a GoFundMe for anything, and you just have to. I touched upon this with Portland is burning, of like you just gotta trust that whoever's setting up that GoFundMe is, they're living up to whatever expectations that they set. And so, if you want to fundraise, if you want to give money to a GoFundMe, like it's on you. You do your due diligence and understand what you're getting into. As in, that person can, as far as I can tell, do whatever they want with that money, and they can just as Wick. If I had the money now, I would fully fund your GoFundMe, and I'd have to trust you that you put that to your intended and stated use. But I can't hold you to that, and I should have no expectation that I should hold you to that. At that point, once I've donated, it's your money. And to wrap up quickly, to address sort of somebody online's point, I do tend to agree that, GoFundMe is a potential symptom of a larger problem, for sure. But also at the same time, to say that GoFundMes don't contribute anything. I'll provide a link to a chat of a Canadian story. This is an ongoing GoFundMe that has raised close to $3 million. And I'm curious people's thoughts about that. What if that goal continues to go up and up? I'll stop there. Thank you.
Okay, well, I am curious to see how that goes. Bryce, let's try again. Now you're deafened. You deafened yourself, buddy. Buddy, no.
Nobody can hear anything. He can't hear us either because he's deafened. That's the best part about it. We can wave at him like this, and then cover our ears.
You're deafened on your end.
Highest quality stream content right here.
Just pantomime your point.
Oh wait, whoa. No,
we're back.
I can't hear anybody.
Okay, excellent. Yeah, you deafened yourself. You're good. You're good right now. Go.
We can.
We can hear you. We could hear you. Please don't change anything. Oh no, now we can't anymore. Oh my God. Okay.
Oh no.
Everybody, welcome to Twitch.
I got it.
We're there!
Oh my God.
All right, I figured it out. I'm a professional streamer, by the way. Definitely have never, I've done this lots. But anyway, yeah, mine's Bryce Live. Thanks for having me. First time here. I'm probably going to I heard some things that I disagree with. I didn't hear some people's thing because I was trying to figure out the technical side of things, but basically, I think capitalism is fucking awesome, and the power of crowdfunding has shown us that we can achieve a bunch of really great shit in terms of products and services that get that become developed and available to people, as well as people that are in like dire straits and may not have, and maybe live in like a shithole like America and need some economic assistance. Because when somebody mentioned like the assistance with trans, I remember there's a insurance study coming out of somewhere in the US that was able to prove through on like economic basis it is beneficial to any state to support something like a group like trans people in terms of healthcare and ensuring that they're just taken care of, because the broader implications are that you have a bunch of people that are going through a ton of shit, to put it politely, and they also, that incurs
personally
a greater
for me, Victor,
toll
no,
on the healthcare system,
I don't.
as well as
That's
on
why
the country
I have no problem saying.
So I think
funding for
having
healthcare in the United
systems
States,
like these
that's a
crowdfunding
symptom of a
systems,
larger
which
problem.
are obviously not without their problems. We need to have systems that can verify things and also teach people to be able to make the decisions most effectively.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up, Lactoid, please. And I know you didn't hear the prompt, but I know you read it because you're a wonderful man. So
I did read it, and I'm gonna try. I'm gonna answer this to the best of my ability.
I tend to agree, Mezer.
I don't think there's anything uniquely wrong with crowdfunding. I think it's just simply a pre-purchase, or it could, in some circumstances, be maybe related to you're investing in a company and you're hoping that investment will pay dividends sometime down the road. I think that it can go wrong and it can be unethical in the same way that anything else can. You know, if you promise to sell something to somebody and then you don't, like, this is fraud and it's misrepresentation and potentially theft. I think if you're crowdfunding, you need to, you know, if it's a risky endeavor, you need to make it clear, like, this is a risky endeavor for these reasons, right? And you know, you're taking money, and just like when you take investors' money, you can't lie about it, you can't scam people, you can't take that and spend it on stuff that you're not supposed to spend it on. Then you also shouldn't be able to do it with crowdfunding. It's the same kind of logic. So I would just hold people to really basic economic, you know, fair dealings rules and laws, and otherwise, you know, say, hey, if it's open, if I can buy it anywhere else, or, you know, whether it be a service or a good, there's no reason why you can't crowdfund it too.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up, Olake.
Yeah, thank you for having me on. I'm Olake. You can find me on YouTube under Olake, and you can find me on Twitch and on Twitter under Olake TV. I kind of will say the same thing as some of the others here. I think that, broadly speaking, there's nothing right or wrong with crowdfunding. I mean, honestly, it's just modern day charity. I mean, the idea that crowdfunding is uniquely bad would then therefore entail the destruction of pretty much any form of charity, which is just a more minor, you know, view of it, right? The idea of, okay, well, we're going to give somebody to something, or give something to somebody whenever they need, or if
And
they
yeah,
need
that's
it. So
that's
I
caveat
don't think
emptor.
anybody can
Buyer
say that
beware.
crowdfunding is bad. Now,
Don't buy
clearly,
anything from
the
EA.
problem that
Would be
we
my
see with
advice.
crowdfunding is that there's not really any restraint. There's not really anything that holds you to it. It's kind of, in many ways, unfortunately, kind of similar to what we see with the stock market today, where you pretty much have stocks that companies that have to do things for you, but at the same time, they can bankruptcy and then you get nothing. And there's no real, you know, assertion that you have value or not. The crypto market right now is suffering very heavily for this. You know, many people have invested and they didn't have anything secured. So it's clear that, you know, there's an expectation that people often have that they're not really either reading contracts or they're not really aware of. And so then they end up getting hit with it because they expect that they're going to get a product when, honestly, as everyone kind of says here, this is pretty much donations. I don't think you can broadly be against crowdfunding because, I mean, once again, many of us are literally on a platform that is pretty much doing the exact same thing, right? You're crowdfunding for donations and all you're doing is talking, right? So there's a value that somebody's getting from you, and that can be quantified very differently. Somebody can give you $500 for one stream that you did because they may have felt that it was a very powerful stream for them. So I find it a little bit weird for us to say that no, you can't do crowdfunding, or crowdfunding is in and of itself ethically wrong, because arguably, well, we all seem to accept that our words can have value and have different value to different people. So I don't want to dive too much into the whole, like, I don't know. I hope we don't try to make this into like this is a Keffels thing or not, because honestly, that's one person who's crowdfunded. There are many more egregious crowdfunding things for anyone who knows of the game Star Ocean or whatever that they were trying to make. That
Star Citizen?
Star Citizen that made like millions of dollars and is still vaporware. That's probably a much more egregious example of like, hey, we're going to promise you a lot and we're going to make millions of dollars and give you nothing, or give you very little, let's say. So I think it's one of those things where if it were up to me, my big concern with crowdfunding is trying to create some sort of ethical contract or some way to ensure that if you are making a sort of base promise, that base promise gets done, maybe to the best of their ability. And I think that's probably where I'd like to see a little more of a stringent sort of, let's try to enforce that more.
Okay. Next up is Portland is burning.
Hey guys, Portland is burning at Twitch and Twitter. Thanks again for having me, Wick. Always a pleasure to be here. I want to make this really quick so we can dive in. I think that there's obvious ethical and unethical examples of crowdsourcing, and I think for the purposes of this conversation, I want to focus specifically on crowdfunding for the purposes of like charitable donations, not financing a product or like buying in on like an early investment opportunity, et cetera, et cetera. And I think that carries a set of like moral expectations that you don't really like, you're not really beholden to when you're crowdfunding a product or like offering a startup, IPO or something like that. I think that when you solicit charitable funds, it is incumbent upon you to do so in the most transparent way possible, both in so far as like what you intend to use the funds for and what the funds specific parameters are. So, in the obvious example of someone like changing a goalpost in reflection of like increased opportunity, I think that like the only problem I have with it on an ethical level is that we should expect a little bit more transparency about like the status of said goals and like how they're moving and why. So with that, leave it up to the conversation.
So before we get into the meat of it, I just kind of want to like really hone down on what I mean by ethical here. Obviously, legal is a separate question, right? Whether it's legal to do, whether it's constitutes fraud, that's a question. Obviously, I think everyone thinks fraud is bad. That's not even a question here. But my question is, like, for example, I used to live in New Jersey, and when I lived in New Jersey, I would go in these really poor communities, and they would have a church, and the pastor, like in these dirt poor communities, people who were living hand to mouth, right? Who were paycheck to paycheck, could barely afford rent, etc. And their pastor, would drive away in a Ferrari, right? And wearing like the $50,000 Rolex, all that. They were crowdfunding the money. They were soliciting donations, right? They weren't being coercive about it. No gun was held to their head. It's perfectly legal to do. But I would consider that deeply unethical for several reasons. I think that when it comes to like the question initially asked by the Florence system, if Jeff Bezos was soliciting funds for his next rocket, right, to just the general public, is there any questions of it? That doesn't seem ethical to me. It doesn't seem like he needs some money and he's going to like orphanages to get like people who can't really afford it to pay. That seems unethical. So with that, let's kind of get into the discussion. Let's get into the meat of it. It's okay to bring up Keffels, but it's okay not to too. Up to you guys. Go ahead.
Well, I just want to attempt to push back on Bryce. I apologize if I mispronounced your username. But how it seems like you're attributing the success of GoFundMe to capitalism. I'm more inclined in terms of somebody's point of like the quote unquote success of crowdsourcing or GoFundMe is a testament to capitalism not working. As in specifically the story that I put in the chat of this is a Canadian story, on the road to $3 million, searching for a cure for this patient. Only patient in Canada that has this genetic condition. And the reason why one of the reasons why there's multiple examples of this is because it's not profitable to treat only one patient, to cure one patient. The failure of capitalism, that there are not treatments like this. And there's actually other stories as well of treatments literally being shelved because it's not profitable. And the same thing when it comes to like healthcare in the United States. I would say as a result of the failures of the free market, GoFundMe is a substitute for that.
So to respond to that, I'd like to respond to that.
Okay.
Yeah, Bryson.
I'll go right after.
Thank you. I would say that you can't really say that because something that's outside of like the traditional markets is failing somebody that you can't that you can attribute that specifically to capitalism. The reason why that this is emblematic of capitalism succeeding is because through like market forces we are overcoming things that the state is seeing fit to provide for people, and that when the state fails on its duties to provide for people, the market forces are able to come in and be like, yo, like, this sucks, like you're not getting the adequate like healthcare that you need, but here is the money that you need to get the actual care through like the private mechanism, which is a big strength in Canadian healthcare. We have there are definitely like problems in Canadian healthcare, but the reason why a lot of it succeeds is because we've successfully managed to make it like hybrid, right? We have a mix of like private healthcare, and we look at like drugs, for example. Drugs in Canada are fucking awesome, but it is in part private, and same with insurance. A lot of people look at Canadian healthcare and think that everything is provided for the state, but it's not. You have a baseline coverage from the state, and then private healthcare, private insurance steps in because we have a national insurance model as opposed to like the other different kinds, like the beverage and other models. So I think that it's not really a fair or adequate challenge. I think it's still
if I may it seems, based off of your framing, which I might be misunderstanding, is that pretty much like everything is attributable to market forces. As in, from what I understand, which might be flawed, like there can be no failure in capitalism. As in, if something comes into an existence, well, that's the market force at play. And so anything that comes into an existence, well, that's the success of capitalism, because if it exists, it's a market force at play, and thus capitalism succeeds. And I fundamentally...
No, there are market failures. Market failures do exist, for sure.
Turning into its own conversation.
Yeah.
So before we get into that, what I am specifically asking, or I hope that everyone can first answer, is do we think that it is ethical, that it is something that we should perhaps be condemning, or do we want people who already seem to have egregious wealth to be capable of doing projects for their own personal singular benefit through crowdsourcing? I think most people are going to say no. We're going to run down, or most people in general, not necessarily on the panel, would say no, and then we would run down the line, if that is the case here, of like, do we then think, like, at what point does crowdsourcing become unethical? I personally just...
Portland, your mic, please.
So, my personal stance...
Hold on.
I think it might be Corey's. No.
Oh, yeah, it might be. Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, so my personal stance is going to be, I don't think that asking other people to pay into a church when the money that is specifically going to getting a private jet or something like that is ethical. And I think that if you are specifically asking a community, so let's say the trans community, to offer you money in exchange for something that benefits you, you should at some point and over time try to change it back, try to pay it back if you want to be ethical. That you shouldn't just accept the handout, but that you should try to make good on it and pay it out later. I mean, I hear everyone else's answer.
So the biggest problem that we have with this idea is that, well, at this point, then literally nobody can be popular anymore, because let's say you're like a Hassan streamer, you just can't elicit donations anymore. But I think we've gone through this discourse before, which is, once again, we're sort of taking away agency from people to get value from something as much as they, from what if they give. So like, let's say Hassan is very rich. Should he be soliciting donations from someone who's working for minimum wage? Probably not. But yet, people still give them those donations because they might find value from it. In the same way that, unfortunately, and I hate to say it this way, but unfortunately for many people that donate to churches and such, they get that same value. For them, they're not potentially donating to make the priest rich, but rather they're donating to spread the word of God, or all that
no,
kind
they're
of
usually
stuff.
donating in these large,
Yeah.
like in these specific areas that we're talking about. It's more of a prosperity gospel thing.
Yeah.
Like the more you give, the better your life is supposed to get in exchange. It's like literally a pay and play system, and I don't think that that's like.
Those are certain
I think that's a good
evangelical
example of
communities.
unethical crowdfunding.
I think
let's be real. That's
there absolutely needs to be transparency to show other people that at the very least, if they want to make an informed choice, their money is not necessarily going to spreading the word of God when it's getting someone's fourth private chat.
Let's be clear here when we say that is one side of religion. I think we just need to be very clear that there's all religions try to get money, right? They all do it. All right, whether you're talking about the Church, the Catholic Church, right? It is very clear
their
that
platforms in exploitative ways.
Now you can find the nuance. Before you're like, we've all talked about this before. We've all made these decisions. We said Hassan is like this. It's one thing for Hassan to come out and preach about socialism and then to make a frickin' fortune in like his capitalist methods and not redistribute the money the way that like he should be based upon the rhetoric that he's using. Conversely, to say that crowdfunding in general, whether people are getting some sort of a value by contributing to these things, yeah, most of the time the value that they're gaining is some sort of like virtue signal that they're saying, hey, I'm giving money to this thing because I'm a good person and good people give money to this. I'm giving all of my money to this thing, making me the best possible person. Or they're speculating on some sort of a product that they may or may not get. And the advantage of going through crowdfunding is, well, I never actually said I was going to give you anything. You just gave me money so that I could try to make something. And now you have to buy the product now that it's actually been funded for the research and design. Freaking crowdfunding is never ethical. It's just a con to try to get someone to give you money voluntarily for an emotional reason. Terrible thing. Don't do it.
Can I ask a question?
I don't know, like...
Wait,
one quick. A few people went in, so here's the order. You can ask your question, but then I know that Lactoid wants in, Bryce wants in, and Corey.
Okay,
and I think Portland.
Simple question, and I think this also touches on what Wick wants us to be discussing anyway. Can crowdsourcing be ethical? Are there standards that we could apply to crowdsourcing? For instance, a great degree of transparency and the ability to, if a certain goal is not being met by those donations, to get those donations completely refunded to the people. Is there a way that we can engage, that we can have an ethical version of crowdfunding? And what limits should exist on crowdfunding to make it more ethical?
Okay, I don't mind. I can actually engage with that.
Go
So
for it.
when we're talking about like ethical practices when it comes to crowdfunding, we can talk about the most common things are people that are looking from people from business are looking at this through like a lens. If we're speaking about ethics, through maybe like a Kantian or like a utilitarian kind of point of view, and there's also like virtue ethics, which is like what would a virtuous person do? But in both Kantian and utilitarian stuff, they're largely going to just say like a kind of broad rule, like a heuristic, saying don't be over exaggerative and don't be like predatory. Like there are some pretty like base guidelines that are applicable like anywhere. So I think the key issues with like ethics here is that we have somebody that is not over exaggerating, like we see with what Keffels is doing. And if you are over exaggerating, then that is probably something that we should be able to have an avenue to criticize and challenge you on, so you can then respond and like be like, well, no, this, and it should be like that open conversation. But yeah, like the other thing would literally just be like from like a Aristotelian, like the virtue ethics shit would just be like, what would a virtuous person do when they're making this crowdfunding? Because like crowdfunding in and of itself, as I think Lactoid might have said it, it's not itself bad or good. Like there's no property to it that itself is like bad or good. It's just like you want to perform it ethics through some ethically through some framework like that.
I know Lactoid wanted in, and then Corey, then Portland.
Okay, so this is probably on me for not keeping up with everything. I'm still trying to like. I guess I'm still trying to find out like what is the basis people are saying it's unethical. Are people saying it's unethical like when people exaggerate and lie about the extent of their damage, or are they saying there's something like intrinsically unethical about like a wealthier person asking for like not so wealthy people for money? I like.
think that
Yeah,
no
it's
matter
been a
what,
pretty
you have to
it's been a pretty
emotionally
poorly
manipulate
articulated
people.
set of criticisms.
Sure. Can I maybe try it with you, Lactoid, to maybe
Yeah,
explain
because
some of
I have responses to both, so
I
I
understand.
want. Yeah.
Okay. So, if I were to ask you, like, hey, I really need your help, okay? One of my tooth is broken and I need some money. I don't think anyone would have a problem with that. But what happens when you give me that money? I make what I asked for, and I said, you know what? Actually, I need a little more money. That's not gonna be enough. I need $3,000 more, right? And then I get that, and then wait. I need a little more. That's not enough. I need actually. You know what? The teeth, right? I need some more stuff done. Can I have a little more? And this continues to go and continues to go. At a certain point, you're going to wonder, what's going on? Why didn't you just ask me up front for what you needed? Why is it continuing to rise? And I think that's one of the things that seems very manipulative, at least to some people, because it seems like you're manipulating people to continually giving you more money by constantly moving the goalposts. That's just
okay. So yeah,
Or you
if you're
for
lying,
you can become a VTuber, Wick.
so if you're lying, if you pay for the tooth and then you're saying I need this money for the tooth afterwards, like that's just lying. You're just committing fraud, right? But let's say
it's like a more
bills
vague
keep
goal,
coming in,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
Let's say bills keep coming in. Well, now like going back and asking for money isn't necessarily fraud. That's fine. I think some people on the panel are saying like there's something intrinsic, like with the Bezos comment. Some people think it's intrinsically wrong for like rich people to like ask for money from poor people, and I guess that's
obviously silly because that's how publicly traded companies work, and like retail investment is something that like is a pretty important part of that economy.
Yeah, because if we're gonna go along the logic of like rich people asking poor people for money is wrong, I mean that nullifies all products that are sold to poor people.
And that's literally the most.
Yeah, you just
broke
can't
all
have
donations.
publicly traded entities.
Only
You
rich people
can't
can
have-
do anything. Yeah, only rich people can ever do anything at this point.
Yeah.
That's
Does anybody here like think it's okay to ask for money and then not use that money for the thing that you represented you would use it for? Does anybody think that's okay?
No.
Ori.
Well, not.
Corey, you think it's okay?
No, I'm not going to say it's okay. I tried to touch upon this point when
I just wanted you're.
Yeah, no, I totally understand why you said that. Where it's like, I personally am not okay, as in like, I don't view it as an ethical question to a certain extent, where I have no problem with a wealthy person like asking for money, but then it's on you, the person who's potentially giving the money, to that's your choice. Like I don't think there's anything inherent that's an ethical question of just like asking, and sure, if you have to hope and trust that they are being honest, just as in the link that I provided with the GoFundMe, that's $3 million. Like you have to trust that they're actually searching for a cure. I have no way to confirm that at all.
All of OnlyFans functions off this principle. You give them money in hopes that you're going to see nudes.
I'll take your word for it. No idea, but
oh sure.
When it comes to like what are we gonna do? How are we gonna hold this family who's trying to cure their son accountable? Like if they don't, they have to refund the $3 million. Like they're literally funding a clinical trial. And so it's like, it's built in, there's uncertainty. People can literally be throwing their money away. Well, not throwing, but like funding something that like goes nowhere.
I get.
Yeah,
I
that's
also,
fine.
Just real quick. I also get what you're saying, right? Portland, LA, Lactoid. When obviously, just the fact that someone who is wealthier is asking for money and the person giving them the money happens to be poorer, nothing necessarily wrong with that. But there does come a point, to me at least, where I would consider it wrong. Like say if Jeff Bezos went to a homeless shelter, and then directly from that homeless shelter said, hey gang, I'm building a rocket. Can I have $10? That would feel weird to me.
It'd be tacky. It wouldn't be
It would feel weird
to
me.
Tacky. It'd
right?
Be like, dude, what are you doing?
Exactly, but the reason it would feel tacky is because it would feel bad. But there's a reason it would feel tacky, right? You didn't just feel tacky, but there's a reason, because it feels wrong. And so just that kind of thing, there does come a line where, as you say, it gets tacky, if you want to use that word.
But what if he's offering him a discounted price on shares? Okay.
Well, so I also think it's tacky, like when like major clothing lines sell $50 T-shirts to people who can't afford it. I also think it's tacky when when you're intentionally trying to market something to somebody that you should know probably can't afford it or probably shouldn't be making this financial mistake. Cigarette companies exist because people do this. Most vice companies exist because people do this. I mean,
also the lottery.
Right now,
there's ethical issues about the lottery, gang.
Some people think so. I don't think so.
It's basically the poor person's tax.
And so the question comes.
People are absolutely, when it comes to the lottery, talking about how you can win big and they don't
it's
show
kind of an abusive and predatory framework.
Yeah, they are not transparent in the slightest about how many people have dumped how many thousands of dollars and not won a single thing out of it. And I think that that's definitely a predatory and unethical practice to be engaging in. And I think that when we're not being transparent about these kinds of things, it is absolutely setting the worst kind of standards. Also, Portland, you're echoing.
Cassius, do you think when I buy a Powerball ticket, the odds of me winning are listed right there on the ticket, and I'm an adult and I consensually gave them $2 to buy a ticket? You think this is? Do you think this is wrong? Why would this be wrong?
So my personal reason that it is wrong is specifically the commercials that give you a false sense of hope that the chances are way bigger. If you've been primed by the conversations, you're not necessarily going to be reading what it says on the ticket. It is good that they're telling you the odds of winning on the ticket. That is the ethical part of what they're doing, but the commercials most certainly are not.
Okay, so we have a little line here. I know Corey wants in, I think Oleg wants in, and Bryce, I believe.
Somebody was also raising his hand.
Oh, somebody is.
Yeah, so, to hopefully address both points, in terms of what you brought up, Wick, of there's probably a line in terms of how far someone is willing to go to continually give you money. To use your specific example that you brought up with, your own GoFundMe, as you said, as you brought up in the example, you can get that money, someone can donate, but then, you had a change of heart. Now it's whatever, 5,000, 6,000, and for all I know, you had your original plan in mind of this is what I want, for example, for my veneers. And now that I reached that $3,000 goal, well, actually I've changed my mind. Now I want my veneers with, I want my emotes etched on them. So now that increases the price. And then once you reach that, I agree. I sort of tried to bring this example up when I was talking with Portland is Burning, of when assessing punitive damages, that's sort of arbitrary, and the goal can continuously move potentially. How much can you go to the public to give you money? And it's on the public or the jury to determine where that subjective line is. And that the same thing holds true, I think, with you, Wick. If you reach your goal and you happen to change your mind, and you happen to increase it, I don't see anything inherently wrong with that. For all I know, you've had, you're not providing receipts, as far as I can tell. And so it's for all I know, your original assessment was incorrect. And now you miscalculated, and now it's more. I just have to trust that, if I know you as a person, or I have some faith in you as a person, that you'll spend that money wisely. And to wrap up, with my last point, to address, I think, what Fauna brought up, in terms of the marketing about lottery tickets, and the commercials, but there's a larger conversation of just that's just marketing in general. I don't think anyone's under the delusion that, the Big Mac that you see on the McDonald's commercial is the Big Mac that you get in the restaurant. Or if you start driving a car or drinking alcohol, and wearing Axe body spray, all the partners come running at your doorstep. That's just marketing, period. It's always deceptive. We could have a large conversation about getting rid of marketing, but I think it's a separate point.
Yeah, just to be clear, I would say marketing is unethical too. Go ahead.
Can I quickly clarify, Corey? You would agree that if somebody takes a bunch of money, and it's not the situation where they invest it and then it goes wrong, or something costs more money than they thought. I'm saying they take the money and they use it for something specifically not what they said they're going to use it for. You would agree with me that should probably be criminally prosecuted, right?
Well, that's the thing, because at least from what I understand, of the limited experience of GoFundMe, the goals are always pretty nebulous. It's not these, here are my deliverables. It's not under that language, where it's this money's going to be used for the care of our son. Well, what does that mean? I don't really know what that means. I just have to trust that, whatever they perceive as caring is caring. And so that's why I think that's where it gets like murky. Like if you want to treat them like contracts and like, you know, private institutions, well then there's the argument made that, you know, you should move in that direction, that, you know, there should not be nebulous goals in a GoFundMe, and that it should just be like contracts and written deliverables.
Well, hold on. So, but there's obviously like a range here, right? So, like, if you go to some Alzheimer's foundation and they're raising a bunch of money, and like some guy takes all, like from the foundation, takes all the money and blows all of it on like, you know, I don't know, drugs like heroin or something. Clearly, this has nothing to do with like helping people with Alzheimer's. Like, sure, if you make it broad and you make it, we're going to help people with Alzheimer's. Could that include wheelchairs? Could that include research? Yeah, all sorts of things for sure. But like you would agree, like when there is like an intentional deception, like this person's obviously violated like fair marketing practice, fair consumer practices.
I don't disagree, but I don't know for sure. I'm not going to pretend like I'm an expert on charities, but like I would assume and hope, and this might be delusion on I would assume that there's, you know, more discrete like rules that, you know, someone in charge of an Alzheimer's charity has to abide by, and therefore there's a clear violation of some sort of like contract or rule, as opposed to with GoFundMe. I don't think that exists. We can argue with whether it should exist, but it doesn't exist.
So there are though.
We're like caught up on the legal end of it when like the ethical end of it is really a lot more what we were talking about, right? Like, granted, people grant like crowdsourcing, charitable donations from a GoFundMe campaign. They don't like they're not under any legal obligation to spend the money in any particular way. But we're talking about like the social expectation that someone is like, yeah, on it. Well, I would hope so, but I don't know like the exact parameters of how that's regulated. So
I can give you an exact example right now. You can look it up. There was a woman who claimed that she was raising all this money to help a homeless person. That was on a video that went viral. She kept it all herself. The government went after her. Now she's going to go to prison because she defrauded all the people who try to donate to the homeless guy. And if you commit fraud, you go to prison, right? It is a crime to deceive people about what you're raising the money for. If you make it broad, yeah, I mean, I guess there's like an open question. Like they said, all I said was I'm asking for money to help me move, and I was moving to like a mansion. I guess like you could make the argument, right? But for, when the money's not explicitly not going to what you said it's for, I mean, you're very clearly committing a crime.
And I think that's kind of the big question here, which is that, the first thing, and the reason I liked when you brought that up, Lacto, is I did think we do need to have that distinction of what is it that we think is unethical about crowdsourcing. And clearly the unethical part is not the concept of it, or I would say that a rich person does it per se, but rather when they do it for, to lie, for fraud.
Duplicitous reasons,
yeah, for a bad reason. It's clear, as you said, Wick, like there's something that's icky to us. Like if a Jeff Bezos tries to get money from a bunch of homeless people, I'd argue that's, not the smartest idea in the world if you want to make a rocket from that. But I think more broadly, when we think about it, it doesn't feel like there's something unethical about it. It just seems like, well, you're seemingly doing something stupid in that case, right? You would just be trying to get, like what would be the point of this? I don't see the unethicalness of it, because it would be, what does he sell them on? Is he saying like, hey guys, I'm just trying to build a rocket here, give me your last $10? Or is he saying, hey, I'm here to build a rocket for you and I'll be taking you to the utopia I'm building over on Mars? And maybe that's Elon Musk. Sorry, that's not Jeffrey Bezos. But
still a matter of
maybe
transparency
then
too, because
you might have some question, right? Like,
it's still transparency based too, because like there's nothing ethically wrong with saying like, hey, give me your last $10, I want to build a rocket and leave you here. Like, it's just a stupid question. It's not an unethical proposition. It's just one that you would have no good reason to say.
So you would have no problems asking some guy, like, if someone was like, even if you didn't ask, if I knew someone was struggling financially and they came up to me and says, here's my last $100, and I know they're starving, I know they need the money, I would say it'd be unethical to accept it.
Why?
Well,
yeah,
and we like maybe
you can argue that like that person doesn't have like the capacity to make the decision that they're seemingly making by offering you their money, or that you're doing some kind of like humanitarian good by saying no. But like, there's nothing unethical about like asking the question. It's just a dumb question that you have no reason to say yes to.
Right.
Wait, can I ask you a quick follow up? Let's say you're a poor man.
After me, then Bryce. So go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Let's say you're a poor man, and like
or woman.
In this case you're a poor man, and you approach like a wealthy woman, and you offer to take her out on a date. Is she being unethical by accepting your money when you pay for the food for her?
Not necessarily, but there's more involved in that question, right? There's more involved in that question. I am doing her a service, right? I am actually doing her a service. So if I'm expecting something in return. I'm expecting something in return.
Oh, really, Wick?
Her company, to be clear.
Sure.
Wick's incel arc is about to begin.
Does that make sense? Like,
very transactional
if I
behavior.
invite you on a date, if I invite you on a date, I am asking for you for something, not the other way around.
Okay, well, what if the woman goes up to like the poor guy and says, "Hey, like I'll spend time with you if you could take me out to dinner"? Is that like unethical of her to ask if he's poor?
I would say, it depends on how poor we're talking, right?
Just like walks up to him and yells, "Buy me some food." Like,
yeah, that's weird to me. It's weird.
There's literally a Seinfeld episode about this when Elaine's dating a poor person. Like, he just pays him off.
All right, is it unethical to be asking people who are of low economic standing relative to you for money? Probably. Should people be able to do it? Also, probably.
Yes.
I think
There should be nothing illegal about it, right? I'm not asking it for a sanction here. But
the problem is unethicality. You're talking about like a movie. Like, could we make a movie? Should you be allowed to like charge poor people to watch movies? Like, those are clearly millionaire actors that are trying to get their salaries off of people.
Off of me,
watch, right? Like, yeah, like I don't know. I just like that's where I have a problem with this argument. It feels like we're trying to put money and we're trying to do like little income brackets where like things become ethical or unethical, and that's a little bit dangerous for me because then it's not really an argument of ethicality. Now it's just an argument of nobody can make money ever.
I know Bryce. Hey, just real quick.
Only buy from people richer
trying to get in. So we gotta let Bryce in, but I will entertain
Sure.
these questions more. But I want to give Bryce a chance to.
I think everything that you're bringing up is just like a question of taste, right? In terms of like what we consider palatable to us through a culture, right? Because we're looking at power dynamics and all these things, and I would agree that in a lot of these cases that you guys are calling unethical, that it's just poor taste, like or like really questionable in terms of how others perceive it, whether or not it's actually ethical or unethical. That's absurd to me, because if we look at we look at through the deontological shit, the utilitarian virtue, or even like a Donaldson and Dunphy's idea of like integrative like social contract theory, where they have like this like macro and micro contract concept, where like the onus is on the person starting the GoFundMe to just like detail like the broad shit. And then also like once you've got the framework of like this GoFundMe set up, then you get into like what they call like the rules of the game, which is like the micro contract side of it. And even under like that, you would be hard pressed to justify that just because there's a socioeconomic difference between the two, that this is then unethical. Because just because, like as somebody said it earlier, like this would literally just mean you could never have a pizza shop and sell pizza to somebody because they're poor, right? Like the idea that because there might be some socioeconomic difference between a business owner or like a food provider or whatever, and the customer is just extremely short-sighted. And I think it's trying to package something like this leaves like this is something of poor taste. I don't really like this. I'm not very comfortable with this as unethical. Because you probably like the very final bit is that I think a lot of people try to use unethical to do the really heavy lifting in these conversations, because they want to cast that unethical like saying something is unethical is pretty heavy compared to like, I don't really like that. I'm not really comfortable with that.
It makes it into a personal attack, essentially.
Yeah, I think people just want to moralize. Like, I think a better example is like, if I'm walking down the street and I'm approached by a person who's homeless and they ask me for money, and I bring out my Uno reverse card saying, "How about you give me money?" I don't think there's anything ethical or unethical about that. It's silly and it's stupid. But me asking the question or me soliciting money from a homeless person, I don't think it falls into the realm of ethics or morality. It's just silly and stupidity.
Okay, can I give an example?
Wait. I give an example where it is wrong, real quick if I can.
if they're like mentally compromised in their judgment. Like,
yeah.
Sure.
So children for sure.
You can't know that they are or not as well.
But that's a consent question.
Yeah,
right?
this is a consent question. You can't offer informed consent to something you've been misled about, and you can't offer informed consent to like donating if you've been misled about the pretenses upon which you're like giving a donation. So, I mean, in this case, imagine like a person falls off their bike and incurs some injuries, and they start a GoFundMe for $1,000 to recoup their injury costs. Now, this gets picked up by the local news, and the goal gets satisfied really quickly, so they raise the goal to $10,000, but they don't make any adjustments to the framing of the GoFundMe. They just say, like, it's to recoup my medical expenses, and now anyone who goes there, like, from this signal boosting channel is going to see this $10,000 goal and perceive that as the, like, medical costs. So, like, is there anything unethical happening there with the person who sees that there's clearly an opportunity to raise the goal based on exposure, based on like signal boosting from a mainstream media outlet, and they do so, but they don't reframe it in any way? Is that unethical?
If I may.
Or is that... Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, you may, but then I know somebody wants in too.
Okay,
so
sorry. I'll try to be brief. Where like I think I take your point, Portland, in terms of and also what Lactoid sort of brought up in terms of like if I'm soliciting money from someone whose judgment is compromised or their cognitive abilities are not fully whatever at a particular level, and you brought up the term informed consent, which I think it's important, and definitely something we should talk about that leads to a larger conversation. But I think at the end of the day, I think that begs the question of what exactly is informed consent. Can you actually ever really have truly informed consent? I would argue no, and that there's no true transparency, like, doesn't exist. You're always sort of operating. Yeah, go ahead. I'll stop there.
Okay, so like in researching consent for a prior conversation I had with Lactoid a couple weeks ago, it seemed like most philosophers agree that there are like 3 basic like criteria that need to be met for you to establish informed consent, and that's like capacity, information, and lack of coercion. So you can't be like coerced physically or otherwise to render your consent. You can't be misled about the pretenses upon which you're like giving your consent, and you can't like lack the cognitive ability to furnish consent. So in the case where you're being like misled implicitly by like the framing of a solicitation, I would argue that it's very easy to see whether or not informed consent is established.
So if I might quickly respond, I know somebody wants to go. I apologize for delaying you. I'll just respond quickly saying, so I'm familiar with that like framework, and I think if you dig into a lot of medical scenarios, you will not get informed consent, or they will not fulfill that criteria of what you just outlined. Especially if you're like under duress and you require a medical procedure, one could say there's an element of coercion in that regard. And I'll let somebody, whoever you choose with, to go.
Well, somebody's fine. Go ahead, somebody.
So my original point on this, and I'll come right back to it again, is when we're talking about like a transaction that may occur, like if I give you money, you give me bread. If I give you money, you give me a portion of your company in the form of a stock or something. There's an actual transaction that is occurring, and I am gaining something that has some sort of real value in exchange for my currency. When we're talking about crowdfunding, when we're talking about like, hey, I'm going to potentially try to speculatively create this product, you may be eligible for some sort of a discount for it. Or if I'm saying, hey, I am a homeless person and I really need you to help to fund my ability to get into an apartment or to get into education or something like this, no matter what, there is some level of emotional manipulation that is occurring because you're not getting something in exchange for your money. You're getting some sort of like personal, emotional self-gratification as a result of donating that money to that individual. Has nothing to do with how much money you have, has nothing to do with how much money they have or what they're doing with it. The fact that you're not actually gaining anything in exchange for the currency other than some sort of like virtue signaling, like ethical superiority, that's kind of what makes it unethical. And it kind of makes it to the point where whoever can sell you the best story that gives you the most emotional satisfaction is the person that is the most deserving, regardless of what becomes. So it makes the entire system entirely unethical.
Can I ask you a question on that? Can I ask you a question on that, somebody? I mean, yeah, but should not, right? Like people, like this idea that if I try to crowdsource or I try to ask for money, fundraise, right? And say I have a need, like let's say I want to buy a new car. My car is breaking down. I want to buy a new car, okay? And I don't have the money, so I ask people, you know, hey, can you help me? Give me a little bit of money. They're not going to get anything other than, you know, the nice feeling of helping me buy a car, right? That's a nice feeling. Why is that wrong or bad for me to ask? You don't know?
If you go on a date with a woman and she doesn't give you sex, you're literally getting robbed because you didn't get any value. You're literally got no value.
I really want to respond
Wait, if we're not moving forward, I think that almost to disagree with everything I said before, one really good argument is that to some extent, this is what I think is the best argument. To some extent, we are saying that certain artistic mediums or art forms are monetizable. To an extent, you could say that like it is a more ethical version of storytelling when people don't necessarily have to buy the story, but can then choose to donate to the author when it comes to crowdsourcing in that case. So let's say that someone needs to raise money for a legal fund or for a moving fund. They could say that the particular art form that they are selling other people is their story and access to their life, and that other people are paying for this. I'm not exactly
sure
I stand on that, but that's
I don't mean to interrupt, but I just had this idea, like I'm going to like do this kind of it's going to be an art project, gang. I'm going to make an art project where the art is me pretending to have a terminal condition and then raising money. And then when people say, hey, you didn't have this actual terminal condition, I'll just say, I was just doing an art project about a story. And the whole, can you not see the value of the art, right, that I brought and the emotions that I welled up in people, and then the change in emotions when they found out that it wasn't
Thank
true.
you so much for
It's
the follow,
art,
Working
gang.
Class Dan.
Like,
Much appreciated. Happy to have you
Final-
here.
Bryce wanted to go
Grateful.
next. Bryce wanted to go
Final thought on that. And what I would personally say is that is exactly why you're never going to be capable of regulating that sort of thing. That it's always going to come down to what do we as a society think is ethical and teach is ethical.
Okay. Bryce, Corey, and yeah, we'll move over there.
Okay, so I want to respond to something that somebody said, and I think it was already kind of indirectly challenged or like briefly, but this idea that once you've given money for something with like a Kickstarter or whatever, that if you don't get something in return, that it's quote unquote unethical. I think it's probably like, it's shit, it sucks, it's kind of unfair, like it's kind of frustrating for everybody, but to try to again put the label of like unethical on it, I think it's trying to do you realize that the fact that it's shit and it sucks is not as good as like, it doesn't sound as vilifying as unethical, right? If you call something unethical, it's like, oh shit, like people take it a little more seriously. But if we're looking at these like this idea of money, right? Like money is like the medium of exchange, storage value, et cetera, et cetera. And when you look at these sites like Kickstarter, GoFundMe, or whatever, you're signing off on the terms of service, like all these terms. I'm gonna try to choose my words more carefully because I think my lexicon might be a little too spicy for the panel. But you are not an idiotic child, right? Because you are above 18. You're hopefully somebody in your community has taught you how to make the decisions. So we should not treat you like an idiotic child just because you feel wronged in some situation.
And if I can ask you a few questions, somebody, it seems like you take issue with crowdsourcing or crowdfunding, because it seems like you characterize it as inherently unethical due to sort of this emotional plea. Is that correct?
So in particular, I think that when you are trying to put this like emotional value out and then requesting money in exchange for, again, not anything that has any real or inherent value, but more like this emotional satisfaction that people are potentially gaining. Again, it kind of feeds into the same thing with donating to the church. Like, I feel better because I gave all of my money to the church.
So if I can maybe zoom in on that a bit, I wonder how you feel how this extends to consumer products then. So it seems like you have an issue with through crowdsourcing and this emotional plea, and then as a result of this emotional plea, you are driven by your own emotions to donate for those good feelings. I wonder how this extends to consumer products and insecurities, and as a result of buying consumer products driven by insecurity driven by marketing and preying on people's insecurities or their desire for status or ego, etc., etc. Do you think that? So would you say then that all those systems are also unethical? Because then we're on the same page.
I'd say that there's a lot in marketing that is pretty unethical as well. But I think that most of the time when we're talking about like actual good-natured transactions where like either someone is providing a service in exchange for currency or someone is providing a good in exchange for currency, it's one thing. But when the good or the service in question is something ethereal that does not actually have any physical substance and may not even have value to anyone else other than the individual that's like received the sales pitch, so to speak. Like,
but it's a bizarre view to
you're
me
throwing
to frame
quarters
it
at the buskers at that point.
It's odd to me to frame it as though the act of soliciting a donation for something that you could like sincerely believe you need or like realistically just very practically need to survive is somehow unethical because there's like an emotional gratification being provided to the person who is like doing the donating. That seems like a very reductive way to view human relationships. We do almost every like transactional like behavior
by emotions.
Yeah, exactly. Almost every interpersonal relationship is guided by emotional gratification.
Like what is retail therapy?
I feel like the fact that it's necessary in our society.
Wait, gang. We're all talking over each other. No one can hear what's being said. And I want to take this time to emotionally manipulate all of you to say, hey, if you haven't subbed to my channel yet, what are you doing? Talking about getting like the things you can grasp, things you can hold. You get the fuzzy, warm feeling of donating to Wick. So hit that sub button, right? We got some awesome emotes. Hit some follows, right? That would be great if you do. I will emotionally manipulate the shit out of you as long as you know we're just kidding.
I've recently seen Twitch capacity for donating and generosity. Wick's GoFundMe has been up for like a month and a half now. You guys really need to step your game up out there in viewer.
Hey, we're almost at halfway, which is great. More than I thought I'd get. So I'll link my GoFundMe because that's
$90,000 in 6 days. Good, but like it's there.
But just real quick though, I want somebody because somebody was being addressed. I want him a chance to respond. And thank you, by the way, for the sub. Really appreciate it. And I know Lactoid wanted to say something, and then we'll get to you, Cassie.
Yeah, I feel like that's a failing of our society, like on a whole. Like we can say that, well, no, like if someone needs this thing and it's not being provided for them by society on a whole because society is collapsing, therefore it's ethical for the people to have to beg. Like, no, it's not ethical at all. The system has failed in an unethical fashion, resulting in people to have to participate in unethical behavior to have to survive. Just because society has collapsed so far that I need to steal in order to feed my family doesn't make stealing ethical.
No, of course not. But
socialism.
There are two things. Okay, wait. There are two things that you said that are like just unequivocally, like unquestionably false and stupid. So society hasn't collapsed. People are not out in the streets like dying and like being like, oh my god, like the only thing I can do is whip out my smartphone and use my fucking like 5G internet to post on GoFundMe and ask for help. Like the people, broadly speaking, quality of life is on the rise, and it's been on the rise for a long time. And that's not faltering. And I think what we see is that the internet has enabled these platforms, and when we've enabled these social media platforms, we see more than we ever have before. So this gives us this false sense that phenomena that have existed basically across history are like somehow increased or happening more often or something along those lines. So like society isn't collapsing, the system has not failed people, there are just people that kind of slip through the cracks. That, and when you're talking about like a shithole like United States of America, this happens. Like if in most other countries where you have relatively comprehensive like healthcare systems, it's nowhere near the same. But even then, it's impossible to anticipate. It's impossible. Okay, so okay, never mind. Then okay.
Yeah, like my literal point is that like the system is not functioning properly. These people should not have to rely on systems like GoFundMe.
So your point is that so
like,
it's not a utopia. But okay, but it's okay. When you're trying to attribute blame to the overarching like quote unquote system, right? You have to understand that even if we had a different system in place, these things would still happen, right? You can criticize like the shortcomings of the system without placing blame exclusively on the system, right? We can do things better. We can change policy.
Label like unethical to an entire like behavior. I mean,
yeah, like we can enact policies or do things a little bit differently. You know, like we can allocate budgeting a little bit better. We don't have to say that something is unethical, that the system is failing, the system has failed. Like these are pretty like serious, almost extreme phrasing of something that's just not really true.
No, so somebody online is making an ethical argument. If he believes that charity is unethical because by nature, you know, people, the government, somebody else, that society as a whole should be helping these people and it shouldn't just be beholden to, let's say, other poor people. There's actually an ethical argument for this. This is pretty much the underpinning of some of socialist theory in general, which is you shouldn't have a system where you have to beg on the streets. You should have the whole society that you live in help.
Yeah, it's
everybody.
Not exclusively socialist. Like Hayek in.
I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, I'm only referencing a sort of easy.
Yeah, but like to Bryce's point, like you can reduce the inequalities, but you're always going to have some people that need some things and view crowdfunding as like an option to secure the funds to do or like acquire that thing. And to say that like every behavior under that umbrella is unethical and the entire act is unethical is just really reductive because it frames like Wick's GoFundMe and Trump's solicitation of like court funds for election fraud lawsuits under the exact same umbrella. And I just think that that's like a really, really easy way to like write off an entire behavior without like giving the people who actually deserve the scrutiny the proper level of it.
Okay, so we do have a little bit of a line here. I know Lactoid wanted to go. I know Cassia wanted to get it too.
I just want to ask somebody a question.
Cassia, real quick, yes, and then we'll go to Lactoid.
Okay. So here's my hypothetical for you, somebody. Let's say that you had a researcher who we had some way of absolutely 100% knowing that their research would yield results, would yield a specific set of results that would cure Alzheimer's. What if you then had a crowdsourced project in order to clear the final hurdles to get FDA approval? And what if everyone who decided to, what if only people who were either Alzheimer's or almost certainly going to develop Alzheimer's later in their life donated, in which case it wouldn't necessarily be a good feeling, but rather a future security? Would you support that kind of crowdsourcing?
Would they be guaranteed a free dose of said medication as a result of their funding? Like if they're pre-purchasing a dose of the medication, then potentially. But if they're just funding like the research and they're not getting like any of the potential return of the profit made by the development of said drug, I feel like those folks have been conned.
Well, even then, just the ability to access a drug that otherwise would not exist, you don't think that that in and of itself is a reward?
I think that anybody else, if they were providing funding for the research of the drug, they would get part of the ownership of the patent of that drug.
But people can do things like help crowdfund a cause that they find inherent virtue in, like the curing of a disease that they may not have any personal relationship to.
I just want you to know I support you, comrade.
That doesn't have to be like an unethical or even like predatory or like improper behavior taking place here. I think that you can crowdsource things that, like, effectively the vast majority of products and like publicly traded companies are crowdsourced in some function, and like to call the entire behavior unethical is just like, it leaves us very, very little room to like transact with each other for any reason that like would give us personal gratification. I don't understand how we get around that. Somebody specifically.
Yeah,
as in anybody.
I kind of understand what you're saying, but like at some point, if I go, hey, I've got 2 like cups that I can sell you. This cup is $1 because it's a cheap paper cup, and this cup is $20 because it's a cheap paper cup that saves the sea turtles. And there's just some very vague like catchphrase attached to it. Like, I feel like it's inherently unethical because all you're selling with the other cup is this better feeling. Like, there is no guarantee or knowledge that any of this funding is actually helping turtles.
Yeah, but we kind of brought this one up, right? This is the same thing we keep bringing up. The unethical part about it is the lie itself. It's not that you're saying, exactly, I'll charge $20 to save the turtles, because what if the $19 that is all donated, all the proceeds are donated to saving the turtles? You know, some organization that's going
buying
out there.
A product at that point.
Yeah, and lots of people will buy stuff. Lots of people buy stuff just for the feeling. So if I am paying $20
just about everyone.
something, yeah, like, well, yeah, true. Like if I'm paying $20 into something and it's like, oh man, this feels good. Like I just supported a good cause. Like that's like really like the end of it there. And I think it just loops back to, I am hesitant to try to call something unethical, to try to like regulate things, any kind of like oversight, because this all boils back to, and I know that Lactoid dude I think wanted to talk, but it all boils down to, we don't want to treat people just because like they're above 18, hopefully, if they're doing this shit, like they're like knuckle dragging, foaming at the mouth.
You can say
idiots. Okay, like retarded kids, right? Like I think we ought to just, if there's any shortcoming, the shortcoming is in our education systems, and we need to improve it because we want people to be able to exercise their agency, right? We don't want them to like look at situations and be like, oh yeah, like no, don't worry about it. Like big government is gonna be able to protect me. Like no worries, like not a problem at all. We want them to be able to go into these situations and like evaluate it. Yes, there's some onus on the people that are like orchestrating these like GoFundMes, because they have to detail like the parameters, like a bunch of shit. But after that, like it's your money, and you are the one exercising your agency, so you have to be able to accept some culpability in that you are making the decision to do this.
Okay, Lactoid, and then I have another question for the panel as a whole to kind of maybe guide this discussion a little bit. Go ahead, Lactoid.
Okay, I wanted to make 3 points. One, I don't think children of the mentally compromised should be allowed to donate to things, and I also don't even know. I'm also think they should be highly limited in the amount, like what kind of purchases they can make, under the same logic. But I don't think that if you're under 18, you should be able to donate to these streamers at all, or to anybody. Second point, I think parasocial relationships are symptomatic of an antisocial decline in America. This includes the rise of persona streamers and things like OnlyFans. However, in the third point, when we look at these services, I think it says something more about the consumer than the provider. If you're the kind of person to donate money or dump money into, you know, personalized nudes, or throw money at a rich streamer because it brings you some kind of emotional satisfaction, I think really this kind of makes you their submissive and them your dominatrix. It's kind of a fucked up social behavior and a little bit pathetic, but we can't tell people they can't be pathetic.
I mean, we can advise them not to be. I see your hands, don't worry. I'll get you, but you'll be the first to answer this next question first, because I want to kind of guide this along just a tad, just a little bit. So is there value, right, in looking at some of these GoFundMes, looking at some of these products, and then advising people and saying, hey, I don't think this is a good investment. I don't think that they're being wise with their, like, I think they're being dishonest. I think they're being whatever. Like, to what extent does that become acceptable versus just becoming hating on a thing or product, right? Like, at what point should we valorize people who are trying to point out flaws in someone else's charity work, even if they're valid flaws, right? Even if they look at things like Black Lives Matter and they say, hey, none of this money's going where it's going, right? To a certain extent, it can become weird a little bit. And I hate to use these very vague phrasings, but I'm gonna, because it's fucking my stream. Yeah, it becomes weird when that's all you're doing is pointing out constant flaws in something rather than addressing that as all. So we could talk about that as well, or we can continue bashing somebody. Either one is fine. Corey, you had your hand up, and I know Lake wanted to speak. We'll go with that.
Yeah, I just wanted to maybe ask a few questions, or one question to Lactoid, because it seems like based off what you were saying, that these parasocial relationships are like a symptom of kind of, I guess, a sort of a disconnect in our culture, or the lack of connection in our culture. So you would agree then that social connection like is important, and that there should be more emphasis on that in building and cultivating communities and social connection? Would that be it? And as a point of clarification, would you describe? I think you described yourself as a libertarian, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. I would encourage you to look into the research in terms of libertarianism, social connection, and how libertarians sort of feel about social connection, because there's interesting psychological research there, and there sort of maybe can be characterized as lack of empathy.
Listen, I want people to socially engage. I want people to respect each other's consent and free association. I think that's an important element here. I want there to be a society in which people are comfortable with the people they spend time with, and they want to spend time with the people they want to spend time with. But what we're having now, I think, is people who don't spend time with anybody, and who get all their social interaction, not necessarily even by socially interacting with people, but in this, they don't have relationships. They get what their sexual needs by, paying people on OnlyFans. They don't get their social needs met.
I'll take your word for it.
They watch streamers. People watch us on for hours and hours, and it's not like, I think for a lot of people, evident by their behavior when they donate to these people, and they have these expectations and they go crazy when these expectations aren't met. I think it's not just entertainment, right? They're not watching these people because it's like a TV show or a movie. They're watching these people because they have like a profound, deep desire for social connection that they simply cannot get. And I think it's really sad that, that people would donate to these streamers who are wealthier than them, because they feel this sense of obligation due to this sort of deep social need that's being unmet.
I love when people donate to streamers, just like Feder Methodist did right now with his bits. Thank you very much.
That's why I clarified who are like really wealthy or wealthier than them. That's why I clarified. Okay, I'm talking about like Hassan. Okay, not you.
Yeah. If I can respond quickly.
You may quickly, then Oleg.
Yeah. I'll try to be brief. So I totally agree with everything that you outlined there, Lactoid. And yet it seems, again, you should also maybe look into how capitalism, since I believe you advocate pretty strongly for capitalistic values, and how capitalistic values is more or less like built into the system of a lack of social connection is just a natural outcome built into the system.
No, we had for most of capitalism's history, right? This wasn't an issue. Like, people absolutely had, and people, now people who, there's a lot of people who have like a deep, profound social need that isn't being met. But, there is avenues that people have. And in the past, it wasn't even a problem because people actually utilize those avenues, right? There were social organizations that people went to. And yes, part of it is the fact that, this country used to be more religious and people would actually congregate every week and like meet with each other and talk with each other. But that, just because we're, as a country, becoming more secular doesn't necessarily mean we have to abandon that practice, right? I think people should be more comfortable and be more encouraged and maybe even socially pressured to go to social events and join clubs and do these things instead of, what we're perfectly fine allowing children to do now, which is none of that. It's kind of sad. And I think
the problem is
it starts with children.
Okay.
The problem
Oleg
is this,
and then Bryce.
The problem is this kind of, unfortunately, sounds a little bit like kind of old man yelling at clouds, like technology changed things. Because it's true that time and time again, we've changed it. You can go back to the 50s and grandparents are crying about the advent of TV and people watching television. The truth of the matter is, social interaction has changed, clearly, and we do need to be better about it, right? We do need to teach kids how to be better. And I think that an issue that we always have when a new technology, a new form of socialization or communication exists, is that usually there's a first generation that has to work through it. And I think honestly, you know, this generation, millennials, Zoomers, whatever you want to call it, is really the generation that's sort of trailblazing. How do we have fruitful social interaction online or all that kind of stuff? So I think it's a little bit weird to just sort of broadly criticize like some guy jerking off to OnlyFans as being somehow more morally decadent than some person jerking off to images in their head or on the scribbled pictures on the Bible. Like,
let me clarify.
There's going to be a big difference there, right?
Yeah, I'm not criticizing the advent of like the internet or technology in the sense of like, do I think overall it's a good thing? Absolutely, right? I think the benefits outweigh the negatives. So I'm not like old man yelling at the sky in terms of like, we got to go back. But at the same time, I think I am justified in criticizing areas in which, you know, maybe there has been some decline. Because obviously I would like that, you know, for it to just be getting better in every avenue, but I don't think it is. You know, I think there is a fundamental difference between somebody jerking off to like, you know, some Playboy and somebody who, despite having access to like more nudes than they could mentally comprehend on Google Images, yet feels the desire for some kind of like personal social interaction desire, like wants to give money to somebody so then they can like send their nude, and maybe even message them. Of course, is it them messaging them or is it a bot? Who knows? But there's some kind of like social thing there. That's why people are buying it.
Wait, what's wrong with bespoke products? Like, like if you want something, there are tens of thousands of suits out there, but you want something that fits, right?
Like, do you
No,
think
this
it's
is
a bad
different. This
autograph?
is a social thing.
Is getting an
He's
autograph a
100%
bad thing?
right. You're not engaging for any specific taste or flavor. You're engaging for like the basic human contact and the simulation of an emotional connection there.
Yes.
And that's entirely monetarily based, and to act like it's not some sort of like parasocial and inherently different thing from like jacking off to pictures of a stranger. I'm sorry, it's just a little naive, guys.
Yeah.
It's not.
I
It's
go
not
to my
naive.
tailor
It's
for the
that
hand
we
job,
do
thank you.
parasocial. We do
Yeah, I
parasocial
can
stuff
tell.
throughout
I
history.
can tell. It's probably worth it.
We've done
So,
parasocial throughout history, whether it was like regaling about the legends of some other person who went on a battlefield and we all lived up and wanted to, you know, talk with that person. Oh, the hero who went off to war and came back and everybody wants to buy him a beer to get his story and live virtuously through him. I mean, the argument is that parasociality, as we're talking about, yes, it's different because it's much more abstract. Now it's a person that you may never even talk to face to face. But it's clear that
there's like a
always
romantic
been this-
entanglement aspect of it too, that some of
Sure.
these people obviously develop like what they like, very one-sided and like asymmetrical social relationships that create this like substitute for real life human interaction in their
Yes.
like lifestyles, and that's extremely detrimental to
Yes.
their
We
mental
need
health
to.
and-
We need to. We got an order, gang. We need to go to
Okay,
Bryce.
sorry.
We need to go to
Yeah,
Kat.
thank you.
Absolutely.
Oh, wait,
I'm
wait.
fine
Do
to
you
wait,
mind,
I'm
do you
just
mind if I
really
just say this real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Wick, I did want to answer your question real quick, which is, yes, it should be okay. Sorry to get back to it. It should be okay for people to actually say, hey, this person's not doing their thing. And then it should be okay for somebody to counter you and say, oh, maybe you're a bad actor. You know what I mean? So I think it's
Sure,
okay to have
sure.
that discourse.
It's okay.
So-
Fair enough. Go ahead.
Thank you. A number of different things. First, I want to be the nice guy for somebody to clarify that when Oleg said some guy jerking off, I don't think he meant somebody jerking off to OnlyFans. Just to be clear, just to be perfectly clear. Now,
Sure.
a couple of things. So I think we can identify phenomena without attributing blame to something like OnlyFans or these other services, because usually this is not a good faith attribution, and usually it's because somebody has like some strong feelings about sex work or like prostitution or even like the platforms. And I think we can look at these phenomena. These are pretty like unique, like 21st century phenomena, and agree that like, okay, we need to change our conversations a little bit more, encourage people to do more. And I think it's something that can kind of boil down to like parenting, right? Like looking at my nephews get like a certain amount of time in front of screens, and there's a ton of incentivization for them participating in sports, being active in sports, going outside, going in the pool, and being like a lot more active and in their like social groups and friend circles. And I think that this just boils down to like community, right? We can do more to foster community and things like that. And I wouldn't want to try to just create some kind of boogeyman and say like, oh, well, this is the problem, because all that happens, like if you get rid of something like OnlyFans or whatever, the problem is still there, right? Like you haven't actually addressed the root problem. You've only addressed something that happened as a byproduct of that problem. And the other thing
Not
was,
like, to be clear, saying we shouldn't have it.
okay.
Well,
Fine,
hold on,
I-
and that was my point from the beginning, right? I said it was like these things are symptomatic of an underlying problem. Like,
Okay, fair.
This is why I said like I don't even think we should be blamed.
Issues that they create is an important part of like navigating having those new systems in our society. So it's not like we can have like a super binary, no, we've got to shut it all off because we notice that these problems are commonly emerging. It's more just like, okay, so how do we manage these responsibly and make sure that people who lack the cognitive ability to really like manage their
But is there not
correctly?
a value in sometimes addressing systems? Like if symptoms, I should say, addressing symptoms. Like if one of the symptoms is I'm getting like a super severe anal discharge and just diarrhea constantly, right? Like, yeah, maybe it's not the disease that curing that and stopping that is not the disease, but hell yeah, I'm going to take something to stop that symptom, right?
Yeah, listen, I would say that this is like an America problem, right? I think you guys have a tendency to look at anything that is an ailment, an illness, or something that's dysfunctional with regards like how do we treat this, right? In Canada and like other countries, we look at like preventative measures and we look at like how can we stop this from ever happening. So I think it might just be like a uniquely American problem that you guys have a lot of anal discharge. One like last thing I want to get out of that. Yeah, maybe. But one last thing, like with Oleg. What Oleg said was very, very true. Like parasociality, it's kind of one of those things that I get really annoyed that it becomes introduced into the lexicon of like streamers and content creators or like YouTube across all platforms, because parasociality in itself is not a bad thing. If a kid idolizes Kobe Bryant and is like, oh my God, like Kobe's the fucking listens to all his speeches, like all the motivational shit, that's a parasocial connection. And that is not something that's bad. That's a good thing.
I don't think so. I don't even agree with that.
If you have a role model, if you look up to somebody, if you read someone's like autobiography, that's one thing. But if you think that you're best friends with Kobe Bryant and I'm going to be, oh my gosh, I need to go and meet this person because we have so much in common. We have the same birthday and we're going to be best friends forever because I've read all of your books. Now you've got a freaking mental problem of some sort. There is a rise in that, and the way that our social media works, it's encouraging people to participate in this far more often.
And there's a tremendous amount of bad actors out there on social media that like impersonate celebrities and prey on people that have very low cognitive ability or like a very strong parasocial relationship with said celebrities. I mean, I watched an episode of a show a few months ago where this woman was 100% convinced she was in a relationship with Tyler Perry, that they were like actually getting married very soon because she'd been like having Facebook conversations where like some guy with Tyler Perry's profile picture was like soliciting money from her and telling her like they're gonna meet soon. Like the internet has definitively like broadened the scope of grifters and bad actors to the point that like we have to be able to have rational conversations about the way that it manifests in like these online spaces. So
I also the point is to criticize those actions. Then we shouldn't say parasociality is bad or that these concepts are bad. No, I mean like what we're saying is that it's good for us to have this distinction where we're able to say, all right, this strawman, and I mean strawman in the sense of this example of like the crazy person, that's probably bad, or a grifter doing this is bad. But the idea of having a person you like watching online, a person that, I have a streamer, I like watching them, it's not exactly the same level of parasociality, even though it is, right? It's just a different type.
I will let you go real quick, Lactoid. Yes, you're exactly next, but I just want to let you know, gang, if you want to be parasocial with me.
I was next.
Cassia, then Lactoid. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. We've gone miles away in this, and I just want to say the fear of parasociality is an ongoing and recurring theme throughout society. I'm pretty sure that when books were invented, people were afraid that it was going to be the death of actual social interaction, the likes of which we were supposed to be encouraging. I cannot find it, but I definitely read a story about how that was a fear in ancient Greece. It has been a fear, at least in America, when the telephone was invented, when the television was invented. Somehow, despite the parasociality, we've only developed newer and newer ways to make two people feel close, or to make one person feel disproportionately close to another. The telephone has enabled this in ways where you could call into perhaps your favorite radio station and then talk to the person who you believe acknowledges your existence for longer than that conversation. The truth of the matter is, nothing that we necessarily do is ever going to eliminate, but can disincentivize parasociality. A really good example of this is people's original disbelief that J.K. Rowling was saying transphobic things, or that she was falling for that particular rhetoric. And yes, people were forming a parasocial relationship with her when they believed in her, when they idolized her. You can do that with books just the same as you can do that with any kind of technology. I think that we kind of just have to acknowledge the only way that we're ever going to be able to do anything is to accept that like these relationships are existing, but so far none of this, not books, not the telephone, not the computer or anything, has been like the undermining of society. We haven't like all suddenly been destroyed. So I don't think parasociality is like the issue that we give it credit for. It seems like we have a few instances of it being incredibly heartbreaking, but it doesn't seem to affect as many people's lives as we sometimes make it out to.
Okay, so I want to clarify. I think you actually did a good job at like describing the difference, but based on some of the responses after, I don't know if it really hit home. There is a fundamental difference between parasocial relationships and like idolizing somebody, right? You can idolize somebody. You can think they're like a good person. You can think, wow, this person has all the ideals. You could be obsessed with somebody, right? You could be like a Civil War, reenactor dressed up like General Grant, and you could be doing that every day for your whole life. Okay, that's not that you're idolizing somebody. You're obsessed with somebody. That's not a parasocial relationship, right? A parasocial relationship is when you start to begin to have the inference and the belief that you have a reciprocal social relationship with somebody when that's not how it works, right? When that's not what it is, when it's entirely one-sided, when they see you as a number and not a person, right? That's what that is. When you're getting your need for social interaction from somebody who's not reciprocating that in the same way, that's a parasocial relationship. And I think
necessarily like there's
by definition it is.
Not
after you, Bryce, you can respond, but after you're gonna get to Corey.
Okay. So I want to finish, right? So,
but Bryce is next. Bryce responds. Go
right.
ahead.
Yep. And so when I'm saying that parasocial relationships are a symptom of like this problem of like social depravity that exists amongst a lot of people in this country and around the world. By the way, it's not the worst in this country, right? The worst in Japan, where you have services where you can hire a pretend family to pretend like they love you and to show up and go to functions with you. I mean, does anybody find that sad? Right? That is a symptom of just social depravity happening in Japan right now. And is the problem?
They have a thing called host boys that basically stand on the street corner and solicit the attention of lonely women to go up into cafes and just talk to them while they eat or drink for a half an hour or an hour. It's one of the craziest things I experienced while I was over there.
Yeah, that's an example of I think a culture that's really suffering from social depravity, and I think more to the extent that even we are in the West and in America. But in America,
do you think there weren't lonely people that existed before then, and they might have had no way out of this situation? Is it let's just think to ourselves that
isn't this the market working? There's a need there, and the market's just this is market forces.
Wait, so you're right. You're 100% right. Like the market is reacting to what people are demonstrating as a need. The problem I'm having is like, first of all, why is this like a need now? It probably, a lot of studies seem to indicate that it could be related to the rise in certain technological advances. That's something that we should probably be cognizant of, and we should probably try to combat. We should probably say like, this gives us all these great things, but at the same time, like, why is it that there is a need now that the market has to respond to? What is creating this need where it's so bad in Japan you have to pretend to hire a family to love you, or like in America where you have to hire like pretend girlfriends? Like, why is this going to be something that we can just like not see as a problem that's getting worse? People in the past used to be lonely too, but right now it's getting worse.
Okay, we gotta let Bryce respond. Go ahead.
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay, so you got a lot of the stuff about parasocial, right? But it's not exclusively that there's some delusional belief about the relationship. It is it is true that it's a one-sided relationship, and you can believe that your favorite basketball star, or like typically it's something that would be noticed in like chat show, like Jimmy Kimmel, right? People that are able to like look directly at the camera, that are like people that experience something like the person is talking to the TV set to them, right? And it's not there's like scales to it. So you can't have somebody that is like watching Kobe Bryant, hearing all these speeches, and it feels like Kobe Bryant is speaking to them. All his advice is like speaking to their life circumstances. So the main point that I'm trying to make is that there are still positive forms of like parasociality, right? Like people can have parasocial relationships that are like quote unquote positive. I think what we usually talk about are the negative ones, the ones that get talked about the most, the ones that get like the most involvement from psychologists and like medical professionals are the ones that are negative, like crazy fans, etc., that actually have the delusional beliefs that there is like a delusional sorry, I had a notification that I got maybe lose my train of thought. So absolutely they're insane fans. But the other thing that I want to say, you said like, why is there now a need? There's been a phenomena throughout history of this stuff existing, right? All we see, like you touched on it, the technology is exacerbating it because it has created avenues by which you can have this experience exacerbated, right? So this technology is just kind of like antagonizing what was already there. It's not something that is now a result of like the society that we have. Japan is like a really unique system, or like unique situation where a bunch of shit is going wrong, but I wouldn't use Japan to infer about like everything else.
No, so it's we're in Japan like the most, but I think it's going wrong everywhere to some extent in this particular field, right? Like I also just disagree. Like I disagree with this idea of there being a positive parasociality. Like there are obviously degrees of bad. If you're like a crazy fan and you believe this person's in love with you, yeah, that's really bad, and like this is going to dramatically affect your life, and you know maybe it's at the point where like you become like mentally compromised and you should like get help. That could probably be a situation for some people. But there's also a lot of parasociality that's not quite as bad, but is still bad, right? Like I don't think it's a good thing that there are people who feel like socially satisfied or get some of their social interaction from like believing that the media, like these media stars, are talking to them. Every person should have like a self-esteem where like they are watching people and they can look at them from an objective point of view of like, oh, this is like a good person. This is what they're saying is aligning with my beliefs. Now this kind of weird, like so like personal connection.
Bryce, can I ask for like your perspective on what would be like a good example of a positive parasocial relationship? I want to know how you're defining the term.
Okay. Like a positive social relationship for me would be like a daytime chat host that is just talking about like the new, like you could use like streamers, right? Like I think that for a lot of people, a relationship with a streamer is positive because you can look at and not all people, obviously. You can look at people like Hassan, people like Destiny. There are countless people that come forward, be like, yo, like watching you has made me like challenge ideas, challenge my lifestyle, improve my lifestyle, and like all these ancillary benefits to just watching and having this like relationship of like being a part of the chat and like contributing to this. And because they feel like there is some like one-sided relationship, and if they were like walk down the street, they would recognize Destiny, but Destiny wouldn't recognize them. So it's absolutely one-sided, but it's still like a positive thing.
Okay.
So I think that we're kind of acknowledging and touching on a point. As a psychology student, I'd like to kind of weigh in on this. The reason that technology is becoming a harm to us is not necessarily anything about parasociality. The reason is that it creates easy access to spaces that do not challenge us. We are losing our absolute fucking minds because people do not challenge us anymore, and we can find echo chambers to agree with our every idea. And when people are not challenged to think, that is a problem. The reason why those particular streamers tend to have good communities is that when those streamers have good communities, it's because those streamers are actually challenging ideas that their audiences think. The worst actors in any of those audiences are absolutely the people whose ideas are not being challenged or made to think about these issues. I think that parasociality is not necessarily the problem. People can form very productive role model mentee relationships, sort of, without necessarily having the other person return very much outside of the content they create. And it's very important to focus on that. Also, I'm kind of lost on how this is the thing that makes crowdfunding unethical. Though I would say that
Completely
you
lost.
I will say we have gone.
I leverage my parasociality to give me the money.
Hey, everyone. We have gone off topic, but this is a cool topic, and I want to, like, if we want to talk about parasociality, let's talk about parasociality. So, now we're talking about that. So,
politics has existed since the advent of society.
It's not necessarily a bad thing, though.
Politics has existed since the advent of society, and that is one of the most clear examples of parasocial relationships that has ever existed. And so the idea that somehow, we can understand that there's good parasocial stuff, let's say within politics, where you devote your time, your energy, your emotional state to helping somebody win and feeling elation when they do win, and that person will literally never know that you ever exist, versus maybe going too far and turning it into a place where, okay, sure, yeah, you're going to go and do an insurrection or whatever, like you're going to go too far. And I think that it's clear that, again, the point that people have made over and over again is this weird concept that social depravity is starting now because people, because of this, that it's just some new effect. Sure, because people have food, I guess. Maybe because people have stable housing, so they're going to start looking for more social relationships. Maybe it's different. Maybe when you were really poor back in the old days and you had to farm all day, you didn't have enough time to think about these things. But it doesn't speak to any idea that it doesn't strike me as something that's truly unique, as opposed to stories that we're hearing that society in particular is now having a market that tries to resolve it, whereas before it just didn't exist. I mean, I guess it did exist. We had prostitution since the beginning of time.
Lactoid, then Portland, then Corey.
Okay, so I'm not saying that these kind of social problems haven't existed. I'm saying that they're getting worse, right? I understand, like, things happen in the past too. I recognize that. Two, I think it is a problem when people form parasocial relationships with the politicians. You shouldn't vote for politicians based on, like, I think they personally like me or I personally like them. That should never be why you vote for somebody. It should be because I've taken a rational analysis of their policy platform and what they're going to do in the job, and, like, I think it's beneficial for reasons X, Y, Z. It should be a logical process. It shouldn't be like, well, he just felt like the right kind of guy. Like, he really hit. No, like, he doesn't know you. You don't know him. This shouldn't be the reason why people, and I agree with you, a lot of people do make the decision.
That's
I think
logic
it's a real
brain, though. That's not you would never want to vote for, like, if you only vote based on exactly, like, oh, this policy, this policy. What happens when you have two people that have exactly the same policy? What happens if the person that says they support these policies can't get it done because they can't work with another, when they can't work with other people?
That is part of the objective analysis, right? You can analyze their credibility. You can say, do I believe this person when they're actually going to accomplish, like, the certain policy platforms? It's all part of it. But this idea that, like, sure, it's objective, but it's not the same thing as, like, I'm going to have a kind of like a social,
have a beer with them,
a belief of, like, a social, a beer with them, or, like, a belief of, like, a social relationship that I have with this person that doesn't exist. Parasociality is not a good thing that people engage in, like, ever. It can't be a good thing.
I have to straight up interrupt you. Like, that's not true, because when we look at, I'm grateful that she mentioned, Cassie mentioned psychology. So we look at some of the different ideas from psychology, right? So Albert Bandura had the social cognitive theory, which highlighted that kids learn from televised. They learn about roles, learn about identity, motivation, and behavior from televised roles, right? It is something you have baked into, like, one-sided relate. Yeah, exactly. That is fine. That's parasocial. Like, you can have.
No, it's not.
Not by his definition and criteria. Like,
okay, I don't give a fuck about his definition.
Or Wikipedia's definition, because that's where I got it.
If I may, if I may,
go back to Wikipedia. Dude.
Like,
that's all I can say is go back to
here's
Wikipedia.
Where, like, the hyper rationality of you lactoid really comes into play, which I have no problem describing you as hyper rational.
You know I'm right.
Well, so if I will maybe attempt, perhaps in a flawed way, to bridge the gap of, like, the way your criteria for parasocial, like, I can agree that that's the definition. And if I recall your definition correctly in your criteria, like, you mentioned something that's, more reciprocal, and maybe a little bit more of a balanced relationship. Like, I would argue that most of the online relationships then don't fit your definition of, like, parasocial. As in, like, I would argue that most viewers of Wick, or me, or anyone here, don't actually have parasocial relationships with their viewers. And that
not necessarily, right? If you're engaging with your viewers and like there is more, like if it's a smaller group of people, sure. But when you have people like Hassan, who they don't know shit about like the vast majority of the people who watch them, and they're wealthy as fuck, and they're getting money from the people, like this is clearly like exploitation of a parasocial relationship.
Yeah, I don't disagree. That certainly how you've outlined parasocial relationships, how you've defined them, and the criteria are probably not a good thing. Or like there's certainly elements that are bad and detrimental and are having broad societal effects. And so I think we're on the same page there.
They are the symptom.
Yeah, sure. So, and here's where, when it comes to symptoms, I'll push back. You know, you brought up the whole concept of rent-a-family in Japan, which I agree, that's a problem, that's a symptom. And you say, you frame it, and this probably leads to a larger conversation, of like, yes, the market is responding to this. I would frame it as the market is driving that. As in like, I don't think it's a coincidence in terms of like the rise of loneliness in Japan is very much mirrored also like in pretty much every other developed nation that happens to adopt a certain system. Again, if you look into capitalistic values, okay, why is there a rise of obesity also in these nations? We could talk about psychology.
Capitalism, gang. It's all capitalism all the way down.
It's just as logical. It's literally just as logical as the social depravity argument.
Okay, it is a rise when it comes to like the rise of the internet, and there is in a way that I don't think exists with capitalism. Unless you're going to relate like with the rise of internet to capitalism, which potentially could be, you could make that argument, I guess. And then in that case, yeah, maybe if we're going to say like the rise of the internet is due to capitalism and the internet is what's causing this, I can see the line there. And maybe then I would agree with you, like this could be a problem that capitalism did initially create, okay? But again, I think the internet is still better than it is worse, but also like this does seem to be an issue with the internet because obviously it is, right? Obviously, if you can sit at home and you can access everything you need, all the information you need, you can access, you can go back and forth from email and social and messaging and stuff. Of course, you're like, it's more convenient to do that than actually go talk to people in person, and people strive for convenience. That's how it works. This is a problem of the modern age, and the fact it's getting worse over time.
Yeah, and the fact that you can sell relationships as products via these mediums now is undoubtedly causing like a feedback loop of people with bad emotional habits and like poor relationship management skills not having to address those issues and creating like unmanageable personal spirals because they can supplement their human interaction and effectively like need for affirmation by just like giving a stranger enough money to make nice conversation with them. Like that is obviously something that needs to be grappled with in a country that is wrought with mental health problems, and in any developing nation where like the increase in free time and like leisure activity necessarily leads to a greater state of like mental health problems in that society. That's just like it's a natural outcome.
Yeah, if I may just tack on something.
To the farms. Everybody farm 12 hours a day. Let's go back. Let's resolve it. Then
that is unironically exactly what I said and continue to advocate for.
Everything that Portland brought up, I just want to tack on unmanaged insecurities.
20 people. Yeah, you can go next, but then Bryce and Lactoid, because I'm sure Bryce is going to respond to you. Go ahead. And thank you, Franklin and Slash, for the subs. You're great. Sorry you couldn't make the panel today, but you're awesome. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, I just wanted to tack on everything that Portland outlined. I would also add on, unmanaged insecurities. That's it. And that as a result of unmanaged insecurities, a certain system can exploit those insecurities.
Got you. Bryce, Lactoid.
Okay. I'm not going to respond to too much stuff from the previous thing, except to try to like hammer home good to go back to Wikipedia thing, because I just had a look at the Wikipedia for that, and there's actual like whole ass section about the positive consequences that actually does mention Albert Bandura as well as other people. So there's definitely something for you to look into there. I would also say that I agree with you that we're facing like unique 21st century problems. And I think that this necessitates certain conversations and probably deploying different methods to like deal with it. Now, I think that there's less of a necessity to highlight that it's places like OnlyFans, and like Twitch and other things like that, because there's already like guns pointing at these places, right? We don't need to give more really like faulty kind of like shit ammunition to somebody that's already pointing a gun at these websites from like an ideological point of view, a religious point of view, and already trying to like shit on them, right?
Wait, so I can't have conversations that like inform the, you know, state of how people should interact with these kind of mediums because it might, those arguments might echo some that are made by bad actors?
No, it's not. I think conversations are fine, but I think that we want to be careful with our language because there are situations where we have like these bad actors that are just having some like dogmatic ideology push something and kind of runs against our like scientific, like Socratic kind of based society. I think the conversations are fine to have. You just have to be really careful with the language because sometimes the language can seem like you're pointing the finger directly, and it can feed into like, I guess some like really popular things that are going around right now are like the men's right, like the red pill and the what do you like Sneeko and like Andrew Tate and those
community
types.
or like the red pill community, like those people that, the manosphere guys. Okay, fuck those guys.
So
just to be
clear. So sometimes
they're not allowed to use any of my arguments, and I'll do my best to avoid all of theirs. But I honestly I do understand your point that like we shouldn't give food to bad actors who are ideologically bankrupt and pursuing these like conversations in bad faith. But I do think that we need to be able to like have these conversations to make sure that like we're fostering healthy communities as much as we possibly can, because we can't put plain packaging laws in place for OnlyFans. You know, as products represent like a greater detriment to like the overall mental or physical health of a community, usually governments seek to regulate those those packages or those products, and we can't.
So the main thing that I want to respond to that with is, I'll make it really quick for you, Wick. I apologize. Is that I think I absolutely agree with you. We want to take steps, and that's going to involve conversations as well, where we might say and talk about things that are like a Venn diagram in that context. But we also want to put the emphasis on empowering the individuals, right? We want people to be able to look at something like signing up on OnlyFans, because by itself, making an OnlyFans account and paying $10 to jerk off, paying $20 to have some girl tell me my big dick is big, like whatever the fuck is catching your fancy, that's okay. But you should be able to have some level of like conscious introspection, being like, wait, am I doing this for like just because it's a Friday night, I'm bored, I want to get off? Or am I trying to fill like a void in my life? And I think this loops back to like a necessity for us to just educate and empower people better. Like I think we're dropping the ball. It's 2022. We have all like literally the wealth of human knowledge at our fingertips. We haven't done like fuck all with improving the curriculum. You can look at like systems like IB and see that they do things. You know, I did lie to you. I apologize. I'll finish it up right here. We look at systems like IB, and IB does such a better job with education compared to like public school in Canada, America, and other places.
Okay, I just have a few follow-ups to that. Real quick.
Gang, we have an exit. Like for some people need to go directly at 8, so I want to get into that. I want to give them a chance to have their closing statements and shuffle off. But this isn't exactly precisely what I wanted to talk about, but it is an interesting discussion. I think in the future, maybe next Monday, I will dedicate the topic to parasociality and things like that, because this is an interesting discussion to have. Thanks for being here. Thanks for coming around. Thanks for accepting my invite. And I know it got a little chaotic, but I appreciate all of you. Great to my listeners, to my viewers. I just want you to look me in the eyes real quick. I love you. Every single one of you. Yes, you, even you. I love you. If you donate it to me, I will love you more. So there. With that said, Tuesday we have Ginger Ramoth coming on, and she's going to co-host my open call-in show. That's at 6 p.m. Thursday, gang. Thursday at 6 p.m. We're going to be talking about Salman Rushdie, one of the most important voices right now in free speech. He was stabbed over the weekend. He was put into intensive care. I think he's off the ventilator right now, but he's the man who wrote the Satanic Verses, which actually caused a breakdown in relations between Britain and India, or I'm sorry, Iran. But between Britain and Iran, it caused fire bombings of the bookstores in Boston and Chicago. It caused a U.S. embassy to be attacked. and several Muslims to die in that attack. It was a huge thing, right? And so we're going to talk about his life. We're going to talk about his works. We're going to talk about why it's important to stand free speech. So Thursday, that's the thing. Friday, 6 p.m. Eastern, we're going to talk about maps. We're going to have Doobie. We're going to have Zonia. We're going to have Kid Not Kin. We're going to have a lot of other people on. And it should be an interesting discussion. Okay, but I want to give everyone a chance. I know
Can I go first?
I know we have a few people that need to go first. Cassia, then you, Corey, then Lactoid, and then we'll go in the normal. Go ahead.
Hello. I am Cassia. I've been Fauna and Flora on Twitch. Please sub to our channel. We do currently it's just Subnautica, but we allow people to do call-ins, ask us anything. You ever been curious about what it's like for a plural to be a trans person? Anything like that, we can give you the inside look. As for the panel topics, parasociality, actually kind of good. Good thing that people are inspiring some of these emotions with you. We're D&D streamers, our entire goal is to get you experience something you wouldn't otherwise experience. The problem is that we're not teaching people to deal with these emotions, and because we're not teaching people how to deal with society, they are interacting with it in ways that are subversive to their interests. As for ethical crowdsourcing, I think that crowdsourcing can and should be more ethical. It needs to be more ethical. We need to have transparency, and it needs to stop being about selling virtue. We need actual conviction to the causes, because buying virtue points, kind of gross. That's mostly it. When it comes to parasociality, you need to challenge yourself. Does the person respond to you? Does the person feel the same way about you? Would the person be there for you? That's about it. Don't believe that that the Dark Wick is rising. Dark Wick has already risen.
It's risen in our hearts. It's risen in our hearts. Again, give her a follow. Fauna of Flora. I put the link in chat. She's great. You're great. We love you. I'm going to be very brief on the compliments today. Corey Campbell, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll try to keep it brief. So first of all, thank you to everyone on the panel, and thank you to Wick for inviting me. Always a pleasure, somebody. Pleasure to meet you, Bryce. Always a pleasure, Lactoid. I have a feeling I might run into you somewhere in the future. Pleasure to meet you, Olake, and always a pleasure, Portland. I'm Corey Campbell. You can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv, Corey Campbell84. On Twitter and Instagram, literally, it's Corey Campbell. And I cover science, research, politics. I do the occasional workout stream. And yeah, crowdsourcing, I think, is largely ethically neutral for the most part. And there's a much larger conversation about parasocial relationships that I think would be a suitable panel topic. And I'll leave it there. Thank you again. Always a pleasure.
Well, we'll probably invite you on there for Monday, and that'll be an interesting topic, and we'll kind of go into some more details there. Thank you for being here. Gang, put his link in chat. Go give him a follow. Yeah, I understand. Lactoid.
All right, that was great. I have to hop right into the Prime one. All right, I'm actually going to be back. I'm going to use the washroom. 1 second. This is one of the panel topics. All right. Sorry for the delay. Gotta hop right in. Oh, Maktar. Welcome. Thanks so much for passing by. Thank you for the positive feedback. I appreciate it.
I would follow that rule, right? I'd be like, if I gotta be early, right? If I'm,
Right.
on time, I'm late. But they didn't like it, actually. They wanted me to be on time. Like, I thought I was doing, like, a good thing.
You mean like you would clock in like 2 or 3 minutes early and they'd be like, what, how dare you kind of thing?
No, it's not clock in. I would show up to meetings, right? Like, I'd always make sure I was there for a meeting. Not fuck around, always make sure I'm there on time. But they wanted me to be there exactly on time.
Hey, Prime guys, can I pause for just a moment? This little
Sure.
story and just say, Lactoid, you're looking beautiful. All right, you cleaned up a little bit. Your hair looks nice. Did you have court recently? Because you look.
Cannot
great.
hear you. Hold on, let me pull them in. Now you can see. Now you can see all those nice things of Lactoid.
Lactoid. Did you recently have court? Because you look great right now. You look cleaned up. Your hair looks nice. Did you have to go do some real work and you had to get yourself cleaned up?
It was for me. I was just on a panel with him.
Listen, I just wanted to look good for all my friends here. Okay, that's what it was.
I want you to know, Lactoid. I know you're kind of new to streaming, but I just gave you a joke, right? I gave you the opportunity to be funny, and you didn't run with it. You didn't. I gave you the baton, and you immediately tripped.
Sorry. Lactoid, tell him that you don't need his fucking charity, all right?
I don't need your fucking charity, Fabian Liberty Scott.
Yeah, that's right. Us ANCAPs, we don't believe in charity.
That's all you believe in.
See how I did that? See, like I immediately took it and subverted it. There you go.
All right. I'm very happy with this so far, right? I am happy to see you all getting along for like the first few minutes. It's looking good. Let's see how long we can make this last.
Primecuz, I don't legitimately get angry at anyone here except you because I don't care about any of the rest of these people.
Hey.
All right? You know why I care about Primecuz? I'll say it. Because when I was doing bullshit libertarian podcasts to like 4 viewers, there was no discoverability in any way, shape, or form. But Primekuz and his devotion to the Twitch politics community and constantly doing late as fuck nobody panels where anybody can come on that are popular gave me the opportunity for people to go, holy shit, this guy is passionate and cringe as fuck. I have to see this. I have to see more of this. And like, if it wasn't for Primekuz and those original panels, all right, I wouldn't have a space. Well, I mean, I probably would because I'm so talented, but it would have taken a lot more time. Right? You know what I mean? Now that we're like, now that we're like have no problem getting in the 30s and 40s and occasionally getting in the 50s, like, I don't think, I don't need to show up at Primekuz at 2:00 in the morning to like hope that 3 people will find me. But the fact that he does that allows you to see so many people and allows this like community to actually grow in that way.
I am glad I played a very small role in your origin story.
Yeah.
But no, I honestly, I'm very happy to be of any service. Seriously, I think you guys are all great, all fantastic, and I'm always more grateful to you guys than you and anyone here is ever grateful to me, because you guys come on. You don't have to spend your time here, but you do, and we have like good conversations. Maybe frustrating conversations, but we have conversations, and I enjoy them, and so yeah. So I'm. And I try to remind you guys all the time how grateful I am to you. So I try to be very sincere about that. Oh, a little bit. Thank you for gifting us up to Stardust for whatever reason. But thank you. I appreciate it. He was gushing about you earlier.
That bitch of a troll that will not get out of my goddamn chat, trolling every fucking second, is over here gifting fucking subs to Prime. I fucking see you, bitch.
I guess there's only
I see how it is.
We're waiting for a Sprout. Hopefully Sprout will be here soon. Oh, there. Okay.
My community wanted me to let you know that you're now in some part responsible for irresponsible platforming for anything that gets me canceled at any point because of your role in my origin story, and you bear that responsibility. So just know that.
Okay, I will. I'll hold on to that. It'll be with a heavy heart when you say something anti-Semitic, right?
Yo, you realize that like ANCAPs are like mostly Jews, right? Like that we're like the most Jewish ideology there you can think of.
I have not heard of that. I'll have to take your word for it.
Rothbard is a Jew. Mises is a Jew. Hans Hermann Hoppe isn't. Walter Block's a Jew. David Friedman's a Jew. Obviously, Milton
I feel
Friedman's
like it should be expected given how selfish and stingy their ideology is.
Shit. Mostly Jews escaping the fucking horrors of the Holocaust and Nazism is like what leads to anarcho-capitalism.
If I'm going to be responsible for anyone, it's going to be Doobie, right? That's the one people will link me to.
No, Doobie's platforming you. Like, let's be real.
Yeah, no, maybe. But I think I'm at this point tied very closely to my man Doobie. I'm okay with that, right? It's going to be down with the ship with me. But but yeah, I'm very grateful to all of you, even the ones who annoy the fuck out of me. Okay, so let's get started. We got everyone here, and like in less than 10 minutes. Wow. Okay. All right, so hello everyone. This is the Reverie Roundtable, which we have Mondays 8 p.m. Eastern. Surprisingly 8 p.m. Eastern. So we have an amazing group of guests. I'm going to introduce them, and from there we will we'll talk about stuff. If you're watching this on YouTube, please like, comment, and subscribe. And I'm sorry, does anyone hear the background like honking? No? Good. All right. Because mad people are honking behind me for some fucking reason. I don't know.
Is the Freedom Convoy, has it made it to your area? From Ottawa to you?
I'm sorry, Prime. Yeah. I sent them. I'm sorry. It's a protest.
Sorry.
Primecast just out here. Primecast just out here proving that the more leftist you are, the more clown world just kind of consolidates around you.
No, fair enough. Yeah, I don't know why.
Honk,
it's
honk.
Just like I'm trying to talk while just mad people are honking. Just I don't know what the fuck is happening. And they're starting up again. All right, moving on. So we are going to start introducing people. We'll start with our friend Fanatic. Fanatic, back at it once again, right? Mouthful, right? Of knowledge, right? He's about to spit knowledge. That's what that is. Fanatic, how are you?
Man, I'm doing great. I don't spit nothing but knowledge. Yeah, I'm excited. I think these will be some pretty good topics, especially when we start dealing with the Don't Say Gay bill. You already know I'm a fan. I don't know why it's so consistent that I'm always eating on stream now, but I don't know. It just seems like I'm always happening. Like I'm doing whatever the freak I'm doing, and then the last second I'm gonna grab a bite while I do the dang podcast. But we make it work. I'm excited.
All right, brain food, right? Need to power the engine. All right. So next, someone who never eats on the stream, it seems like. Scott. Scott, thank you for coming through. Thanks for stopping by. How are you doing?
Well, I'm a fat fuck trying to be better, so I'm on keto and I fast during stream. I make sure that I don't eat during stream so that there's a period of time I'm not doing that. But I see you, Fanatic. I get it. You know what I mean? It's a power move, right? Because he's got so much of that confidence. He's like, he just, like when Destiny was eating that pizza, it's just a power move. That's all that is. I'm doing great. I'm Fabian Liberty. At this point, you probably know who I am. And if you want to see some wild shit and some base takes, come check us out. All platforms, Fabian Liberty.
Okay, yeah. All right, moving on. We have our friend Lactoid. Lactoid, one of our absolute... Lactoid, okay, I don't know why. And you're going to laugh at me when I say this, right?
I think I already know what you're going to say, but go ahead.
I'm sure you don't. When I... because I got people who show up from like all over the world sometimes, right? This platform, but for some reason, I always think of you as a Canadian. Like I have to check myself. You literally have a flag behind you. I know. You have a flag.
Why the fuck do you have an American flag, you Canadian? Come on.
Yeah.
And a Swedish one too.
Listen, I know we all.
Ukrainian, I'm pretty sure.
It's Swedish, but.
Oh, is it? Oh, I thought it was Ukrainian.
No, I know we all look the same, Prime, but I mean.
I'm sorry, buddy.
No, you're good.
I mean, ain't that facts though?
Okay, we'll talk about that in a bit, I'm sure. Thank you so much for having me on, Prime. You can find me, everybody, Anti-Communism United, Discord and Twitch. Looking forward to a fun conversation. Thank you, Wick. Instead of rating to Prime, he rated to me. So, ooh, yeah. I appreciate that. No, thank you.
What did you think I was going to say?
What's getting a raid feel like? Is that a thing that people get on Twitch? They get raids? Like, I don't know what that's about.
It's crazy, yeah.
Oh,
Fabian Liberty's like, do you get money from raids? Is it like giving bits?
Yeah, like what is that? I don't know what that is. I never get to experience.
I'll raid you sometime. I will.
What I
get one about once a month from like Rob Norn. That's about it. And then my other people from my community.
Like toy.
So what I thought you were gonna say is, look, I recently I'm trying to look professional. I recently got a haircut. Then I put on this white shirt, and I was sort of like looking in the fucking camera.
Does it blend?
I was saying, oh God, like. Kind of looking like an ideology that I really don't subscribe to. It's kind of
yeah, you're right. You're right. You know what? You kind of do look Mormon a little bit.
Okay.
looking a little pure there, Lactoid.
Oh God.
You look like you're about to leave and hop on a bicycle at any moment and start telling people about the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ.
Oh, that's true. But no, I wouldn't think of that of you. I wouldn't think that. That wouldn't occur to me, right? But you not being American apparently would, despite your decor.
I don't know which one I'd prefer, to be honest, that you think of me. Sorry, Corey.
No, it's high praise to be called a Canadian, be mistaken. Like, we should all be so lucky.
Corey with the jokes. Okay, Corey, thank you for being here. Friend. We haven't seen you a little bit, not too long, but thank you for being here. How are you?
I'm doing well. As always, super grateful to be here. Always happy to receive the invite, and try to never take it for granted. Even though I know you're just inviting me just for representation. You need at least one person with the bisexual lighting. I know it's largely about that, but I'm still grateful to be here.
My background?
Well, if this is your proclamation, by all means, go for it.
I'm just asking.
I would encourage that.
My background or not?
If you want to have a bisexual off, let's do it.
It's got the lighting, so I'm just curious if you saw it or not.
Sproticus, I don't know that that's a game you want to play. I feel like that's a game you might end up losing, buddy.
I'm just asking if you've seen it.
I'm all for the bisexual
call
off.
lighting out. It's fine.
Let's do it. But yeah, I'm Corey Campbell, Corey Campbell 84 on Twitch, on Twitter and Instagram. It's Corey Campbell. And again, pleasure to be here. I'm really looking forward to getting into it.
Okay, thank you so much. All right. Next, we have the Sproutacus. Sproutacus, thanks for coming through. Nice to see you again. I never mistake where you're from, Sproutacus, for some reason. So you're all American to me. So
I'm not as polite as Lactoid. I am the Sproutacus. You find it Twitch and Twitter at the Sproutacus. I am Twitch's very own wildcard. And that's why I've got the American flag, the dead giveaway of the conservative, and the bisexual lighting, the dead giveaway of a liberal, because you don't fucking know what I'm gonna say, okay? So I'm excited to get into this. I'm excited to talk and excited to debate. Appreciate it, Prime.
Absolutely. All right. Next, we have our friend LSP. LSP always comes with a new title. I never know what he's gonna come up with. But friend LSP, thank you for being back here. Much appreciated. LSP, will you manage to stay here the entire panel without storming off? Okay.
No idea.
That's a no.
All right.
We'll see.
Okay. All right. Cool.
You already know my gripes.
All right, meaning the other people on the panel. All right, moving forward.
Oh fuck! I didn't want to be rude, dick.
We have our Dark Lord and Savior. Our man Doobie is back. Doobie, thank you for nearly getting me canceled at the start of my stream. Much appreciated, buddy.
You're welcome. Do whatever I can to help you out, friend. Is that a trans flag in your back right now, SP?
Yes.
Fucking cringe.
Your mom.
Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. So let's get started then. And we'll have one other person join us that just happened while you guys were talking. So hopefully we'll get that other person here soon. All right. So first topic. Today marks 1 year since the Taliban took back control of Afghanistan as the U.S. withdrew. The religious hardliners are in charge, and they have used their position to reverse 2 decades of female advancement. That is just one of many examples of their civil repression. Looking back, was it a mistake for the U.S. to withdraw the way it did? Should we have stayed for decades more in an effort to permanently change the culture? Or is it not any of our business what happens in Afghanistan now that the threat of Al-Qaeda is gone? Yeah, so apparently today is a very auspicious anniversary where the U.S. definitely officially lost that war. And I saw an article, talking about this, and there was a demonstration by Afghani women. I guess it was in the capital, but they marched to some sort of Taliban government stronghold, and then got beaten with the butts of guns and got shot at by the Taliban, and because they were asking that girls be allowed to have an education past the 6th grade, that kind of stuff. Brutal. So it got me thinking about this, and I'm curious as to what people feel like. Now that we have this much time passed, people have rethought their stances or what. So we'll start with Fanatic, please.
Yeah, I think going to war with an ideology is a little bit ridiculous. That was not a winnable war. We're never going to change their entire way of thinking, and I think all attempts to do so are just futile. I think ultimately, I think we did the right thing pulling out. And I can't say about all of the logistics 100%. But I just know that we were losing people. It just didn't make any sense. Again, they have a right to their own way of life, even if we disagree with it, even if it's oppressive. It's their way of life, and they have a right to it. We can't continue to police the rest of the world. I think it's a fool's errand. It was something that was never going to happen because you were going to war with an ideology, and you'll never win that. So I think it sucks what they're going through. I love Western values, but I just don't like the idea of us dying to kind of force these values on other people who aren't interested.
Okay, thank you, Scott.
Yeah, I agree with everything that Fanatic said, but I kind of want to put this into an analogy because this weird look at Afghanistan is falling apart. And what should we have done? It almost feels like Americans have this view that to put it in a relationship perspective, right? That you've been beating your wife for 20 years and then you stopped beating your wife and you thought that would fix your marriage, right? I mean, Operation Cyclone, training them to fight against the Mujahideen, and the Carter Doctrine, and hell, even going back as far as the Eisenhower Doctrine. The fact that we're still currently to this day, both the Trump administration and the Biden administration had the AACC Picatinny deal, where they're spending $350 million in funneling in guns to people like al-Nusra and Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, right? We've spent decades and more than anyone that has been alive on this panel, and more than 3 of them combined. We have been fucking over this part of the world. And then we pulled out, and then things are bad, and we're oh, maybe we should have stayed. No, what we need to do is as much as Trump was a complete idiot in terms of foreign policy and committed horrible crimes, especially when talking about Yemen, what we need to do is we need to take a long, hard look at what the successes of Jared Kushner. And we need to realize that opening up trade and normalizing trade relations and trying to culturally influence people via that system is probably the only way that we're ever really going to be able to fix this. If you want to send in UN peacekeeping kind of missions, I think one need only look at the history of how that's worked out to know that that's probably not going to help the situation at all. The fact of the matter is that until they want to change, we're not going to be able to do it without killing a lot of people, bombing a lot of people, committing horrible fucking crimes against humanity, and then turning more people against us in the process.
Thank you.
I think the pullout was done poorly. I think we at least should have kept troops there long enough to pull out all of our equipment. The fact that we left so many guns for the Taliban is shameful, and I think even the equipment that we were able to sufficiently destroy had significant value and was acquired at a great expense to the taxpayers. That said, I do think the pullout should have been done. The prior government of Afghanistan was hopelessly corrupt and militarily ineffective, and despite decades there, we made no real progress and we had no real opening. This isn't like Vietnam. There's analyses that indicate that we could have won Vietnam. Here, there was no indication we were going to win in Afghanistan. We weren't combating some global force for evil. Instead, we were trying to uproot a traditionalist authoritarian regime in a backward country with enough natural defenses to withstand every invasion it has undergone in the past 200 years. I do think we were noble there, and I think it was a noble effort. But I think, at the end of the day, we have to acknowledge that we failed, and us being there simply wasn't serving any further purpose. The only solution that I think we could do that would have gone even better than just keeping it long enough to get our equipment out. I think we also could have kept boots on the ground long enough to offer every Afghan woman free travel to the U.S. and the men can stay. Therefore, the oppressed people, get freedom, and then Afghanistan also suffers a major demographic crisis, and then we can go back in 50 years once there's nobody there.
Okay, all right. So our friend Lactoid is in favor of a very slow form of ethnic cleansing. Thank you so much. Right,
the great replacement theory, but real this time.
You are looking more like that ideology every second now.
I'm offering free immigration. This is the most democratic plan I can think of.
Okay.
It's just for the women. That's even better.
Thanks so much. Let's go to
it might actually solve our mass shooter situation if we get a few less incels in this country. Think about it.
Helps the sexual.
I actually fear for the women that would have to get in relationships with these incels. Actually, maybe that's an improvement. I guess.
Improvement from Afghanistan, yeah.
Yeah, sure. Going from hell to something less hellish, much less hellish. Sure. But I echo many of the sentiments that Fnatic and Scott from Fabian Liberty brought up in terms, I don't know that I fully agree with the example of beating your wife, but I think I take the point of, recognizing when a strategy isn't working and having the cognitive flexibility to understand, when to call it quits and to adopt a different strategy. As much as I'm not comfortable with all the horrific treatment of women, and not just exclusively women, but many people of Afghanistan, the majority, and all the human rights atrocities, but it doesn't seem like going to war and quote-unquote nation building was the way to do it, or at least at some point it's pretty clear not working. You have to adapt, and probably many of the things that Scott brought up are probably, I don't know whether they're more effective, but I think arguably, maybe in the long term, more effective, and probably lead to, better outcomes. That more or less just sums up my position, but I'm still open, I'm not fully committed to my position. I really don't know how I feel about this, knowing what's going on, but I'll leave it at that.
Thank you so much, Brodicus.
We left Afghanistan, and we shouldn't have left yet. We left in very poor timing. We left on a very bad deal. If we were going to leave, we needed to apply restrictions onto the government or onto the Taliban, knowing the Taliban was going to take over. We should have applied restrictions. We should have kept the Air Force base. We should have maintained the Air Force base and kept that base as ours. There is no reason for us to give that up. There were so many fatal mistakes in leaving Afghanistan that it wasn't even worth leaving. So in adapting doesn't mean you have to give up. Adapting can mean taking a different strategy while you're there. adapted can mean a ton of different things. I.e., we left the Afghanistan citizens. We left them just to dry. That's what we did. We left them to dry. We said, hey, you get to deal with it. We're gone. Hope you have fun. Oh, and by the way, anyone that helped us, you're welcome to come to the United States. But anyone that didn't help us, yeah, bye. Hope you have fun without women's rights and without any kind of human rights whatsoever. Hope you have fun and being ruled by a terrorist group. Absolutely ridiculous.
Thank you so much. All right, let's go to LSP.
Okay, so I took some notes, and there's a few disagreements I just have. I have to say it's so frustrating to me when I listen to like wealthy first world, relatively wealthy. I'm not saying you're all on the dough, but relatively wealthy first world Americans who really will never like see the inside of conflict ever in their life. Not to the extent that Afghanistan has. Look at a place like that and look at people they know are going to be vulnerable, that they know are going to die, that they know are going to die in brutal fashion by the lack of military support from the United States. And they would still champion this as a policy, despite it costing them nothing and it costing the Afghani people everything. I hate that shit. So I'm suffice to say, pulling out was dumb. Pulling out made the lives of the Afghani people worse. Right? The Taliban was not democratically elected. Ghani was democratically elected. He's got his own quibbles with corruption issues, whatever. But it's easier to deal with like a corrupt politician than a terrorist group. And the Taliban are a terrorist group, and we just let a terrorist group take over a country. Fanatic says, I think you're the only one I'm interested in, Fanatic. You say going to war with an ideology is stupid. We have gone to war with ideologies, and we won. World War II was not a war against Germany, and it was not a war against Japan. It was a war against fascism, right? It was very much a war to transition fascist governments in these places that had wrought so much terror and evil in the world and transform them into productive, enterprising, liberal democracies. Like, that was the goal. That's what we were there for. And that's what good people should be there for. They should be there for that in Afghanistan too. We are at war with an ideology, and that ideology is terrorism. We should be at war with terrorism. Terrorism should be uprooted everywhere it is for the good of all mankind. Okay, there you go. That's my response.
Okay, for the good of all mankind. I kind of like that ending. That was actually pretty inspiring. Let's go to our friend Doobie.
I actually agree with almost everything LSP said, but for different reasons. I think it is kind of silly to say that we couldn't have won this war. It just seemed like we were halfway in from the start, right? We wanted to do this in a way that seemed PR friendly, where we made it seem like the Afghans had some control over their country and had some, autonomy. It just seems to me like we should have taken control from the start. We shouldn't have allowed them to put in a government of Afghanis until we decided they were ready at a point that we determined that was the case, right? We should have totally eliminated any potential for corruption by just putting our people in charge until we were comfortable with allowing them some modicum of support. We should have made Afghanistan a colony, basically, right? And in that kind of situation, you can absolutely train people out of an ideology. We've done it before, right? It's not impossible. So that being said, given that we did pull out, unfortunately, obviously not the best way to do it. And at this point, I don't think we have any responsibility to these people. So I wouldn't say, hey, we should go back in or we should send them money or whatever. They don't, a lot of them don't even want these human rights we're trying to give them. This is a very backwards country, backwards people, very uneducated, mouth-breathing pieces of shit. So, I don't really give a fuck, if the Taliban comes in and tells them little girls can't go to school. That's their culture. They want that. That's on them, honestly.
I don't know if they want that.
Absolutely.
I really don't know if they want that. And I don't know if we should be saying that these people, even though they may not want it, don't deserve human rights. There were
deserve according to who?
There were plenty. I'm sorry.
Deserve according to who? So if they don't want their little girls to go to school, they don't want.
It's a
fuck,
right.
well, they're not the United States.
No,
they're not in the United States.
There's also a
You're
UN.
gonna go around the world.
UN
You're gonna go around the world giving the rights of the U.S. Constitution to random ass people in other countries. What are you talking about?
According to the Constitution, there are rights that are given to all people, and there are rights that were given by a power above the
They're
given
given to American citizens. Right? Those don't apply to all
the
people.
U.S. Constitution. It's not the world Constitution. It's the U.S. Constitution, not the world Constitution.
There is a
I understand
UN.
that, but there.
Human rights. Those do exist.
It's fine.
Sure.
No, they don't.
The UN human rights are not the same as the U.S. Constitution.
And there's a lot of
the Constitution.
If the United States, if the United States truly, if the United States truly believe, if the United States truly believes that these rights were given to by a power that is above the government itself, then it would have to truly believe the rest of humankind has these individual.
Are you advocating for the United States becoming like a crusader nation that just goes around imposing our
for the sake
our
of
understanding
women
of
not getting
constitution on other people?
stoned? Yeah, so people can have a basic right to an education? Fuck yeah.
Wait, okay, so you're
Because
basically advocating for the United States to go to go to war with the Middle East and all of Africa for like indefinitely until they agree with us. Basically.
Yeah, go to war with terrorism. Actually, like
terrorism.
These aren't
terrorism to you seems to be just things that conflict with the U.S. Constitution.
No,
like there are plenty of Western countries that don't have free speech the way that we do. Do we go to war with them too?
Are you seriously denying the Taliban are a terrorist group?
That's not what I'm saying. Right?
Okay, then
I asked you if you think it's reasonable for the United States to go around enforcing our Constitution on other countries, saying, "Hey, you're violating the Constitution of the United States. We're going to go to war with you until you start following our Constitution."
No, I think the Constitution is a dumb fuck argument. I think it's a dumb fuck document, but we are a signatory on the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And yeah, if terror groups are impeding people's access to those rights, we should go to war with those people.
Why?
Because it's the right thing to do. Because it doesn't allow.
Why should we spend our resources, our people's lives for some other country? Hold on, just
real quick. A question, Afghan. What makes terrorism and the human rights violation special to, let's say, nation states that commit human rights violations? China, for example. Why is terrorism special that we should fight that?
I would apply this to China too. Yeah, I think if we had
we should go to war with China.
If China didn't have nuclear weapons, yeah, I think the Xinjiang genocide is plenty justification for that. I'm sorry, do you not?
So you're saying anyone that we currently have the financial capacity to
yeah, if we can win,
right? What about Canada? I have to ask the question.
So
do you think slave camps and genocide?
So you think we should go to?
Yes.
Well, I mean,
you think we should go to war?
Good. I didn't realize you're this much of an asshole.
We got a lot of crosstalk. All right, so Scott, give it a try.
Yeah, so you think we should go to war in the Congo?
If they're where?
Where there are warlords running around?
Yeah, if there are warlords, well, I don't know what you mean. Right? The REF in Sierra Leone who are gone, the RPF of Rwanda that currently rule the state. Which ones are you talking about? Okay, I promise you, I'm averse to all of these conflicts.
I don't know why we would be in Rwanda specifically. They're liberalizing. Like, I don't understand the point of that. I'm saying the Congo, like the Republic of Congo,
and they launched the genocide in the Congo because they launched a genocide in the Congo. Like, I could see all sorts of reasons you would intervene in these states. Yes.
So every nation state,
genocide.
So you're saying every nation state that we practically have the capacity, you would bomb innocents, you would create terrorists, you would murder people, and you would violate human rights in the name of protecting human rights because they're not as good as America at it?
No, every nation state we're in control of.
I would just behead all of them, dude. I would behead every
nation state we're in control of.
Don't get like actually answer the question. Like, are you actually
saying he's straw manning my position? Of course I'm not going to.
Well, then make it clear.
Yeah, your position is not clear to me.
Do you guys sincerely think I want to go in and bomb innocent people when I'm talking about this?
Yes.
Okay, well,
I think you want to genocide the innocent. Of course,
collateral damage. Like, that is the reality.
I'm asking you.
Sure.
I'm asking you to just like lay out your position clearly.
Yeah, my position is that anywhere where there is some group of people terrorizing another group of people, such as through massacres, through genocides, or through control of the government where they effectively run a terrorist state, that if the United States has the ability to topple these people, we should make it our duty to do so. And we should do this while preserving as much human rights as possible, minimizing as much collateral damage as possible, minimizing as much catastrophe as possible, because we're trying to improve the situation.
We're going to go to Corey,
and that makes you a genocidal maniac.
Corey, Lactoid, and Sprout. Okay.
Yeah, so it seems like you are taking special issue with terrorism specifically, or rather, like wherever there is terrorism. If I'm understanding your argument
Well, not just
correctly.
terror; it applies to dictatorships too.
Okay, so terrorism, dictatorships, and like sure, there's technically a definition for terrorism, although I would say it's probably not the best definition. But like, so are you going with some sort of official definition of like what constitutes terrorism, based off of your criteria?
Randomized acts of violence that are designed to target and maximize civilian damage. That's terrorism.
Okay.
Yeah, that opens up a lot.
Black Lives Matter.
I was
just about to go there. Thank you, Fabian. I was just going to go there.
Are you a supporter of Black Lives Matter?
Yeah.
No justice, no peace.
Okay. So by your own definition, do you think Antifa and other organizations that are in support of BLM should be physically fighting and killing police whenever they see them?
No.
Why not?
Why am I against like Antifa killing police officers?
Well, I mean, like if you're a supporter of BLM, right? You think the police state is using systemic violence against
I don't think police officers are terrorizing people.
Okay, so there's a certain like percentage of it. So now there's a qualifier.
Yeah, there's a certain percentage of it that we try to address via law, and that we have a system.
So what's
to
the
deal
percentage?
With. If we had a legal system of dealing with terrorism, I'd pursue that. They're terrorists.
What's the percentage of terrorism?
You're dying
right?
on a hill.
I don't know, like 10. I don't know what the fuck. What hill am I dying on?
You're dying
how
on
much violence does it have to be? How many?
Let's go to
how much violence does it have to be?
This is like the dumbest fucking interrogation.
Lactoid and then Sprouticus.
So when we're talking about like where's the line, like how terrible does the government have to be before we get involved? I think everybody has a line. I think what LSP is saying is not unreasonable, right? Like even if there was no like circumstances about Pearl Harbor or if Nazi Germany and stuff, if America found out about the Holocaust and we could militarily intervene, I think most people would agree that we should do it, right? If we find out, they're literally genociding like Jews over there, like I would be in favor. Send the troops, stop that. You can't do that, and because we can win, right? If we can win, we should take steps to like prevent horrible things from happening. If we could win in China, I don't disagree. Like maybe it would be worth it. I mean, that'd be like an actual analysis. We have to like measure like what could the damage be compared to what could the potential benefits be. But everybody does this in any kind of like geopolitical analysis, right? We all do this. I think everyone here would do this when it comes to like Nazi Germany or like Japan. And to Doobie's point with Japan and Nazi Germany, we did change them dramatically by fully occupying their country with a military government. We didn't give them control right away, right? We really led them out of a really dangerous spot that those countries were in. So I think
real quick, Lactoid. The American people didn't want to go to war, and you already brought up the Pearl Harbor incident, so you know exactly all of the reasons why we kind of tried to force Americans to want to go into war, and yet we still couldn't. We had to just conscript, and furthermore, we did ally ourselves with a horrible fascistic ideology, the Soviets.
Okay, hold on. So this is so you made one good point. You made one good point, and I would agree that like our wars against communism were good in similar ways, right? Because toppling the Soviet Empire was like a good thing, right? Ending the control that government had. Now, we can look back, and what I'm doing is I'm doing a counterfactual here, right? If we knew the Holocaust was happening, I think most people alive today would say, yeah, we should probably go in militarily and stop that. Fabian, let's say you lived in America in like 1943 or 1941, okay? And we're discussing like, what's going on. And then evidence comes out, yeah, they're literally putting Jews in fucking gas chambers. Would you say, well, we better stop that? Or would you say, not our problem?
But that happened.
But the problem is like these things are not comparable. When you start talking about something like immediate, immediate danger, immediate like killing and stomping and murdering and all those kinds of things, I think that's not the same thing as an ideology, a pacified or passive ideological bent that like causes people to be in a situation where eventually, people are just going to be like, where they're just going to be oppressed, where it's like, for example, when we were past slavery, but when we were in Jim Crow, in the Jim Crow South, like that wouldn't be an excuse for Russia to come bomb the U.S. That wouldn't make sense. Or do you feel like that would be? Like there's a difference.
I think it has to be to a sufficient scale. I think slavery was enough of a justification for the Union to invade the South.
Yeah, but that's why I didn't mention slavery. That's why I mentioned specifically like.
Well, they weren't being genocided. They were being killed or well, maybe Jim Crow doesn't.
Well, women aren't being genocided now. That's not what's happening there. But there is these things where, like, yes, the women are not being able to get whatever. And I would the reason why I would compare it to Jim Crow South and things like that is because, like, similarly, when there was a march on Pettit Bridge and there was all that violence, it's the same thing that you're describing. It sounds like these women are asking for their rights and they're asking to be equals or whatever, and there's all of this violence associated with it. That's why that's different than slavery. That's why I would say it's more analogous, because it's like it's not about like some like immediate like physical brutalization that's happening in that kind of way. It's more so about like an ideological bent that's causing some sort of long-term oppression. That's why these things are a better analogy. So then I would ask, do you feel like we had an excuse to invade that Russia had an excuse to invade during the Jim Crow South? Would you say that was enough?
If they could do it with minimal casualties, sure.
You can never guarantee. So that's impossible to know.
So this is what's your engagement?
So we're not arguing about whether we should have gone
answer the question later.
We're not arguing whether we should have gone into Afghanistan. This isn't the argument. What we're debating isn't should we go into all these other countries and take these countries over and then change their country. This is not the debate. The debate is whether or not we should have left Afghanistan. We already had control of Afghanistan. We were in control of Afghanistan. There's no doubt or question about that. We were in control of Afghanistan. And yes, if we are in control, we should prove to provide the human rights that we believe are inalienable, individual, and given above the government. So if we are in control, we should give those rights to those people and ensure those people keep those rights after we leave. It shouldn't be this fucking hard, and I don't know why LSD is dying on a hill he doesn't have to die on.
LSD.
Go to the fact that we had control over Afghanistan. Whether or not we should have gone into Afghanistan, that's a different question. The question is, should we have left Afghanistan? My answer is we left prematurely, and it is the answer that Biden's generals said in front of Congress, that we left prematurely. It is the answer anyone you talk to has any military expertise, that we left prematurely.
That control that you're talking about it was a Pyrrhic victory, though, because when you start looking at the death toll on U.S. citizens, right, like on freaking our soldiers, people like that are dying for our country in that scenario, yeah, I don't think then you can just go ahead and say, it's kind of worth it, it's whatever. There's 7,000 people died, 7,000 people, like that's 7,000 lives lost for fighting an ideology that we never won. We didn't win it then.
So
we had no.
Talk about invading Afghanistan.
Let me finish.
Then talk.
Let me finish. Let me finish. Shut your mouth.
Debate the point.
Shut up. When we're talking about like all of those lives lost, and you're comparing this thing, and it seems like there was no end in sight. It wasn't like there was something that was changing that was causing us to get to the point where we were going to finally get to a point where we were going to stamp that ideology out. It wasn't going anywhere. That's something that's irrevocable. That's tied to the religion in some ways. It's tied to those people. We weren't going to ever win that. So it sounds like to argue in favor of it is arguing in favor of like an indefinite or an infinite war. An infinite war that we can never win because we never did win it, and all of that time, and we weren't going to win it eventually. It was never going to happen. And we're not just and only counting the U.S. deaths is really unfair, because I'm pretty sure the amount of casualties that were happening there that were military, not people involved, that was absolutely atrocious as well. So you have to calculate both of those things, and it's absolutely disgusting.
We don't know how many people died due to the war. It's difficult to figure out like famine, and it's difficult to figure out like economic situations, but we know it's somewhere to 200 to 400,000 people. So somewhere between like a quarter and close to 500,000 people were dead because of that. And we know that between the war in Afghanistan, and we know, right, but this
should we have stayed in Afghanistan? That's not the question. Is it invading Afghanistan? What you and fanatic want to be so big about? No.
Just sit down and be quiet.
You want to stay here and talk about invading Afghanistan?
You're literally.
Should we have stayed in Afghanistan? If you want to talk about should we have stayed in Afghanistan, that's fine. Let's talk about the actual topic.
This is the continued cost of the war. This didn't all happen the day we invaded, and then everything was fucking hunky dory, right?
And in the 20 years, including deaths from year one.
Yes, obviously I'm including the entire fucking war.
We had control in 2020.
Sproutacus, shut the fuck up, you brain.
How many U.S. people died in 2020?
The reason you can't pick between the left and the right is because you're not smart enough to think what either of them think. Listen to me for just a moment.
I'm just showing how stupid you are. Because literally you're taking deaths from year one. In 2020, we had full control of Afghanistan. There's no denying that.
How many U.S. deaths? How many deaths in 2020?
In 2020, we had 11 deaths.
In 2021?
In 2021, we had 13 deaths because of the bombing that happened at the airport.
Okay.
We do not have 11 and 13 deaths unless you're only counting U.S. deaths.
This is per. He asked for U.S. deaths. He asked for U.S. deaths.
I didn't ask for U.S. deaths.
Okay, I did.
No,
That's
listen
fair.
to me. Listen to me. Listen to me. The idea, if you want, you cannot have your cake and eat it too. You cannot talk about human rights violations of the people living in a country and then all of a sudden only care about what happened to American soldiers and contractors over there. Either you're talking about the human rights violations and what happens in the fucking horrors of war, or you're not talking about it and you're only talking about the financial cost to Americans. Now pick one, because if we want to talk about the financial cost to Americans, we can talk about how the war in Iraq and Afghanistan cost us $1.9 trillion fucking dollars.
In 2020, we had control of Afghanistan. We should have maintained control until we were sure that when we left, that there was going to be a government that could withstand holding itself up. That way, we could ensure that the citizens of Afghanistan had their God-given rights, and were going to keep their God-given rights as much as we could be sure of it.
When did we first gain control? When did we first gain control?
We first gained control. I would personally say we first gained control somewhere like 2014 is when we first gained what I would consider control.
Okay, so from the time that we had control until 2020, can you give me the list so I can do the death count myself? I want to know what that number is.
From 2014 to 2020.
And
this is including UK. 16. Give me 1 second. 33.
Just put it in chat. Put it in
okay.
Someone was it Spaniard that linked this? It's always Spaniard. Of course, he linked it for me. I got it. Thank you. So 2014 we had 54 deaths. 2015 we had 22. 2016 we had 9. 2017 we had 14,
189. 189 since 2014, and not including 2022.
So you're saying with total control we had 189 deaths over 7 years?
Yes.
That's not that bad.
I just want to let you know.
But you would have been
not that bad. We're talking about 189 people dying. I don't know what you.
For control of a country.
I just want to let you know right now, Sproutacus.
No,
I am not going to forget this, and if I ever see you wearing a memorial bracelet for a fallen soldier, I'm going to burn the shit out of you because of your pro-war fucking stances.
Wait. We already had control of Afghanistan. There were generals that said we left prematurely. Are you saying that these generals can't mourn their comrades? Is that what you're saying? That these generals can't mourn their comrades because they said that we left prematurely?
I'm saying if I see you mourning a fucking comrade with a memorial bracelet, I'm going to call you out for your pro-war bullshit because it's you and your ilk that want to send people to fucking die.
So I take a an anti-war stance. Like, I am very skeptical of American imperialism. However, I would like to look at our friend's LSP's point, and like, I guess a Steelman, right? Look at it in the best light. So he has, I feel like he's been pretty clear about the criteria that he's laying out. For countries where we can have a certain victory, then, and they are committing a certain level of human rights violation, then we should intervene. We should intercede there. So in those countries, right, that we have a military superiority to, then we can invade and achieve victory in a relatively short amount of time. Now that's the military victory, but then after that there's holding the country, which is a different thing, right? Which always is, a bloody affair. But still, we can do that, and if we just spent our treasure, going around this to the world, but let's say like we pick on the weakest nations, right? Let's just start there. The weakest nations that just happen to be doing these things. Like the amount of human suffering that we could end overall, might be worth it. Like if let's say, well, you can imagine human suffering. I guess I don't have to go down and give you examples of the terrible things humans can do, right? But if these countries are doing significantly terrible things, and we are helping these people out, right? Like, yes, there will be deaths. Absolutely, there'll be deaths, but they're going to be deaths any which way. Maybe possibly more deaths in a certain time span due to whatever the fuck they're doing, right? So if we can, for relatively minimum cost, right, to the American people, then why not?
Yeah, if I can borrow
why not murder?
So we'll go to Corey, then we'll go to LSP.
If I can borrow a phrase from Scott, it's like with that scenario, you're engaging in probability, as far as I can tell. As in, like you can, like, I'm not a general, and I have like no military experience whatsoever. But I don't see how you can ever sort of like guarantee minimal casualties or that victory will be assured. And that it as far as I can tell, it's pretty much always a gamble. I think we saw some evidence, or seeing some evidence of that with Russia and Ukraine, where I think the sentiment was like Russia thought it would be pretty much like, a done deal. Turns out it's not as easy as they would have thought. And I think we even saw this play out with Afghanistan, of like, sure, technically there was victory, but no one, I don't think anyone, I'm old enough to be alive when the invasion in Iraq first started happening, where like it was never foreseen that it would last this long and it would take this much, and still pretty much fall short. And it seems like Sprouticus would have been okay, of like if it took like 20 years, 30 years, 50 years with like control of Afghanistan, like would that have been like okay with you, Sprouticus, out of curiosity?
Yes. We should have controlled Afghanistan until we knew that Afghanistan can govern itself. Yes.
But then I think to Scott's point that there's a cost to that I don't think you can ignore. Not a human. In addition to the human cost, there's also, I think, a clear financial cost. Not that matters more, but I think you are also largely ignoring a human cost that's not taken into account.
Yeah, we invaded Afghanistan. Yeah, if we invaded, we had control. We should have maintained control until we were positive that when we left, the Afghanistan government wasn't going to fall in several months. Like all the U.S. generals said they knew it was going to fall in several months.
Yeah, you got a good point, Spartacus. I didn't think about that.
Fuck you guys. The government's going to fall in a couple months, but
that
you know
sounds
what?
so
Have
crazy.
fun.
I can't believe we did that. But again, so we had control for 7 years, and it didn't seem like we were getting to that point. How many more years do you expect it would have taken us before we got to the point where we would know for sure that the Taliban was going to give up and that they wouldn't come back and resurge and take over?
I don't know how many years. I don't know how many years. I'm not going to put a guess on it. I don't know how many years.
So
that's
not one. More than 1 year. More than two,
obviously.
Probably.
Do you think it would have been possibly more than 10?
Probably, yeah.
Okay, so at this point now, you're expecting this war that's been going on for 20 years, and you're saying that you think it should go on for an additional 10. So you'd say increase the war like by 50% of the total time of the war, for a thing that we might be able to do.
No,
that
not
you don't
might.
even know what happened.
We're already in control. It's already happened.
No. I'm saying what
We're
I'm
just
saying.
waiting
No.
to get out.
I'm sorry, Smarticus. What I was saying is what I'm saying we might be able to do is we might be able to actually stamp out the ideology. That's what I was talking about. So
Like
you're
I
saying
said,
you don't know. Oh, so you're saying for sure in 10 more years, 100% the ideology
no,
of the Taliban.
I didn't say leave in 10 years.
Well, how long?
However long it takes.
Okay. All right. We're
awesome.
You got me. I'm not.
However much theft and violence is necessary, however many rights violations are needed, for the good of democracy.
You're a fucking idiot, Scott.
LSP, speak. Sorry, I had my mic muted. It seems very clear from Fanatic's response they don't really have a good answer for why we shouldn't stay indefinitely if costs were permitted. So we're not going bankrupt from occupying Afghanistan, and we didn't go bankrupt when we were an ally to Afghanistan. And the odds of us, if we started losing some serious money there, where arguably it would make our circumstances worse, then I might say, that's when you stop supporting them. But while we are there, and I reject your argument, Fanatic, you're just wrong.
1/15 of the national
Please shut the fuck up. Fanatic, you're just wrong. Things did get better. Like in that 7-year occupation phase, when things were best was when you had a reformist president in Hamid Karzai.
Wait, when did I ever say things didn't get better? Those words never came out of my mouth.
Oh, thank you so much for the follow.
No,
I'm from Uranus. No problem.
No, those words never came out of my mouth.
Happy to have you here.
No, not even close.
Much
Okay, then
appreciated.
so you do think things improved with us being there?
Well, what I'm saying, no, the thing that I said is that it
Okay,
didn't
can
seem
you just
like
answer my question?
So I don't know if things improved or not, but how are you measuring that? What are you referring to specifically?
Okay, so I'll just explain. It doesn't matter.
Okay, I never said that. So my point, I want to make sure that was crystal clear since you tried to
fine. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Let me just get to the point. Jesus, fuck.
Okay, all right. So you're making a whole point based off of something that I said, and you don't even understand what I said. Go ahead. Go ahead with your stupid drivel, you idiot.
You done crying?
Think your stupid piece.
Holy shit!
Okay.
You're such an idiot. Point that didn't matter. Whoa. Holy shit!
I just want to hear what LSP has to say.
Firstly, Fnatic needs a bottle. No. So the point doesn't even matter. Things did get better when we were there. When we had a reformist president, Hamid Karzai, and a strong military presence, because the United States was able to offer something that Afghanistan doesn't have without us there, which is like a third party to mediate. And that's a big deal because Afghanistan has been war-torn country for generations now, with severe ethnic and religious and tribal conflict between the various different peoples of Afghanistan. And there is no mutual cooperation or trust, which is a little bit how the Taliban was able to take control so easily. So things are measurably worse by leaving there. And if staying even longer, presuming costs permit, keeps people's lives and situations better, I don't see any good reason why we shouldn't.
Okay, let's go to Doobie, and then look back to.
So again, I find myself agreeing with LSP, but for like different reasons. I think Afghanistan has a ton of natural resources that we could tap into. And it makes sense, I think, to have a long-term strategy where you're building up another nation in the Middle East that can be a strong ally. Right? I see no reason that we should have pulled out, surrendered this country to terrorists, basically, as he said. And what do we gain for 20 years of effort? Fucking nothing. We walk away with our tail between our legs. Because what? Because it's not politically popular anymore. That seems silly, right? So yeah, I agree with LSP. Seems like there was no good reason to pull out, and it seems like the issue with it being a 20-year war, and us not making a whole lot of headway, is that we should have gone further. Should have gone much further. Like I said earlier, I don't think it made any sense to turn over any kind of control to the Afghani government, given how corrupt they were. Right at the start, right? Or even 10 years or 15 years in. I think we should have made sure that the place is stable, make sure they have the infrastructure to sustain themselves, and then maybe, possibly, we give them some small modicum of control, possibly, right? And then we see how they deal with it. But it seems like the reason this was a failure is because the U.S. has kind of lost its way in terms of we're much more PR aware in the way that we do war, right? It seems like we're much more concerned about what the public is going to think. Now, we don't want to be seen as imperialists or conquerors, etc. But I think sometimes it's beneficial to the world to be that, right? And I think this might have been one of those cases.
There was a specific turn in the U.S. actually becoming more PR aware. I mean, Vietnam was part of it. But yeah, there was a specific turn where we actually really did start thinking more about what the public thought about these things. And I think also mass media might have something to do with that. But
I think can I ask a question on that point?
Ask a question, then we'll go to Lacto.
Well, I want to ask the question.
No, yeah. So you can ask the question. It's one answer, but yeah, we'll go to Lacto.
Okay, I'm sorry. Do you think that maybe that attitude, that sudden need to be very conscientious to cater to people who don't know what they are talking about when it comes to these conflicts, becoming more conscientious about how we look to idiots? Do you think maybe that might have resulted in some people's lives being worse off? That it might have resulted in us making choices that we wouldn't otherwise have to make?
I mean, we have a media that would take and sensationalize every time a drone accidentally killed some kid, right? While killing some terrorist group or a group of terrorists. They would take that and sensationalize it, turn the public against the U.S. Oh, God, the U.S. is just over there making children fear the skies. Oh, God, it's so terrible. They don't tell you about all the little kids who can go to school now. Been able to go to school for a decade or 2 decades because the United States has been there making sure they can do it.
Or to offer an extension, the little kids that are saved from going to the market,
exactly,
because there's not a terrorist that's going to bomb them anymore because we blew them the fuck up. Sometimes people are going to die in war, but overall, this improves the situation for most people there.
Yeah, so it seems like the primary issue is just giving a fuck what the politician care.
I'm not. I'm not because
I do want to get to Lacto because we're going to go to.
Can I get this a real quick clarifying question? Because
very quick clarifying question, please.
Yeah.
Because we
do either of you believe in democracy at all? I don't, because I believe in freedom. But do you guys believe in democracy at all?
To a limited extent, right? I am very democracy skeptical. Democratically skeptical. Yeah. However, right? I do think that democracy is a far better institution than what they have in place in fucking Afghanistan. Now, what they had in place before we got there.
It seems like neither of you believe in American democracy.
But I think that our the culture that exists there was not ready for that yet. And so I think we had to mold them to be ready for it, and we didn't.
No, I mean America, because both of you were saying that like the people were just too stupid, and the will of the people might have been the problem. Right?
Yeah, as I said.
Okay, well, no, hang on. Can we not be straw man? What I said was that catering to stupid people who don't know anything about what they're talking about has made some people's situations worse off. Do you disagree with that? That we make PR-conscious moves that results in worse outcomes for people.
Yeah, again, I'm against democracy. I just want you guys both to admit that you're on the
other
end. I literally just did twice.
No, you didn't. You said a total.
I just said yes twice, and that I'm against democracy.
Okay. Do you disagree that the U.S. making more PR-conscious decisions in how it conducts foreign policy has resulted in more damage because now we have to cater to people?
There is another topic.
Do you disagree with that statement?
It's
for the third time. No, I'm against democracy.
Okay.
About the Don't Say Gay bill.
I just wanted you guys to both admit, and you're
basically,
too much of a pussy. And
is it working as intended?
You strawman my entire
confusion.
Don't believe in democracy.
But okay. I believe in democracy quite a lot.
I think democracy has
not unlimited,
except when it doesn't go your way.
And I don't think the place of like democratic I don't think the place of like democratic decisions is like war, right? That's probably not a place we should be looking to the public.
Let's go to Lactoid. Before then, Aiko, if you can hear me, turn off your camera in Discord, and we have a link in the group DM, the StreamYard link. Click that, and then you can. That's how you'll be on camera. Go ahead, Lactoid, please.
So 2 quick points. I think people scoffed a little bit when Doobie brought up like natural resources. You know, in the global fight against like communism, like in China and Russia, like having access to geostrategic resources could be like incredibly important. I don't think that's necessarily a point that justifies the war, but it's definitely a point in favor of not leaving. A serious point in favor of not leaving. I mean, there's a lot there. And then Corey, when you said before that it is we don't know for sure if it's going to turn out, it's a probability every time. I agree with that, and I think this is why like the decision to engage militarily like should be something that we don't take lightly. But there has also been times that it's worked out, right? It worked out really well in South Korea. It worked out really well, in Taiwan and Japan and Germany, right? When we got involved and we stopped horrible things from happening, right? So, or in Kosovo, right? I mean, we're looking for a more recent example, right? Like there are situations in which we can get involved and that we can stop like something horrible from happening, or we can improve the situation for not only the people there, but the world in total. Like it. So would you agree that, because where my position is that, yeah, war can be justified as long as like the benefits are overwhelmingly like above the cost, right? I'm not sure Afghanistan was
perceived
that.
benefits. Perceived costs. I would add.
No, predict
clarification.
Benefits.
It worked out well for South Korea.
Good Korea.
It worked out well for Korea.
Well, no, it worked out great. Well, hold on. So, what our actions there prevented the whole peninsula from being North Korea, right? It saved however many millions of people that live in the South right now and are currently flourishing under capitalism.
It worked out well for South.
There's another Korea.
Why do I care what happened? Like, why do I care what works out good for like communists? Like, these are horrible people.
I just want to point out something really quick. I think Lactoid actually brought up something really relevant. Right? The idea that we can't go into a place with an embedded ideology and then force it to change, right? Force it to adopt something that's more friendly to us. Japan is one of the best examples of this.
Yes.
We basically killed their fucking god, right? When we took over there, right? And we shifted their entire government, their entire culture into a direction that favored the West more, right? We could absolutely do this.
Yeah, so
that's just a terrible reading of history. First of all, Japan had been westernizing for a long time. Okay, their culture was already on the brink, and World War II is obviously they weren't all the way there, or they wouldn't have been the fucking crazies that they were. But the idea that they're in the same similar vein as like the Middle East is today, or that they're somehow like that they were like similarly ready or not prepared for it is just not true. And second of all, like it took fucking atomic bombs to pull that off, right? Like it wasn't like it was just like a small matter.
I don't think anybody's suggesting that it was a small matter or that it was easy. We're suggesting that with the right commitment, with the right will to sacrifice and do what needs to be done.
with enough bombs.
You can shift an ideology. And yes, maybe more people die today because people are going to be really upset that you're shifting away from their fucking fundamentalist Muslim culture. But overall, long term, people are better off.
Yeah. So you think we need atomic commitment? That's fine. We're willing to bomb another place to that.
I don't think it would have been necessary in Afghanistan, obviously, but hey, maybe
I don't know how it couldn't be
harsh measures to snuff out the extremists in the fucking desert would have been used. Yeah.
When we commit 20 years to something and we have control of something for 7 years, and so 13 years of commitment, 7 years of 20 years of commitment, 7 years of control, and we're still not even close to it. I don't know what the freak you're talking about. I think any person with an active brain recognizes we were never going to get them to the point where they were going to just completely abandon their ideology. This was never going to happen. We never were going to be able to do this. It was completely impossible, which is if 7 years of control from the greatest country in the freaking world doesn't demonstrate that, nothing will for you. We weren't going to get control of that. We were just doing something. We were on a fool's mission. It was never going to be accomplished, which is why we needed to pull out.
We were accomplishing something, getting Sierra Industries and Halliburton rich.
I previously, so I had someone else who was going to join this panel. Fortunately, I didn't end up jumping in. But I know their stance on this because we've argued about it a bunch of goddamn times. But the idea, because we've been talking about the length, right? But yeah, they're saying, this other person would say, commit generations, literally generations of time to Afghanistan. That because of the U.S. being in the financial position that it is, and we could put ourselves in a military position that has a very tiny footprint, like the U.S. giving air support to the army. Basically, what we were doing previously, like just before we pulled out, that kind of setup where we had like minimum amount of troops there, and we're just doing more air support, which is why we had those incredibly low numbers of deaths. So doing that literally for generations. And the idea is like, well, how do we win this? How do we change this ideology? Well, it has to be that this generation has to die, and maybe the next generation has to die. But then the third generation, those people will have grown into it. They have been not quite Americanized, but like Westernized with whatever culture ends up being there. And then, yeah, you can change it.
Promcast, if LSP and Doobie want to lose some weight and go join the fucking Kurds and go fucking kill people, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think that's good, but be my fucking guest. But don't advocate to steal fucking money from me and steal money from from my children's fucking mouths so that you can go off and bomb people, while meanwhile the government is also fucking funding these goddamn wars to begin with and is sending hundreds of fucking millions of dollars. And this time we promise this rebel group will be moderate and overthrow this dictator. We promise nothing fucking bad will happen this time. No, fuck off. You're talking about bombing people and then talking about like some consequentialist analysis that 3 generations from now it might be better off. Fuck all.
Yeah, I know long-term thinking is difficult for you, but yeah, sometimes you need to make an investment in the future.
Yeah, so and cats are known for
setting aside a little tax money
from
your pocket, from your children's pockets, to make the world a safer place for them and for future generations. I think is a good thing.
Let's go to Corey and then Aiko.
Yeah, just a small point. So Doobie, you brought up Japan, and I largely agree with Scott's point of like, it took bombs, and I think you're bringing up Japan, framing it as like that's a success story. Like, I would reframe it as I think that's a testament to how difficult it is to change a culture, because there are many aspects of Japanese culture. I think it's fair to say, despite all of that, Japanese culture is still quite distinct from American culture. And sure, they have westernized to some extent.
Marriage is still illegal.
Yeah, exactly. Where it's like there's been economic reforms, but in terms of the culture, like there are still very many things that have been culturally ingrained, that are still pervasive, that are still playing out today, and that despite all of those efforts, like the culture is still very much there. And so, I don't think Japan really speaks to your point as much as you think it does.
Was the goal to kill Japanese culture? Like, no, to kill like all of it and like literally transplant like the culture of Idaho to Japan? I don't think that
I wouldn't choose the culture of Idaho personally, but
yeah, Japan has a ton of issues, right?
It's amazing, like as it stands. What's wrong?
No, well, they have a lot of issues with pedophilia and shit, but yeah, it's better than it used to be.
Well, so does Afghanistan.
Not in the same
So
way.
does-
Yeah,
so does
Afghanistan does
Afghanistan.
too. But yeah, so
Like a lot worse.
great. I guess we can argue about the nukes if you want to. I think they're totally justified. I think it was a totally acceptable thing to do at the time. We can get into that if you'd really like to. But yeah, I think as Prime kind of hinted to, the goal wasn't to turn Afghanistan into Idaho. It was to soften their culture, to mold their culture into a direction that was more favorable to the United States. It made them less warlike, less likely to invade people, less imperialistic, and it seems to have succeed.
Yeah.
Second bomb was just designed to punish Japan.
By every measurable standard, it succeeded. Right? Look at them now.
And even on the subject of
same thing happened in Germany. On the missile, you can do. I mean, it was like all of the occupation afterwards, and again, they were already like super duper westernizing. You can't just like literally tie those things.
You can't do a timeline analysis and say that because something is better now, that justifies murder and genocide or certain military actions, because you don't have anything to compare it to. All you have to compare it to is what it was before. What you don't have another universe where the bombs weren't dropped to compare it to. So the idea to say that something is successful. No, but the idea to say
how can you make any kind of prediction about history at all then?
How do you make any policy ever?
You can't. I'm just saying that you can't say that if we hadn't dropped the bombs, right, that the world would be worse off than it is now, just because you're able to look at what has occurred in our current timeline. Right, you're not actually comparing it to a world where the second bomb,
yeah,
for
well,
example,
like with
wait,
any
Scott, we do these comparisons all the time, right? Like if we take this analysis where we can't like predict whether or not a policy or an action led to good results because we don't have the counterfactual that never existing, right? It leads to just ridiculous outcomes. Like, do we know that we did a good thing by liberating the different concentration camps? Well, we don't know what would happen if we just would have left them alone. So I guess we can't say we did a good thing. Like, no, like they were killed people and we stopped them from killing more people. That was a good thing, right?
Yeah, that's just illogical to say that you can look at a historical timeline of 70 years and say, see, it was a good thing because where they are today is better than where they were 70 years ago, because you don't know what the world would have looked like if we hadn't dropped the second bomb.
It's a predictive trajectory.
I have to assume
you can guess, and you can use evidence to try and get to a good guess.
You're now Saccharin, no longer
Scott,
Revere.
You can correct me if I'm
Welcome.
wrong, right? But I think
Thank you for passing by.
And what you're trying to say is that I like to what he's talking about, looking at a very specific action, right? Like liberating the concentration camps, right? But then Scott is countering, saying that, well, you're not just looking at that. You're looking at a whole series of events that sprout from that. Like, we're so far removed from these events, right? Removed from World War II. That saying that not dropping the bombs, like that would have spawned so many other consequences, right? Like maybe us literally having to invade the island, which would have been very bloody affair, you know, and how that go with the American people have had the stomach for that, all these things, and then on top of everything else that happens in decades afterwards. So he's saying that you can't, that at that point the counterfactual becomes impossible to make. Am I incorrect, Scott? Or Scott, am I correct or incorrect in your?
I mean, technically, I would make a further point, but that's perfectly good enough for this.
But with
wait, hold on.
With that thought process,
that wasn't what I was disagreeing with.
Simply...
Okay, sorry, hold on. Let's get Lactoid to get that, and then
yeah. So Prime, with all due respect, I don't think that's what the disagreement was, right? What I'm saying is historical actions, whether they be like a more specific thing, like liberating a specific concentration camp, or liberating a whole bunch of concentration camps, or invading a country and conquering them, or dropping a bomb, or all these different historical things, right? Like, yeah, I guess I don't know for a fact if we did none of them, what the world would look like. We have to do a predictive trajectory about, do we think this will lead to like a long-term good? And is it true that we never know for sure whether or not any action, like, is it possible that like by nuking Japan that actually would send a shockwave that would alert alien satellite? I don't know. There could be like some, I don't know, fucking know, right? We really don't know. But at the end of the day, we make a predictive analysis. Like, will we save more lives by, sending the troops in and liberating Auschwitz? I think that every reasonable person, based on the evidence, would say, I guess we don't know for sure, but we probably will save more lives, and it will kill some people.
No.
Yeah.
What you've just did is explain in a really long fashion that every reasonable person must be a consequentialist.
Would you?
And that you don't engage in morality of right and wrong based off of the action itself.
Scott, if if I'm not sure you answered this question. If you lived in 1941, would you be in favor of invading Germany to specifically liberate the Jews?
I would be in favor in mercenary forces and giving donations to those things. I wouldn't be in favor of taxation from the state.
Okay.
What fight that war? No.
What if all the predictive power indicated that the only way we could save 6 million Jews is if we send in the troops, like government troops? Would you be in favor?
I'll make this even easier for you. It is wrong to steal a penny to save the world.
Okay.
Wow.
I mean, I feel like that. Sorry, let's go to Aiko.
There's no pennies in Canada, by the way.
I might do it. A really important penny.
I might do it, but theft is wrong, regardless.
Aiko.
So this reminds me, that last comment reminds me of a quote that's often attributed to Ayn Rand, but she probably didn't actually say it, but I think it's something that she would have said. And somebody, according to the story, once asked her if it was legal, if somebody owned the sun, would they have the right to turn it off? And in this apocryphal story, she said yes, they would. So I think that's sort of akin to what we just heard from Fabian.
Wow.
But let me just say, I don't think that dropping the bomb is analogous to this situation, because we've dropped the bomb with regards to Afghanistan, right? That was the initial invasion. We came in and that was a successful invasion. What went wrong was immediately after the invasion, trying to deal with insurgencies is the problem that we had in Afghanistan. And that's not equivalent to dropping the bomb. It's equivalent of the decades after in Japan, where we stayed and tried to, change their society. Now, I even think that has problems, because Japan was a top-down society, right? I think, as Doobie said, we killed their god. There's no equivalent to that in Afghanistan, right? They're tribal culture, they're decentralized. Taliban was everywhere. So you could kill any given tribal leader and just another tribe would spring up, or that particular tribe would just have another leader. It wouldn't have the same effect. And so to that degree, I don't think you can justify going into Afghanistan and doing regime change on the basis that it was analogous to what happened in Germany or in Japan.
Yeah,
well, hold on. Let me just finish this real quick, because I've got this. This is a thread. So that means I was against going in. I wasn't necessarily. I was okay with going in and destroying the training camps and trying to find Bin Laden and all of that. Had we not gone into to Iraq, we might have gotten Afghanistan at Tora Bora, or we might have gotten Osama bin Laden at Tora Bora. I think things would have gotten handled a lot better and faster if we hadn't gone into Iraq. And if in Afghanistan we did not seek regime change, but came in, did our business, and left, like we did in the first Gulf War, we would have been in a better situation. However, Colin Powell had something called the Pottery Barn Rule. I don't know if any of you remember that, where he says, look, the Pottery Barn Rule is you break it, you've bought it. So if you go in and you overthrow the government and you institute a new one, even if it's through free and fair elections, which is, I think it's dubious to say whether or not the ones in Afghanistan were free and fair. But once you've done all of that, you have an obligation, according to Powell, to stay. There's really you can't justify going in and making all that kind of change, and then just jetting it out of there as if you're not responsible. John McCain put a time frame on it. He said we had to stay 100 years. We've seen 20 years is not enough, which is precisely what I think John McCain would have said. He would have thought that to the degree that you can compare this to Germany and Japan, you would need a lot more than just 20 years to get it done. I think that's like what Prime said about needing to have 3 generations. That's, not quite 100 years, but it's the same kind of idea. And then you have, so at any rate, what I'm saying is, I don't think we should have gone in. I don't think, at least not for regime change in the way that we did. But once we did, I think it's difficult to say that we can just get out of there and absolve ourselves of all responsibility for what happened when we fucked things up to begin with.
Oscar, you had a direct response to him?
It was to one specific part, and he went on for a long time. But I guess I'll just respond generally. On the point that we could use the emperor in Japan, we had to use the emperor to transition in Japan, and Afghanistan is absolutely transitionable in the same fashion. They have revered tribal leaders They have religious leaders. And being in Afghanistan lets us build those connections. We can serve community needs, and we can transform that society by tapping into those resources. Japan had.
Sorry, I was gonna steel man you. We got to the point in Afghanistan to where the locals would come to the U.S. military before going to the Afghanistani cops. We got
that happened in Iraq too.
So like to say that for one, to argue we didn't have sustainable control is insane. And for two, to argue that we shouldn't have kept that sustainable control until the several generations it might take for the country to change and for it to be somewhat westernized to where they retain those human rights, right? Then I would argue, yes, stay the couple of generations, just like we did with South Korea. The last person that died in South Korea because of a military combatant was 1969, and we've maintained South Korea since 1969 to present, and no intention of leaving South Korea. So I think it's perfectly reasonable to say that we had sustainable control of Afghanistan, and we should have maintained that sustainable control of Afghanistan until we were sure that Afghanistan could hold up itself.
So, Sproticus, you believe that it's okay to
I gotta go to DB.
Okay, you believe that it's okay to violate rights, to murder people, to occasionally murder innocent people and things like that, so long as the outcome is better for a much larger group of people, right?
No, I'm not pro. I'm not pro invading Afghanistan and staying in Afghanistan, but we already had sustainable control.
Okay, so let me reframe it. All right, to be fair, to steel man you as best possible. You're okay with the United States government occasionally violating people's rights, occasionally killing people, and things like that in what you may deem as like some form of police action, because it's better than pulling out.
Terrorists, yes, especially when they're going to overrun much more
but
human
innocents
rights
will
and kill
be killed,
much more
right?
people. Especially when they're going to overrun much more human rights and kill much more people than our sustainable control ever would.
So, are you willing to denounce your Christian faith now, since you don't believe in thou shalt not kill?
I do believe in thou shalt not murder, which is actually what it is. Killing is killing is actually different than murder, and military action has never been gone against by the Bible. So I'm curious on when you think military action was gone against by the Bible.
So you think bombing innocent people or acceptable civilian casualties is not murder?
When did I say I was okay with bombing innocent people?
When you said that you were going to support keeping fucking Bagram and keeping people in. So, okay, so you're for sustainable control that will never, ever, ever bomb to make sure that we don't accidentally kill anybody.
I honestly don't think we needed to bomb at that point in time. Especially in 2020, we didn't need to bomb. We had sustainable control. The military we had in Afghanistan was practically in control of Afghanistan.
Well, hold on. In 2020, we had a treaty with the Taliban that said
okay, let's go back to 2019 if you want to. We can
I'd much rather go to 2019. Yeah.
I stated that we had sustainable. Wait. Can you not listen? Do you not know what wait means? Thank you. I said we've had sustainable control since 2014. So, I mean, if you want to go back all the way to 2014, that's fine. I've said we've had sustainable control since 2014.
So you would cripple. Why would you cripple American soldiers and make it to where their capacity to fight is so severely crippled that they can't accidentally ever kill an innocent person? How would they even be able to maintain that control if they can't ever kill an innocent civilian? Or do you believe that it's okay in your Christian faith to occasionally accidentally kill innocent people because you want control over a region because it's better for them?
So the first time you mentioned it as like bombing innocents as in like intentionally.
Right, where you said you would get rid of all the bombs.
The second time you're talking about accidentally killing innocents. And yes, there's going to be casualties. There's casualties here in the United States. To think that innocents don't die in the United States because of stupid shit, then you're dumb. The police kill innocents all the time. Even stray bullets kill innocents. So if you're going to go down this road, then you're against any type of action to keep any type of civilian protected, because any type of action to keep civilians protected is going to result with innocents that die.
I'm an anarchist, so yeah, I don't support stealing money from me to have police forces.
That's not even close to the same argument.
Wait, even an anarchist though, you would have to accept like if there's this idea of like there's no acceptable minimum threshold of like civilian casualties, you know, if I'm a concealed carry.
It's not about.
Real quick,
no,
if I'm a
listen.
concealed carry permit holder and I'm like shooting at somebody coming running at me with a knife, and I missed, like it's happened, I'm sure, where like you missed the person and you kill someone like behind him. Like, am I not now like now do we have to like disarm the American population?
No, because what you're talking about is an act of aggression. What Sprouticus is talking about is actively going to another country to maintain control in the name of making things better. And so the
When did I say
consequences
actively
of
going to another country? We were already in that country. We already had sustainable control.
Well, you're gonna move troops there occasionally. People are gonna deploy. People are gonna go home. Supplies are gonna be brought in. The maintenance is still in action, right? Like neutral gen exists, right? So what you're talking, like when you say
going
I'm
into
for
another country as if we're not already there,
you are actively, but you are actively sending troops there, sending resources there.
The United States is not actively going into Afghanistan by bringing troops home and sending troops there. That's not actively going into Afghanistan.
Right. I'll make it very quick. You are making a conscious decision to maintain a presence elsewhere for the benefit of those people, the presumed consequentialist benefit of those people that will indeed lead to death of people. You are choosing to violate people's rights and to occasionally murder people, and you call yourself a Christian.
Yes, the answer is Y-E-S.
These two are not synonymous.
I've explained it. Y-E-S. Thank you very much.
I got to move on. So, hold on. We got a Doobie, then Fanatic. You want to go afterwards?
Sure.
Scott, I'm super curious about the thing you laid out earlier with the penny in the world thing. And actually, what you just said right now to Sprout is really interesting. And I feel like people in chat are not grasping like how interesting this is. So I want to make sure that I'm understanding you correctly. So like if you're faced with like the trolley problem, right? You have like a trolley going toward 5 people on tracks. You could pull a lever and it goes to one dude on the other side. You would just let the 5 people die over and over and over again.
I don't think they'd pull the lever, but I'll let Scott.
I'd approach it as a virtue ethicist and do everything I could to stop the train. I wouldn't pull the lever. No, I would let 5 people die versus pulling the lever to intentionally murder another person.
And you would do that like so. Even if there's no other way for you to solve this trolley, you need to pull the lever, or these 5 people are going to die. Like you would just let them die over, rather than like take an action there that you think might be like hurting another person.
I don't think you understand Scott's framework.
Well, I do. I didn't think it was that extreme. That's the issue.
Well, not like, if I understand Scott's framework correctly, like
how many times in a Piagetian scenario do you do this? Because the problem with the trolley cart problem, right, is that it's isolated in tempori, right? Like you're given one decision to test the limits of your moral belief system. But the issue is that when you reiterate that over and over and over again, you have a society that advocates for murder on a regular basis based off of consequences of whether or not it's okay to murder one versus being passive or doing something else to try and stop the murder of 5. Right. So when you isolate it, it sounds real bad because it's like, why wouldn't you pull the lever so that 5 people can be saved and 1 person is murdered? You know, just bite the bullet and murder 1 person. But when you reiterate that over and over again, you have a society that constantly accepts and says it's okay to murder people.
So I think you're playing like fast and loose with murder as a term. But like, if this is your idea of murder, like a state killing people who if they didn't die would result in 5 more deaths, then yeah, if that's like a necessary evil in this world, which is usually going to apply to terrorists, it's not in a vacuum is the problem. Like trolley problems happen every day, right? You have to make these decisions every day because there are people that if you don't kill 5 more bodies are on the line.
You have to choose the hard decision to be a moral people and not pull the lever and look for the solutions that eventually lead us to peace instead of war and genocide over and over and over again.
We should have let the Nazis do what the Nazis were going to do. You're absolutely right, Fabian. We should just stand it back and just let them do whatever the fuck they're going to do.
No, I don't think that's...
Can I ask us?
Wait, can I ask one question? I got a quick question for Smarticus. Hey, Smarticus, real quick. Like, would you say that if we knew that like it was going to be a 20 death count every single time, every single year for the next, for every year that we occupied like Afghanistan, and you wanted to occupy it for the next 80 years, right? Because that's how long it was going to take us until we were finally able to stamp out the ideology and get whatever the freak we needed, right? Would you be comfortable with that? Would you say that the 1,600 U.S. soldiers that we know will die over that period of time, would you say that that's just justified for our end goal?
First off, the deaths would go down. The longer we'd stay, the deaths would go down. So the fact that it would be 20 per year is absolutely ridiculous. It's not even a thinkable hypothetical. But yes, I would be okay with staying there with the limited amount of deaths. Compared to the amount of deaths that would happen underneath the Taliban, the amount of human rights that would be stripped away underneath the Taliban. Yes, I would be okay with staying there until we've fixed Afghanistan, because we owe it to them, because we invaded their country. Yes.
Okay. I just think for some of us, I think the idea of just like taking on this idea that we have to police the rest of the world, we have to make them make them align with our ideology, and if that costs us 1,600 lives, that means that 1,600 families who are going to know the sting of a death, specifically because we felt that we were going to change an ideology. I think that's absurd to most Americans. I think it's grotesque. I don't know.
You don't think military members signed that contract knowing that they risked risking their lives? You don't think military members know that they're risking their lives to try and liberate people? You don't think that's understood by military members?
Yeah,
I think
we talk about this all the time. That every military member signs a blank check that the government can cash in for how much ever they want to, and including the individual's life.
Yeah, it's
memorial bracelet.
It's really crazy to be able to sit here and kind of refer to people's lives as just a check being cashed in. But I don't know. It's just I don't know. Maybe it's your youth, or I don't know what the hell this kind of ignorance is. But it's something that you're able to do. I'm just not able to engage with it.
It's called sacrifice. And we
you're not sacrificing yourself.
Their lives.
You're not sacrificing yourself. You're sacrificing other people, you sicko.
I'm not sacrificing other people.
Yeah, you are.
What the fuck do you?
Everyone else
can see fucking argument you.
Whoa.
What the fuck is your fucking argument, fanatic?
I just made it. My argument was exposing the disgusting nature of your idea of your wanton, disparaging, and disgraceful sacrifice of other lives. That's what my point was.
The North shouldn't have gone against the South because it results in death. You're fucking stupid. You're fucking stupid, fanatic.
Whoa. Okay. Holy shit, shut up.
Shut up.
Everyone, shut up. Thank you. Great. Fuck. This is what happens when I try to be nice. Like, hey, let me not curse everyone. Now I gotta tell people to shut the fuck up. Like, it's the effective thing. Doobie.
Fanatic-based arc.
Doobie, finish your point, and then we'll go to Ico and Factoid.
Yeah. So I don't think we're gonna reach Scott at all. I think you're doing kind of an dialogue right now. But that's okay. That's why I love you.
What? I want to add. I want to add to this.
Oh, right? Hold on, Doobie. Is Doobie?
I mean, because Scott, it's true, right? That the trolley problem is a scenario presented, tepat waktu, right? So if we were to extend that out further, yeah, it is true. We would end up in a society where, yes, this society believes that if you can save 5 people by killing 1 person, we're going to end up in that society if you kind of extend this problem in this violent thing. Of course, yeah. But I think
society that ends
but on the other end, if you hold on, but on the other end, if you don't accept that you might need to violate maybe moral norms, quote unquote, right? You might need to do something bad for the greater good now and then, right? Which I think the United States and plenty of other countries, plenty of people, good people, have had to do across history, right?
Greater good. It's
you just end up making a victim of yourself, right? Should the United States? So for example, if Germany in the Axis powers, right, had just not touched the United States, had managed to conquer Europe, managed to solidify their power there, had actually started striking up deals with Mexico to invade the United States, up to the point where they actually fucking invade the country, we don't get to do anything to prevent this.
There's nothing ridiculous. No, there's nothing wrong, right, with Halliburton, for example, being hired to defend people based off of bank loans. right? There's nothing wrong with someone saying, hey, look, we're being attacked, we need help, and then a group voluntarily choosing to go defend other people that are hiring their resources because they're being violently attacked. What is wrong is the American government trying to orchestrate and make Pearl Harbor worse to try and convince us to support World War II, and then conscripting people to fight in a war that they may or may not believe in, so that their sons can die in war that they didn't even fucking sign up for, in the name of the greater good. And the fact of the matter is that a whole number of things might have occurred if America wasn't involved in World War II. Maybe the fucking Nazis and the fucking Soviets duked it out for so long after Europe was crushed that we never had to worry about the reign of communism, and China would be a liberal democracy to this day, and so would North Korea. You don't know what would have happened. What I'm saying is that some things are unjustifiable. And murder is one of those things. Aggression is unjustifiable. And so I say that they're wrong. But what I wanted to say is that we're having this weird thing where we're having this conversation in a vacuum, where we presume the state, we presume the United States government to be this like good faith actor in the Middle East. And I think that is an absurd lens to look at, given all of the things that have occurred, given the fact that to this day, we are still having the Pentagon, after Trump said that the CIA couldn't do it, they just went behind his back and the Pentagon did it, or sorry, DOD, is paying large corporations hundreds of millions of dollars to send, Eastern European weapons to conflict-one zones, wherever that may be, so that we can over and over and over again continuously destabilize this region. And the idea that like the American government was in Afghanistan is like this benevolent fucking dictator that was actually stabilizing the region is already a false narrative of
but we're going further than that
this entire time.
We're going further than that, though, right? So I can agree with you that there are a lot of fuck-ups in how the Afghanistan situation was handled, right? For lots of reasons.
If it was just stupidity, sometimes the mistakes would happen in our favor.
But I think what Sprouticus and LSP are proposing is that sometimes, right, not just in Afghanistan, but in other situations too, across the planet, there are cases where people are being oppressed, people are being hurt, murdered, whatever, by actors within the region that are totally disconnected from us, that don't affect us in any way, right? Where it is our like moral responsibility to come in, because we have the ability to, and say, hey, you don't get to kill those people. You don't get to enslave those people anymore, right? We're going to stop you because we have the ability to stop you because we think what you're doing is wrong, right? And it seems like you're saying, hey, you would just allow the slave trade, you would allow, the rape and murder, all this stuff, because hey, it's somewhere else.
No, I'm saying you don't fix things by violating rights. If you did, then Libya wouldn't have fucking open slave markets right now. You don't know what your actions are going to do. You're presuming that because bad things are happening.
You think the North shouldn't have invaded the South?
Do I think like in the United States during the Civil War?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't think the North should have invaded the South. No.
Okay. I mean, I guess we can't say, we would have been better off without slavery, I guess.
So we'll go to.
It's not what I'm saying at all. I just think you don't understand Civil War history.
We don't have that counterfactual, so.
But like, we don't have the counterfactual.
Yeah, we might have been better off if we stressed.
So, Scott, I'm gonna ask you a question, which I know I shouldn't ask. And I need you to just answer in 10 seconds because you got like a whole bunch of.
Go ahead. I'll be quick and I'll back up. It's fine.
Sure. In a Call of Duty game, which I barely played, but I think it was like Advanced Warfare. They had a PMC, a private military contractor, which had gotten so big that it had like a military capabilities like rival superpower. Would you be in favor of something like that, or not necessarily in favor, but fine with private military contractors popping up? Maybe one of them becoming that powerful. They're not the state pushing for an army, but a PMC that anyone could hire.
I'll just say that like I don't see any I don't think you can violate someone's rights. I mean, that's the issue. I don't care. Like if a PMC has fucking nuclear weapons, what the fuck do I care? How's it any different than China having nukes?
Thank you. That's all I wanted. Thank you so much. All right, let's go to Aiko, Lactoid, Corey, and LSP.
Yeah. So of course, the problem with consequentialism, at least for me, is not the idea of looking at consequences. It's the ism part of it. It's the idea that consequences always trump everything else all the time. And so to Steelman, Fabian's answer to the trolley problem I have with the trolley problem is that if you think you have an easy answer to it, then you're probably not thinking about it enough. And I think, so this is why I want to Steelman Fabian's side of it, because if we were to look at it as something other than the trolley, because the trolley is designed to sort of make us uncomfortable about losing the 5 lives. But there are real world scenarios where we have to make these choices. Like imagine if there's a healthy person at a hospital where there are 5 different people who all need various different organs, right? Would it be okay to kill that person, take all that person's organs in order to save the 5 lives? I think when you ask that question, you intuit sort of your inductive reasoning takes you to a very different place than it typically takes us when it comes to the trolley problem. Yet there's no reason for it to be considered all that different of a problem. And this is a problem that the Catholic Church talks about all the time. Catholic Church continually talks about the difference between active and passive sins, right? That if you do something actively, that can be a problem, but if by inaction you don't do it, it can be less of a problem. And they make those distinctions within the moral theology, right, of the Church. And that makes me think that that's where it has something to do with why Fabian talks a lot about positive and negative rights, because if you're going to assert this thing, you can't really acknowledge positive rights, because then by inaction you're hurting people's rights, and it's so much.
I don't believe
easier.
in positive rights.
Right. If you
positive rights are just made up bullshit.
Right. If you disbelieve in positive rights, then it's way easier to hold that position, because then you can just do nothing, and it's always moral to just do nothing. But what I'm saying is that the organ example sort of, I think, makes it more intuitively obvious why someone with Fabian's outlook would give the answer that he does to the trolley problem.
Likely.
I'm not sure. I mean, to some extent it is. I'm not sure it's actually that. You don't have to frame it in terms of like a trolley problem, because in the trolley problem, you're pulling the lever and then your intent. I mean, arguably you had no choice, but like you are intending on the other person to die in some way or another. I almost think war is almost kind of closer to like, we all agree with like self-defense, but what if it's like defense of others, right? So if someone's running at me, trying to get me, I think we all can agree, like, yeah, I can shoot him, right? He's coming at me, right? Kyle Rittenhero, right, when he shot the guy attacking him, clearly justified, right? But let's say Kyle Rittenhero had been charged at directly. Let's say there was some woman running on the street and like a guy with like the same crazy, rapist guy was chasing after her instead, and then Kyle like took the shot and killed the guy attacking the other woman. We would all agree that like Kyle was justified there. Yeah, right, he's justified. And like if we take this kind of like microcosm to me kind of seems like Afghanistan, right? The Taliban, maybe they're not coming after us, right, or me or you, but like they're running after these Afghan women, trying to enslave them, and like we come in and say, no, you can't do that, right? We defend them, like in the same way that I would shoot somebody to like defend my wife or children, like unless we're gonna make the argument that like my wife and children have like intrinsically more valuable than some Afghan woman, which I don't think any of us are going to make.
The problem with the Rittenhero,
you can kill as an act of self-defense in defense of others. Especially in the commission of a felony, you can kill in defense of others if you have a reasonable belief that someone is going to sustain death or sustain great bodily harm if left alone.
So the problem, Lactoid, the problem that you have here is in some ways similar to the trolley problem, but it's not a direct parallel, right? Is that what you did is you took something that is clear and present danger, that is like in tempori, right? And then what you did is you use that as a justification over time for war. And those two are not the same thing. So when Kyle Rittenhouse, in this example, right, sees someone in clear and present danger in their vicinity and acts to stop the murderer or what have you, right? The child rapist, and says, I'm going to kill this child rapist that's trying to kill this woman right here, right? Like he is doing a good thing in stopping something that is active. But what you're talking about is engaging in an operation that we know is going to is not no longer a clear and present situation, but saying these people are being oppressed, these people are being killed in general. We're going to look at them as a nation, as a group of people, as an ethnicity, whatever it may be. We're going to commit to a war that necessarily requires tons of acts of aggression in order to do so.
Well, so I can change the hypothetical, right? So let's say like Kyle Rittenhero hears about like there's an army of pedophiles, right? All of them, like this pedophile that attacked him, like he's their hero, he's their god. So you have an army of pedophiles, and they're all marching slowly towards a kindergarten, right? And they're like miles away, but they're marching towards a kindergarten, and we know they're gonna get there at some point. He calls the police. They don't want. Police don't want to piss off the Democrats, so we're not going to do anything. We're not going to come and like save the day. And then Kyle says, you know what? Cops aren't going to save them. No one else is going to save them. I have to go defend the kindergartners from the army of pedophiles. Do you think he's wrong for doing that? I think he's justified in going to like shoot the pedophiles to defend them.
As a 17-year-old, do you think Kyle Whitenhouse that would make sense for a 17-year-old kid to make that decision?
Written hero, yes.
No, I thought it was Kyle Whitenhouse.
So again, Lactoid, I already made this distinction earlier when talking about voluntary situations where people ask for help in violent situations from voluntary associations, right? So
it's still killing though.
No. Kyle Rittenhouse. I don't give a fuck if it's killing. Like, I'm not anti-violence. I'm not a pacifist. I'm against acts of aggression, right? So what you're talking about again is now an invading army. People ask for help, and the individual says, I will go help these other people voluntarily to stop this act of aggression.
Right.
That is allowed. What you're talking about is using the United States government that steals money and resources from other people in order to support a war, and then that engaged war necessarily comes with all of these other things that the United States government does.
We'll change the hypothetical.
Drone bombing innocents.
We'll change the hypothetical again, right? Let's say Kyle Rittenhero, he hears about the army of pedophiles. He doesn't have enough money to like buy a gun. He just doesn't have, and no one will give him a gun. If he goes and like steals a gun and then goes and like defends the kindergarten from the army of pedophiles, I still think that would be justified. Wouldn't you?
No, he stole. The stealing is unjustified.
But he saved like 80 million kindergartners from the army of pedophiles.
Well, so you're also ignoring collateral
it's
damage.
A great gun, but
how would your calculus change if you know some of those children are going to die?
He's got those high capacity magazines. By going there with a gun, there is like a risk, I suppose.
Okay,
like,
can we say it's wrong to steal, but still acknowledge that it's less wrong than not stealing and allowing those children to be invaded by the army of pedophiles?
Yeah.
Right, but we're not talking about stealing a gun, just for the record, right? Like you're talking about a much like you want to use your World War II example? Can he conscript people? Can he take a gun and say, I'm going to fucking shoot you if you don't help me kill the army of pedophiles? And then they go, I guess I'll grab my gun and I'll go save themselves from the army of pedophiles. Meanwhile, Kyle Rittenhouse is also funding the army of pedophiles through other government organizations. Like, let's make it a little bit more realistic to what the American empire really is like in these countries.
Sure. So if the funding of the pedophiles would be horrible and definitely beneath Kyle Rittenhouse. Okay, for sure, right? But like, I don't know.
Conscription's not.
I don't think conscription is necessarily like bad if it's necessary. If the only alternative is like we're now going to live under like the pedophile empire and like we have to stop them now, right?
Yeah,
and even if out of every 5 pedophiles, like, or even if like maybe after like on the army there's like 10 pedophiles and there's like 1 innocent person who's marching with them because whatever, right? Even if like there's a chance that like you miss and hit one of the innocent people, or like it's still like justified to go and defend.
Like, would it really be wrong? Like if there's like a couple Scots on the side of the kindergarten watching the kindergartners be raped by pedophiles, would it be wrong to point a gun at that Scott and be like, hey, you crazy sick fuck, watching these children being raped in the fucking kindergarten, you need to fucking help me, I'm going to shoot you? Like, would that really be so wrong? Like, I guess you're violating his rights, but yeah, but I think it's justified in that case to violate his rights.
It's not justified.
So my calculus here, and the reason why I think there's some disagreement is because I fundamentally
aggression.
I fundamentally agree with like consent being the critical element here, and I'm against aggression and all that. I do view it in like at least a little bit of a consequentialist lens here of like, yeah, if you can minimize aggression and coercion and consent violations and violence and rape, and you can minimize this with like a little bit less, in the end, like we're living in a society that has less coercion. We're like living in a more like in a society, in a system that has more liberty.
Let's test your limits. Let's test your limits, right? So you've already stated. Real quick, I'll be quick. You've already
got to
stated,
be super quick because we got two right people.
All right,
So
I'll be super quick. You already said that you're pro-slavery in the name of the greater good. So my question is how many black people would you round up to pick cotton to stop the army of pedophiles? What's the number?
It depends how large the army of pedophile is. There's some number, like if it's a direct correlation between.
Got it.
Yeah, for sure. In the same way that, yeah, when you force people, conscription is slavery for sure. Jury duty is a form of slavery, really, when you think about it, right? Yeah. Right. All taxes are
pro-slavery.
Every tax ever is a slavery. I agree with you. You need some slavery in society. You do.
Can we clip that? You need some slavery in society.
It's just true. I give you permission. Jesus. I give you permission to sign me up for your cotton picking anti-pedophile.
You chose the right clothes today, Lactoid. The right clothes. It worked out.
Oh my god!
It's really living up to the clothes.
Yeah. Let's go to
Prime will at least make sure that you're one of the indoor ones. It can't be totally fine.
Thank you.
Can I just say really quickly that I think it's absolutely disgusting for y'all to be sitting here joking and making this like idea like slavery isn't that big a deal, and when you guys start comparing it to like actual like problems or to problems that are like not nearly as severe, that is absolutely abhorrent. Because I think that's absolutely
slavery all over the fucking planet right now.
Sure,
I'm okay with using the military to do something about it. You're not.
I got you. I think in the same way when you guys were sitting there, like just talking about like how like it doesn't matter if there's 1,600 deaths, you know, it's just a check we gotta cash. I feel like you guys are all in the same like sick, demented twist to a Twitch white conversation world where you guys get to just say complete nonsense. Like that's absolutely ridiculous. Everyone can sit here.
As a
the
black
only one not justifying slavery along with you.
I want to get into the black conversation, right? So given that there are many black Africans in slavery right fucking now, in slavery that Spartacus, the white boy, wants to do something about, why is this white man more in favor of helping these enslaved Africans than you are?
I'm not entertaining your nonsense. I said.
Yeah, of course you're not, because you'd let them remain in slavery because you need to violate some fucked up principle to do something about it. Whereas LSP, Spartacus, Lactoid, and I would say, hey, no, you don't get to enslave people. Fuck you.
All right, someone more.
No, you literally already admitted that you're willing to enslave people.
Corey, and then if LSP says.
Yeah, I'll keep it brief, and yeah, my point is long gone, but I'll just ask a question as a point of clarification, just to maybe understand Scott's philosophy a little bit better. And I'm assuming it'll be, I'm fairly certain it'll be a simple question, but it seems like, you know, a large part of the issue you have is like, you know, money taken from you or taxation to like fund war. I'm curious, how would you feel about, for example, like a GoFundMe to fund war? Would you be okay with that?
If there was a GoFundMe to fund a specific organization when you say war, like I wouldn't be okay with that. When you say a military action in defense of people that are being aggressed upon,
a special operation
asking for resources, yeah, I'd be okay with that.
Okay, yeah. That's interesting.
The army of pedophiles is marching on the school, and the school says the army of pedophiles is coming. We need a security force. We don't have the necessary resources. Please donate money. Not only would I be okay with it, I would donate money to the Kyle Ritten heroes to show up and set up the defensive line to protect the school from the army of pedophiles. Perfectly voluntary,
full circle.
perfectly defensive, and perfectly acceptable form of violence that doesn't require aggression.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much for the follow, Portland is Burning. Much appreciated. Happy to have you here, and always a pleasure to interact with you.
And see if he's still willing to go down this logic tree. I'm wondering, Scott, if an ethnic cleansing broke out in Afghanistan and there were thousands of dead and thousands of enslaved, like how would you stop that? How do you think that should be stopped?
How would I personally stop it?
No. How should that be stopped? That's the one I meant to ask. How should that be stopped?
How ought the genocide be stopped? Well, probably the people committing the genocide should stop committing genocide. That's how it ought to be stopped.
Okay, thank you.
And if they just like to keep going in perpetuity until they complete the genocide, like nobody else gets to come in and stop them.
So we just.
I didn't say that. I said multiple times.
Are they gonna genocide so many people that they just decide to stop genociding? Are they gonna be
Until
like,
they get bored, I guess.
It's like the Futurama killbots, right? Once they hit their kill limit, they can't kill anymore.
You asked me an ought, which is a moral question of what should
Honest
be
to God,
done.
guys,
The
that
perfect
wasn't even like a
answer.
gotcha question.
The
I was just
perfect answer.
curious.
No, the perfect answer is that the people committing genocide should stop. That is the most moral response.
And if they don't want to
question.
stop, then what?
The problem is it was a passive.
I already gave you that. Which is that if mercenary corporations or whatever want to get fucking bank loans from the people that are being stopped, and they get together a GoFundMe or a bank loan or whatever, and people voluntarily choose to go fight,
How do you stop
then
it?
you can
They should
fight.
just
Keep the
stop
Nazis
raping.
with a GoFundMe. Okay.
Hey man, GoFundMe. Hey, you know what I mean? Like, GoFundMe might stop the Canadian police, with Keffels out there. So don't underestimate the power of GoFundMe. Yeah, nobody's got shit for that, huh? They don't want to talk about Keffels.
I don't
No,
know.
I have no
don't
problem
know.
talking about Keffels.
No, no, yeah, I don't know Keffels, but they sound like a bitch and a retard, so who cares?
Oh my god. Why?
Clip it. Prime supports
No,
this.
that's-
We're going to escape
I haven't
Keffels, are we?
created Keffels.
My positions are my own, not
Prime's
Prime's.
getting
Okay,
canceled.
I know. Unfortunately, I haven't managed to work my way into Prime's ass and puppet him around yet. So my positions are still my own. So fuck you, Keffels. I don't know you, but okay, if that's like a big deal, fuck you.
I appreciate that.
Any which way. Yeah,
I do have
I'd
some
just
sense
rather
of
not
humor.
fuck people I don't know personally, but whatever.
I have.
I don't know why we're talking about her on a panel. She's not on. Let's get the topic.
Yeah.
I don't even know who this person is.
Prime, help us, please,
It's
Prime.
this okay. So let's move on from that. So there's that anti. I'm an.
And there was a part of me that was like genuinely
I'm very
curious. Like, whereas
skeptical
it
of
seems like
imperial power.
it was just like
But
taxation
I
and money
can't
taken
say that
involuntarily.
it's
That's the
not,
fundamental issue.
There isn't a convincing argument to say that overall that we can lower human suffering, and I don't put. Yeah, I'm not sure if I should say this.
Just say you agree with me. That's where you're going.
No, it's I don't put American lives above others' lives, right? So, and what I mean by that is that, like, when we talk about like the deaths of soldiers, right? What we do in this country all the time is we say that like so many American soldiers died in this military operation, right? And then we don't talk about the people in this foreign country that died. Like it could be exponentially more, logarithmically more, but we talk about how many dead American soldiers. So I never put those lives above, right?
I've got a question.
But if that's the
Taking
case,
that-
then if I'm not putting those lives above, then on the other end, if we take that military action and we lose a lot of American lives, but in the end we save and enhance and enrich the lives of logarithmically more of these foreigners, then why is that a bet that I would take?
Prime.
And I'm not exactly sure why.
I kind of want clarification. So, say in this hypothetical that we sent the Navy SEALs to go get Osama bin Laden, right? And the Navy SEALs kill 500 Al Qaeda members, and they get Osama bin Laden, and we lost 6 SEALs. Do you think the loss of 6 SEALs is more mourning, or the loss of the 500 Al Qaeda members that were defending Osama bin Laden?
Oh, I see. Well, no, there's a difference between like an active combatant, right? Like if we're talking about killing Nazis, right? Just for a second, like we're talking
Well,
about
I didn't want to go the
Nazis.
Nazi route, but
Yeah, I
we're
know.
Afghanistan.
But like,
Okay.
yeah, it's an easy one. Like if we're talking about killing Nazis, I don't have a problem killing Nazis. If there's an opposing force, then we're going to have to kill that opposing force. Right? It is what it is. So I'm more concerned about like bystanders.
The innocent bystanders. Okay. I was just trying to get clarification. It wasn't a gotcha. I was just trying to clarify.
Like the wedding in Yemen, that Obama drone bombed and killed children and women and innocent people, but we got this terrorist as well. Like it's this kind of calculations are what get made. I think everyone can agree was a big fuck up and shouldn't have happened. But
What you shouldn't do.
adjust those numbers, and you can have fewer innocent people dying and more terrorists being killed, and everyone has a different, line that they would cross in order to consider that to be an acceptable trade-off.
You shouldn't look at, I agree with you, Prime Guys, but you should go further, right? You shouldn't look at like a framework of people as a whole. What you should respect is the rights of the individual, right? And when you're talking about Al-Qaeda members protecting Osama bin Laden, for example, right? Then what you're talking about is criminals that have acted in such a capacity that they can no longer justify until they reach some form of not retribution, but not retributive justice, right? And paying for the crimes that they have committed, that they cannot justify the non-aggression principle being used against themselves. And so you have every right to go out and attack or attempt to capture or kill these people that are terrorists and murderers in whatever name, because those rights can't be justified. But the individual, like those individuals at the wedding, right? Just one is a problem. It is a criminal act to engage intentionally in the destruction of somebody for the greater good to get this terrorist to kill other people. You have violated the rights of the individual. There's no number that matters. And there's no specific ethnicity or origin that matters here. What matters is that an individual was murdered.
The easy one is al-Zawahiri, right? Because we killed him and nobody else, even though people were very, very near him. But that bladed drone just took him out and nobody else.
That's because the U.S. military created I believe that was the first time it was ever used. But that's because the U.S. military created a very, very advanced design of a projectile being blasted that would kill only the designated target and not blow up upon impact. So absolutely awesome American ingenuity. And I think that should always be the intention, is to kill the designated target and without having.
Actually, before you leave, Scott, I just wanted to ask you a quick question, and then we're gonna move on to the next topic. But just very quick question. Those Al-Qaeda soldiers, right? Let's say 500 Al-Qaeda soldiers guarding Osama bin Laden. What if somehow that all of them were like fresh out of Al-Qaeda Academy, and they had literally done nothing, and their only quote unquote crime is defending Osama bin Laden at that moment? Do they still deserve to die? Like, I don't
engage in thought crimes, right? These are 400 innocent people.
They're innocent, but they're defending the criminal. So like they're
400 innocent people.
Okay.
No. If they haven't committed any acts of aggressions against other people, other than believing in a religion or a cause that's different than yours, especially when you're talking about young people that might, I don't know, have been, in a country that's been fucked with by the United States easily since 1980, or possibly closer if you want to look at Operation Cyclone since 72. Since 1972, America's been dropping bombs on people, and they're like, fuck America. Like, I'm ready to fucking defend my people and defend my nation. Those are innocent people that have not committed any acts of aggression on anyone. And you're just engaging in a thought crime that says our ideals and values are better than yours, therefore we get to kill you.
Of course, even once you have, you could say, have some cause for believing what they believe. I think that's one of the reasons why.
It's not about the cause. It's just about whether or not have they committed an act of aggression.
Well, like for instance, a lot of the people in Guantanamo Bay are there because they were on a battlefield fighting American invaders, and we're treating them as if they're terrorists who came over here and did 9/11. And there's a fundamental difference between.
Yeah, many of them aren't criminals.
Right.
Like defending your home is not a criminal behavior.
Right.
All right, I just wanted to hear that. Thank you so much. And I'm going to go on to the next topic. So if you need to hop out for a second. So everyone, thanks so much for being here.
I got wireless now. I'm good.
Oh, cool, great. If you've been enjoying this content, hit that follow button right now. If you are new to my channel, hit that follow button. Make sure notifications are on so you know I'm going live. Exclamation with social in chat for our social media. We got Twitter, retweet, Discord, where we have all the conversations, TikTok, and YouTube, where you'll find the VODs in their totality. So like, comment, and subscribe over on our YouTube page, right? And super chats and all that stuff. All very, very much helpful. Okay. We are going to continue on to our next topic. So I hear someone typing, so I don't know who it is, but like I hear typing. Sure. All right. The effect of Florida's "Don't Say Gay" bill is being felt. Teachers across the state are getting conflicting guidance on how the law will be enforced. In this confusion, educators are deciding to shy away from LGBTQ signifiers that are actually allowed by the law. Is this simply the fault of school administrators or state regulators to explain the law? Or do you think that this confusion was the true purpose of the law? So yeah, I saw an article about this, and this is, well, literally exactly what I predicted. And what many people predicted, is that like there is people won't understand the bill, however the bill is written, but that it'll have a damaging effect on people's self-expression and what they're willing to share within the classroom, and it'll just have a chilling effect. So, but is this not actually the intention? Is this just like, hey, you guys just don't know? It's a matter of your own ignorance, and that's it. So let's start with our friend Fanatic, please.
You really chose me to go first. That's crazy. All right, look. Don't Say Gay bill, I think maybe that might have been its intention, and if its intention, it's a good one. I think when you start talking about things like teaching young kindergartners and things about sexuality and stuff, I think it's absolutely wild. I mean, I'm pretty sure we all went through kindergarten. I don't think many of us had a bunch of questions about sexuality and homosex or any of those kinds of things at that age. I don't understand why we're thinking that we need to start creating curriculum around that. That's what the Don't Say Gay bill told them that they could not do. Then I think it's a good thing that they told them that. The fact that it's making people uncomfortable is probably like right in line with what the wishes were of the people who actually voted for that bill. So I think it's actually probably achieving its desired effects, and I think it's a good thing.
Thank you so much, Fanatic. All right. Well, we'll have that fight in a second. Let's go to Scott.
Yeah, I don't really understand this weird thing of confusion. It seems like groomer cope to try and act like this is like some like really bad thing and that it's super nebulous, like laws aren't fucking written nebulous every single fucking time, and it's the executive it's the executive branch that usually determines like what the actual guidelines are. This bill was obviously written to do that. And it's also like, while it does allow parents to sue, there is this clarification in sorry, let me find it real quick. CSCS HB 1557, where they explain the process is that a parent reports a presumed violation, and then the school has 30 days to respond as to why they believe it's not a violation or to correct the situation. Then if the parent is still displeased, they go to the Department of Education for Florida and have a magistrate appointed as a neutral party to be able to determine whether or not this is a violation, whether or not it fits in lines, whether or not the school administration needs to change things. And these are kind of the things that lead up to towards an evidence of whether or not like a lawsuit is going to be able to like gain any precedence or gain any ground. I mean, I'm sure Lactoid can kind of like add more to this. This is just my reading as a layman, but I feel like that all of these systems are in place for the very reason to not allow that, right? And local school boards are, have time to set up what the policies are and to make more detailed things so that parents can have that conversation. It really just sounds like leftist cope trying to pretend like this bill that they shouted from the mountaintops would ruin everything and destroy things hasn't actually done anything except stop groomers from talking about fucking crazy sexual relationships to second graders, and now they're just trying to make up excuses, even though I feel like the law is pretty explicit and actually has tons of like checks and balances, both from the parents' perspective and the state, to make sure that this goes swimmingly. So yeah, it just seems like bullshit.
Thank you. Lactoid, please.
So I actually think this is more of an issue of just what we've seen constantly, which is I think it's a catastrophizing everything that happens, right? In this case, and I think it's been somewhat recently coming from the left side of the political aisle, with Roe v. Wade, we have a lot of people who still hold the belief that the Dobbs decision illegalized abortion nationwide. They firmly believe this, and even though it's just like very easily searchable, it's just not true. There's still plenty of people like who go on TV, like political pundits, who say like, if the other men had been white, they wouldn't have been shot by Rittenhouse. Well, and it's like, again, just like very basic research would like yield this information, but because the media, I think is just so hyper partisan hackery is how I would describe it, right? The confusion itself, I mean, clearly it wasn't the true purpose of the law here. The purpose of the law was to protect children from a political agenda. Whether you think it does or doesn't, that's what the purpose was, clearly. And the fact that so many people are misled by, I think, the media and political pundits and chants and movements and protests, I think is really speaks to the infuriating hackery expressed by media and said political pundits. So please do your own research on things before you change your behavior.
Roy, please.
Yeah. Well, I'm a filthy Canadian, so I'm a little bit of an outsider. So I'm not going to pretend like I'm an expert on United States school curriculum at the lower levels or any level whatsoever, except for maybe university. But as far as I can tell, but I'm open to being educated, of like, the law is having its intended effect in terms of like designed to shut down conversation. Like Fanatic brought up of like, I don't know the exact curriculum that kindergartners received, but I don't think they were like, is this bill actually addressing something or a problem that was occurring of like, whatever, homosexual sex was actually being spoken about at a kindergarten level. If that's actually happening, I would agree there's a conversation to be had. But it seems like based off of the framing of this bill, like it's not actually addressing a problem, and it's like mostly just there to stop conversations from happening. And since these conversations happen to be difficult for a certain demographic, or rather, these conversations happen to challenge a certain demographic, they don't want to have that conversation to happen. And I'll end it there for now.
Thank you so much. Spartacus, please.
Yeah, so the Don't Say Gay bill is unconstitutionally vague. I've held this position ever since we first started talking about the bill. And it's intentionally unconstitutional vague. The intention is that it is so vague that you don't know what's right and what's wrong. And it needs to be taken to the courts. It needs to be struck down. If they are wanting a law, it has to be very specific on what is legal and what's not illegal. What is legal and what's not legal, to ensure that the American citizens know whether they're committing a crime or not. So no, I think this is intentionally unconstitutionally vague. I think that this is the intention. And I think this needs to be struck down in the courts. It's obviously not a good law. It's provided to cause this confusion, and look forward to seeing it taken to court and actually getting through one.
LSP coming at us at 10 frames per second because his computer cannot handle his background. Go ahead.
I just want to say, based Sprouticus. Oh my god. This man is just spitting rhymes, guys. You gotta love it. Yeah, this law is badly written, and it's obviously designed to cause confusion and have a chilling effect. The reason this law was so widely condemned as bigoted is exactly due to the framing that people like Fanatic gave it. He asks, like, why do we need to be teaching kindergartners sexuality? As if the only way you could teach about gay people was by teaching how gay people have sex. This is a stigma that being gay carries. You're a sex-crazed deviant who is preying on little kids. Like that's the stereotype people think of when they think about teaching this stuff. This law is designed to stop people from discussing gay or trans people in the classroom. Plain and simple, since there's nothing wrong with being gay or trans, there's nothing wrong with talking about gay or trans people in the class in appropriate and inappropriate and instructive ways from any age. I'm sorry, I'm like stuttering here. There's no reason gay or trans people need to be hidden from kindergartens. They're part of society. There's nothing wrong with that. And there's no reason to lie by omission to children about that which they have a right to know about.
Aiko, please.
Okay. So, two things that just people said before me that I agree or disagree with. Spartacus said that the law was vague. I agree with that, and I think that has issues that I'll get to in a minute. But LSP said that this was designed to have a chilling effect. I don't think so. I think it was designed to do nothing. And it was designed instead to make the left overreact to it so that they could make this the primary talking point instead of other things that they'd rather not talk about. And the reason I say that is because this reminds me a lot of a bunch of laws that we've had in Texas over the past. It reminds me of the CRT law that was passed here in Texas. At first, we all were concerned about it. Well, what's going to happen now? Because CRT comes up a lot of times in high school academic debate. What are we going to have to do? We went and downloaded the law right away as soon as it got passed. And it turns out all the law said was that you can't teach that one race is superior to another. And I can tell you right now that if you were to teach that one race is superior to another in Texas high schools, you would have been fired anyway, long before this law. So that law really, actually, as it happens, turned out to do nothing. This law is not quite the same as that, but it does have some problems with vagueness. And one of them is, in the text of the law, it says that classroom instruction about sexual orientation to K through 4 students is prohibited. Okay, that I can see not causing problems because that's the kind of instruction that they wouldn't get anyway. But then if you go to the preamble of that same law, it instead of saying classroom instruction, it says classroom discussion.
The stare fact.
And that's where a lot of this
yes, it's been a while. Thank you so much for passing by. Always appreciate it.
Argument
Happy
is
to have you
coming
here.
from people who are reacting to the law, because a discussion can happen as a result of a student just asking a question. And then when legislators asked later on, as they were trying to pass this law, what does this mean? Like, can you give us some specifics on what that kind of instruction would look like and how can you react to it? And the lawmaker just said, well, look up the definition of the words. Like, that was it. They couldn't give any indication of what would trigger that law and what wouldn't trigger that law, what should be allowed, what shouldn't be allowed. And when the framers of the law themselves can't tell you what the law means, then what chance does a teacher have trying to interpret the law for their own classroom? I don't think this is intended to pass court muster. I just think it's intended to make DeSantis look tough on some issues that I think it was up to him. He'd rather none of those cases ever go to court because he just wants to look like he's doing something with regards to this instead of actually doing it. There's also a second part of this law that a lot of people are missing, and that is, yeah, it's K through 12 is the mandatory parts of the bill. The other part of the bill, which is also very vague, is the one that says, okay, if you're above 4th grade, you can only teach it if it's age appropriate. You can't teach any age inappropriate, but it doesn't define what's age appropriate. And so even if you're high school seniors who are at a debate tournament where this stuff comes up all the time, nobody knows if any given debate case that gets run at a tournament on a Saturday is going to trigger this law or if it won't. And I agree that it was vague on purpose because it's designed to make it so that teachers don't know whether they can illustrate these things or not. Although I can tell you that kids at high school debate tournaments don't give a shit. They're going to talk about what they're going to talk about.
Okay, thank you so much. And then last but not least, my man Doobie, a very well-known ally of the LGBTQ community. Please.
And many trans friends, it's true. So yeah, I think it's really stupid to say that the Don't Groom Kids bill is confusing people as if it's like, a point against it. Yeah, it's a new law. There's going to be some confusion as to how to enforce this thing. Let them work out the confusion, right? One of the examples given is that there was a workshop, and at this workshop, kindergarten teachers were told in a hypothetical discussion, they got the impression that they weren't allowed to have pictures of their significant others or private flags in the classroom. And so they said, hey, district, are we allowed to have pictures of our significant others and private flags in the classroom? And the school district said, yeah, you can have pictures of your significant others. And that's it. Like, there was confusion. They figured out, hey, yeah, this only applies to classroom instruction. You can have pictures of your same-sex spouse or whatever. That's totally fine. And then you move on, right? Like, this seems Yeah, there's confusion. It's coming from people on the left, people in the media who want to catastrophize this, who want you to think that the Republicans are coming after the transies and the gays and et cetera, et cetera. And I mean, even calling this the "Don't Say Gay" bill again and again and again, when this clearly not what is in the bill. It doesn't seem like that's the intention of the bill, and it's not what the bill is doing in like an action. Right? People are still allowed to say that they're gay, still allowed to have their same-sex partners pictures in the classrooms. It's totally fine. I think that what's going on right now is we have a lot of people who are there's an outsized political force, political power, right, within the LGBT community. Compared to any other oppressed group in the United States, they have so much fucking influence, so much power to get things done, to shame people, to get them canceled, quote unquote, to push legislation. Because the moment you push back against their ideology, you're a fucking monster. And I think this kind of brain rot, being pushed by these mentally ill ideologues who admit again and again and again that they are, in fact, targeting the most vulnerable people in our society, the children, and their obsession to deconstruct traditional gender norms. We need to fight against it. You need to say, hey, that's enough. You got to slow the fuck down, right? It's okay that you are a fucking gendered fairy, whatever the fuck, xenogender, but you don't get to push that on our kids. I think that's totally fine.
Group.
Okay, so there was a couple of statements on the legal side of things. There was a couple statements made about how it was unconstitutionally vague. So the two sections that I have written down, the only two sections were identified, were the difference between the preamble where it says discussion and the prescription, which says instruction, and then also the kind of vagueness of when it says age appropriate, determination of reckless, or determination of basically like what is age appropriate is not like properly put forward.
Lactoid, the second half depends on the definition of age appropriate. The entire second half of the bill depends on that singular definition. So if that singular definition is therefore vague, the entire bill is unconstitutionally vague, considering half of it's unconstitutionally vague. The entire bill is going to be thrown out by a court because it's unconstitutionally vague.
So
it's not true.
Well, here's the problem, right? The standard for something being unconstitutionally vague is pretty easy. When I say pretty easy to meet, it's also difficult to meet, but it's easier to meet when it comes to criminal cases. When we're talking like civil, or like in this case, literally prescribes it like a magistrate,
right?
It normally doesn't even apply. Like it only applies in very rare circumstances in which something can be like unconstitutionally vague. So this idea that the courts are just going to strike it down, that's not a guarantee. They would have to like determine that, you know, strict scrutiny applies. They would have to determine that like there's some group that is being like.
Wait, one second. According to the U.S. Supreme Court in Connolly versus General Construction Company in 1926, a law is unconstitutionally vague when people of common intelligence must necessarily guess at its meaning.
Yeah,
that is.
Wait. When you said law, it's actually says right here a criminal statute.
No. It's quote from quote. The Connolly versus General Construction Company. You probably look at the 1940 case. Connolly versus General Construction Company. A law is unconstitutionally vague when people of common intelligence must necessarily guess at its meaning.
Yeah, it was a criminal case. Syllabus. Okay. Number one, a criminal statute. This is the syllabus. A criminal statute which either forbids or requires the doing of an act in terms so vague that men of common intelligence must guess at its meaning and differ as to its application lacks the first essential of due process of law. It comes from the due process clause, right? Which is a criminal. Which it applies in criminal cases.
Wait, so, no. Due process is not just criminal cases.
Well, hold on. You're right. It's not just criminal cases, but like when it's applied outside of criminal cases, the bar is very high. Most of the time, it's usually like severe racial discrimination stuff. Like that's usually when they apply that, right? But other than that, like most of the time, it's just limited to criminal. We're taking it like as a given that they're just going to strike this down based on it being unconstitutionally vague. When I don't think there's like any. There's any precedent for that to happen.
You realize
off, not only that,
it was about loitering, right? You realize that case was about loitering, right?
And then the second thing is, I think that I mean, even if that was the case, like I think the law said it, people of common intelligence. I understand like people like Sproticus are going to struggle with this, but for the rest of us with actual common intelligence, it makes all the sense in the world. You read it's very plain language. We know exactly what the freak it says. We know what classroom instruction is. They said just look up the dang words. I don't know why we're trying to pretend that there's some.
What's age appropriate mean?
I don't know. I don't know why we're trying to pretend that there's some proprietary.
What's age appropriate mean?
I don't know why we're trying to pretend that there's some proprietary definition.
What's age appropriate?
I don't know why we're trying to pretend that there's some proprietary. Exactly. Shut the hell up.
What's age
I don't know why.
appropriate?
Don't
tell me to shut the hell up.
Start
talking.
Hey, let Fanatic. Thank you.
Thank you. He's telling you shut the hell up.
Hey, Prime.
I don't know. I don't know.
Like, it's
I
He's
don't.
gonna tell me to shut up. I'm just gonna keep talking.
don't know. I don't know why we're sitting here pretending as if these words have some proprietary definitions of some sort. We know what the hell instruction is. We know what age appropriate is. We know what all of these phrases mean. So when this thing was in really plain language, it wasn't in some crazy like esoteric legalese. So yeah, it makes all the sense in the world. I think what everyone has been saying thus far, that it sounds like everybody just trying to look for some excuse to go off and pretend that they don't understand. That's what's happening here. And I'm not here for it. We know what this bill is. And I can't understand why anyone thinks it'd be appropriate to be teaching kindergartners about sexuality. And for those of you guys who misunderstood me, I won't call anyone out, but you know who you are, the imbecile. When I said the word sexuality, that doesn't mean I'm talking about sex acts. That's not what sexuality means. If you need a dictionary, get one. They're free online. Go to Google, look up what the word sexuality means. It doesn't require you talking about sex acts. What I said is it doesn't make any sense to be teaching kindergartners or first graders about sexuality. And I stand by that. You idiot.
Yeah, but I think it's really interesting.
I get my chance. I get my chance. Thank you. So
Fanatic. We will go to Sprout. We'll go to LSP. And Corey, I think you had your hand up. Sorry, I'll get it. Just go, Sprout. I got to hold.
So Fanatic, stop being disingenuous. First grade and kindergartners in the first half of the bill, where it's not discussing age appropriate. So what does age appropriate mean from third grade forward?
I would say that the same way that we've already determined what is age appropriate, it's going to be there's probably going to be curriculum where they're going to end up determining what where they will outline it, just like they did in the state of California, where they said within this grade they should learn these things, within this grade they should learn these things, and so on and so forth. It's up for the school board to decide, right? But we know what the phrase means, and the school board typically already has curriculum that clearly exemplifies what age appropriateness is.
That's not in the bill.
So
I mean, the bill is going to provide parents the ability to sue schools based on age appropriateness. So, what is age appropriate?
I can clarify.
There is a legal definition.
There is not a legal definition of age appropriate.
Let me respond really quickly. So look, it's really simple.
State statute 675 has definition.
Thank you. Can you link that, please? Link that. And I don't know why you guys are under this misconception. And I get it. You're really smart, and it really boils down to like this belief system that somehow this bill is going to outline every single iota of it, as if some of these things aren't like literally based on other logical and legal precepts, right? Like, so if you're now saying, well, what does it say? What is technically a classroom? What technically is instruction? What technically is what technically is age? What does age mean? Are we talking about Mesozoic era age? What are we talking about, you idiot? We know what the freak these words mean. The only reason any person is going to be confused about this are either people who are not intelligent enough to be involved in this conversation, or people who really actually understand what the hell is going on, but just want to be disingenuous because they want to go ahead and get their way. Those are the
coming from the most disingenuous person to that argument.
I'm just gonna add real quick. There are tons of laws that use the phrase reasonable, and they don't define that because there's already legal precedents for what reasonable is defined. You do not define every single fucking word in law when there are already things that define these words. And for example, in 42 USC state statute 675(11), there's already a federal standard for what is age or developmentally appropriate. And there's a whole list of things what that means.
Where is it?
So what individual actions
I'm looking forward to you sending it to me. Where is it?
Sure.
Let's go through it. Where is it?
Oh my fucking god! You're.
We'll
This
get
is
on.
Send it.
I just said I
Finish your
will do
point.
when I'm done finishing my
Finish your
fucking
point.
sentence.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This
Spartacus
happens
doesn't know how to
all-
shut the hell up. He just can't do
Neither
it.
do you, Fanatic.
You
this happens-
outspoken
You
me by
talk
like
over
20 times
everybody.
this
I don't
panel.
want to hear
Shut
shit
up.
about you talk.
Shut
You talk over
up.
everybody and every
Shut
panel.
up. Shut the
No, I'm
hell
not gonna
up.
shut up. I'm not gonna shut up. You tell me to shut
Scott,
up. Keep
hey,
talking.
Hey,
Shut up.
I'm not
Whoa.
gonna shut up.
Hey, stop. Yo, hey, guys. Knock it off. What's going on here? Knock it off.
I'm just showing how
Scott.
childlike he is. That's all.
Scott,
chilling.
finish your point, and then I gotta get to LSP, who had like a direct response. And don't worry, I got everyone else on the list.
So here's just one example, since you need it immediately, so that you can try and like figure out some way to weasel stupidly into a misunderstanding of a definition, so that you can like think you're getting a W when really everyone realizes that you just can't fucking read. Again, here's just one example in law where the word is defined. And so you don't need to define every single fucking word, because if you did that, all of our bills would be insanely too difficult to understand. And that's why we have these things called lawyers. Someone happens to be a lawyer on this fucking panel. So if you're confused by the definition of reasonable or state or or age appropriate and how it applies to a bill that sets up a magistrate and
The
says
lawyer
that rules
said
need to
that
be
age-
defined by school districts and gives all of these different ways so that people can understand what is age appropriate in the fucking bill, and you just want to say that that's vague and that somehow makes it unconstitutional, like it's just a shit argument, bro. Just take the L.
Okay,
I love
so
it.
we
I
got-
love
we
when
got-
people prove
we got-
themselves
He
wrong.
won't take
The
the
lawyer's
L.
already said that
Got
age
it,
appropriate is a
got
vague
it,
term.
move Forward. Okay, so and yeah, send the thing. Put it in the group DM so we can all take a look at that.
It's literally already in the chat.
Okay, thank you so much. A little bit. Thank you for gifting us up to Joe Lewis. All right, so let's go to LSP. Corey, Doobie, Aiko, and then yeah. Did I put your? Okay, I got you.
Fuck. So much. I don't know where to start. I don't know how people so retarded can be so condescending. It's actually like a talent to me. Yeah, I guess we'll start with this this idea that teaching kindergartners about sexuality is like inappropriate or wrong or anything like that. One of the first things you learn in kindergarten and first grade is how to learn about the family unit, right? You learn about people's families so that you can get a better grasp of like the different ways you connect with other people in society. And there are gay families, and there are families with trans children and trans parents and trans siblings and trans whatever. Like, this is a thing that just exists. Nobody is hurt by explaining this or being inclusive to this, or even educating people who don't know what this means, what this is. And to suggest otherwise is just ignorant moral panic, which is the majority of what I see. It's just ignorant moral panic. Okay, there you go.
Okay.
Oh, did you think that meant something? Nigga, what? Nigga, what?
You tell
think
me.
that was a burn?
Let's go to.
Did he just call me a nigga? Did he just call me a nigga?
Totally.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, he said you. No, I think he just said you tell me.
No, he said nigga.
No, he said
definitely said
ignorant.
nigga what right back.
I believe ignorant. Or, well, I could be wrong.
Someone clip that.
You'll get over it.
Clip that. Someone clip that. And if he did, he got to give. Because that's bannable. That's bannable. That's a bannable offense. Because you're not allowed to be out here.
I hope. Yeah, I hope LSP.
Yeah,
didn't.
LSP
did.
half black. Okay, it's
He
fine.
did. Someone clip it.
Yeah, I said nigga what right back.
Thank you.
Is he allowed to say?
Go ahead and
is he
kick
allowed
this.
to say nigga
So
what
can
to
you?
me?
So can you kick this nigga from the panel?
See?
Can you kick this nigga from the panel?
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's
Thought so.
unreasonable.
Really?
Not unreasonable. That's a bannable offense.
That old
It's a
day
bannable
and
offense.
listen back to you, you freak the
It's a
fuck out.
bannable offense.
Nah, that's ridiculous.
It's a bannable offense by the TOS. Freak out of here.
That's actually ridiculous.
It's a bannable offense. I don't care what you think is ridiculous.
For who?
TOS is a bannable offense.
Hey, whoa,
nothing
whoa, whoa.
else, you have
Let's
to
not go
protect
down
the
this
channel.
line.
You get to-
Hey,
you
hey,
get
hey.
to-
Whoa, wait, guys, stop it. We're not going to go down this line, right? Because I know what's going to happen. Someone else is going to test this shit. I like LSP a lot.
I'm right on the edge.
And I hate the fact that I had to do that. But I don't make these fucking rules. All right, Twitch does. Okay, so please knock it off. Let's knock off this discussion. We're moving past it. Thank you. All right. So let's who is next on the list? Let's go to Corey.
Yeah, I'll probably just springboard off of what Ella, not by not saying that word, by the point they were making. So Fanatic, out of curiosity, so you mentioned, okay, that Sure, fair enough. Age appropriate, we have some sort of like intuitive understanding of what that means.
Sure.
And so when it comes to the legislation of this bill, okay, and it seems like your concern stems from like, okay, well, children in kindergarten, for example, shouldn't be taught about, sexuality, or basically to maybe frame it more broadly, children at whatever kindergarten should not be taught things or informed about things that are age inappropriate. I would ask, like, do you have any sort of clear examples or evidence that, children on some sort of widespread scale were being taught things that were age inappropriate? And my follow-up question would be like, why is sexuality, based off of your definition dictionary, why is that age inappropriate for, let's say, for example, a kindergartner or a grade 1?
I don't think that it has to be based off of my particular standpoint. I think it's just based off of what's generally accepted, right? Because I think that's what's within the law, or within the legal term of of age or developmentally appropriate. So for me, I'm not going to go to my own personal definition or my own personal belief system or anything crazy like that. I think we just use the law. And the law basically, we use what's generally accepted. And I think most people, obviously, that bill was incredibly favorable in the state of Florida. Like, most people think that it's inappropriate to be teaching kindergartners about like transgenderism or sexuality and like whatever. I think we all went through school not learning about sexuality. That was not part of the curriculum growing up. I'm probably older than most of you guys here, but that just wasn't part of the curriculum. And we were perfectly fine. I don't understand why we would need to start changing the curriculum in this way. And it does seem like there is some sort of aim at grooming when you get to the point where people start saying, no, I think that we should be able to teach children, kindergartners, about sexuality. Plenty of parents feel like that's inappropriate, and so then that's I don't have to get any more specific than that. That's enough.
Yeah, so if I may ask, just sort of to my original, like, do you have, like, are there clear cases or examples of like children being taught age inappropriate things? Sort of my question is like what is the reason then for this bill? Right.
Oh my God! Yes,
I got you specifically. So what was happening was there was inside of the classroom. They had a policy. The thing that encouraged them to do this bill in the first place was a policy in which a school was saying that if a child was questioning their gender or their sexuality, that the school was not to tell the parents, but was to affirm that kid's gender or that kid's sexuality. So if a kid decides, hey, my name is no longer going to be Carl, it's now going to be Carla, and I'm transgender, the staff and teachers and administrators were encouraged, the policy demanded or dictated that they have to refer to that child as Carla. However, when the parent is around, you are not to refer to that kid as Carla. You refer to them as whatever the parents refer to them as, or whatever's on their birth certificate, whatever their government name is, right? And so that right there seems like what you were doing was you were trying to sneak something past the parents. You were intentionally encouraging specific behavior from kids and encouraging staff to be deceptive with parents. That's what actually caused them to want to do this bill, so that schools can no longer incentivize staff to do that, because that's obviously disgusting, right?
I don't want to hog the entire conversation, but based off of that example that you outlined, it seems like that is potentially for the protection of the child, as in bad parents exist. I think we can all acknowledge that.
Sure, that's inappropriate. It's inappropriate for you guys. Is it inappropriate for a school to be making healthcare decisions for people's children without consenting, or without consenting with their parents?
Yeah,
obviously.
But then
so that's why you need the bill.
Yeah, but then it sort of at least doesn't make sense to me in terms of if the example that you gave of the child that you outlined, it seems like they're already aware of sexuality as a concept if they're questioning their gender. And so then, to me, it shouldn't make sort of a sense that then the conversation about it's age appropriate to talk about sexuality in that context.
I would say then, if that's the thing, obviously considering how confusing and absolutely critical to a child's mental health and well-being that this thing would be, that you would obviously consult with the parents, so that way you're not sending conflicting information to the child from a classroom and now inculcating them with values that are different from the parents and causing some sort of more dysphoria or more confusion or distorting whatever the goals of those parents are. I would say that would probably be more appropriate. And if you think, as an educator who's only going to be dealing with this child for no more than 9 months that you're more informed or more able to actually determine long-term health decisions for freaking children that the parents are going to be dealing with for the rest of their lives. I obviously can see why that would be absolutely inappropriate or crazy, right? So that's why you need laws like this, to prevent teachers from thinking that they can assume this role for this 9 months, and then when the kid goes on to the rest of their lives, they're now washing their hands of a situation that they created.
I mean, I have more to say, but I'll let others speak.
Okay. Next person is Doobie, Aiko, Lactor.
Can you pass me for now, please?
Okay,
please.
Okay. Aiko, Lactor.
Yeah. Okay. So there was something else I was going to say, but before I do, I just want to respond to when Fanatic said we don't need to define age appropriate because, and he's right about this, the definitions of what's age appropriate already exist in the curricula K through 12. They're all over the place. Not talking about this from the point of view of a lawyer or anyone who understands the Florida State Constitution or the United States Constitution any better than a lawyer would, but I'm coming at this from the point of view of somebody who has to interpret the rules from the point of view of a teacher in the classroom. If we're going to go by the already the definition of age appropriate as it existed before the law, if we're going to say, well, we don't have to define it because it was already defined, then you have to ask one thing, and that is, was the stuff age appropriate before, right? If your answer is yes, then the pre-existing definitions then become invalid because the law changes that. The law now says what was considered age appropriate in law before that now no longer is, and therefore I would argue new definitions have to be made because you're invalidating the old ones. And if the answer is no, then we're back to what I said before about CRT laws, and this is also true with the anti-CRT laws, the anti-Sharia laws that came before that they're kind of meaningless, right? Because if you're just going to rely on the old definitions of what's age appropriate, then this law doesn't change anything. One of those two things has to be true. And I don't know. As a teacher, you have to either continue to abide by the existing definitions that existed before this law, or you have to define age appropriate with regards to this new law. It's got to be one or the other.
I don't think so, and I think the reason why is because a lot of times these things are like really heavy-handed by like schools, right? Where like if you were to poll the average American, or if you're the average Floridian, right? Like all of them would say like, yeah, no, we're not in favor of this kind. Not all. The vast majority of them would say that it's not generally accepted for them to be instructing parents in this way, right? But the problem was that schools kind of getting with some ideological bends are going to start making these kind of ideas, right? Where it's like, I think it's good to start like grooming these kids into all of this other nonsense that parents were never in favor of, and the schools are just being usurpacious and saying, well, we're going to do it, and you won't know, and you're not even allowed to ask whether or not we're teaching these children these things because it's part of healthy instruction and so on and so forth. And so the parents and the lawmakers are listening to the parents and fighting back to be able to say, wait a minute, we're not going to allow you to do this. They've polled people. Clearly, people are not in favor of this, so this isn't generally accepted. It was just that the school was doing heavy-handed, so they created a law to be able to say, no, now we're going to make sure that it has to be something that's generally accepted, so that way you can't just decide as a school we'll do whatever the freak we want. And I think that makes sense.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. But is it fair for teachers? I'm not talking about people who are hostile to the law necessarily. Is it fair for teachers to ask for clarification from lawmakers?
Of course, and I think with any law, you're always allowed to do that, and you're in fact encouraged to do that. And they've already had meetings in which the law was already being taught, in which they were already being able to have workshops to try to work through these things, as was in the article that we were talking about, so that they can get all the clarification that they need. And of course, anytime you have a brand new law, there's always going to be confusion about how things are going to be instituted and so on and so forth. And I think that that's perfectly fair, but I think it's a little bit ridiculous to start trying to cry that like, oh, they're doing us so wrong, and that there's like some sort of malfeasance happening or some sort of nonsense. It's just like, no, this is a brand new law. It's going to be, there's going to be some rough patches where we're trying to figure out exactly what this means and exactly how to institute everything and the limitations and the scope of it. And that's perfectly fine. And you'll get that, like as someone pointed out earlier, you asked the question, is this okay? What? It sounds like they're saying we can't say the word gay. Well, of course, no, you can actually say the word gay. It sounds like we can't have pictures of our partners on our desk. No, you can have pictures of your partner on your desk. You can be hyper reactive if you want to as the defeatist and limit yourself on the things that you can do. That's your prerogative, but that's not a problem with the bill. That's a problem with your reading comprehension. No one thought that. I never thought that. We've had plenty of conversations about this bill and what it stands for and what it means. I'm so glad Joe Lewis is here because he's a real nigga. I think when we've had all of these conversations, no one here questioned whether or not anyone would be able to do those photos. The only people who are questioning that are the hyper-reactive activists who are trying to pretend that they don't understand the scope and trying to push the idea that the scope of the bill is undefined and going way too far so that they can actually try to get some sympathy. That's the only thing that's going on here.
Yeah, I'm not really talking about the photos. I'm just talking about the word discussion in the preamble.
But I can find that part, but we already know what the instruction part is. Let me read the discussion part.
Let's go to Lactoid, Scott, Corey, Joe.
Yeah, so I was going to address the discussion versus instruction part. As to the, I'm not an expert in Florida law. I actually wasn't aware that they had that definition of age appropriate. I for the point that was made of, well, was it age appropriate before? Obviously, the bill has determined that it wasn't. I think that's a good point, that this is somewhat still maybe like arguably vague in some way. I don't think it's nearly vague enough to that would, just telling you from my experience, I don't think it's vague enough that would justify getting rid of it or that overturning it. And I don't think it's even close, right? The standard necessary to overturn for a non-criminal, when the bill actually has like a section where it states it's going to provide, like, you must provide a magistrate to be making these calls. I just don't see it happening. I think that's an interesting argument for it being vague. I just don't see it as powerful enough, especially because it's even less vague than I thought it was, because they do have a paragraph describing what age appropriate means. So I think I'm even more convinced now that it won't be overturned. As to the discussion versus instruction, again, like, the preamble isn't necessarily laying out the directives of the law, right? That's what the underlying directives are doing. And so I don't think just that simple difference in words between discussion, as like the overall goal is to like limit this kind of discussion, and then when it gets down to like, well, how are we going to do this? We're going to limit instruction this way. And like specifically, they use the word instruction when they lay out the specific prohibitions, right? They don't lay out, right. They don't use instruction when it comes to like the age appropriate thing. They use instruction when it comes to, you may not teach this to kindergartners through third grade. That's when they use the word instruction. So, I mean, that's pretty clear, right? That specific subsection doesn't. I don't think that's going to be the one open to attacks for being unconstitutionally vague.
Do you think it would be reasonable to strike the word discussion just in an amendment or something, or just to go back, just to eliminate all doubt about that?
Yeah, I mean, if they have room to like amend it, and if they
or just repeal the word and replace it, I think you can do something like that.
Yeah, well, yeah, you can always. Yeah, I mean, you could do that, right? So it would be a process, but like, I mean, if that was going to be the sticking point, if I was drafting this bill, if I knew the sticking point was going to be people were going to be like upset about the difference in the word discussion and instruction, just get rid of the word discussion and replace it with instruction. Why create avenues to attack your bill that don't exist? I think that's an oversight, actually, and I would criticize the bill's drafters for doing that.
Sure.
Let's go to Scott, Corey, Joe.
Yeah. So first, I want to attack the idea of like old definition of age appropriate, right? And because like you make a really logical argument, right? Which is that with the old definition of age appropriate, if that was already violated, right, then that means that the bill doesn't actually change anything, right? Unless it defines said thing. The issue with that line of logic is that the assumption is that the enforcement mechanisms were already there. And this bill adds additional enforcement mechanisms, right? So one could assume that age appropriate was already being violated, right? And that the way that age appropriate is better determined to come in line with the law of age appropriate is through civil suits from the parents, through bringing in a magistrate if the school doesn't
thanks so much for the follow, Chronix88, much appreciated.
Right, so I think the
actual
assumption of the bill is that age inappropriate things are being taught in schools. We need to stop that. And the way that we stop that is by opening the avenue to civil lawsuits, as well as having a process by which the school districts are able to clarify if there's an issue and then bring in a magistrate to be a neutral party to fix these things. So I don't think that, like, while I kind of get what you're saying, I think what the bill actually does is put in those mechanisms to make sure that age appropriate things are being done under the assumption that age inappropriate things are being done, not per se under the assumption that there was already enforcement mechanisms to fix this and that the bill is like a pyrrhic victory. The second thing that I wanted to say is I LSP is gone, but someone else, I can't remember, brought this up. They kept saying chilling effect, right? This will have a chilling effect. And I think it's really important to understand that that's not true, because chilling effect actually is a legal thing, right? It starts with Bagot v. Bullitt, 1964, is kind of the beginning of chilling effect doctrine. There's a lot of other anti-communist Supreme Court cases in the 60s and following that kind of lay down additional foundations of chilling effect doctrine. Now, the reason I bring up Bagot v. Bullitt is because that's the only one that actually deals with state employees. And what this specifically says is that loyalty oaths to certain political ideologies can't be required, or against certain political ideologies can't be required, which makes portions of the Hatch Act of 1946 unconstitutional, right? Which is why Hatch Act violations now are just like government employees like doing Katie Couric or something and talking about their political opinions when they're supposed to remain like a neutral arbiter, right? So when you say that, oh, this is going to have a chilling effect, this isn't towards citizens and their rights to say or have conversations. This is towards teachers that have your children that are representatives of the state government, and whether or not they can teach your children certain ideological things. And this says no. There is no chilling effect doctrine or violation of the First Amendment freedom of speech by saying government employees working on behalf of the government as the state are wards of your children aren't supposed to teach them certain political philosophies or ideologies or certain things about sexual orientation, etc. Like that you just need to stop saying chilling effect, because it's just not true and it's unfounded here.
Let's go to Corey and then Joe. Yeah.
I just have I think a question of clarification for Fnatic that I think might maybe highlight the fundamental disagreement. Fnatic, so based off what you said, so do you think teachers just simply should be allowed to instruct, for example, a third grader that same-sex marriage just exists and is acceptable? Do you think that?
If you're talking, then we can't hear you.
I think he's thinking.
I thought he was thinking too.
I think it's still age inappropriate, and I'll say why. I think when you start talking about like same-sex marriage or not just same-sex marriage, because I mean that I don't know. I guess it feels kind of weird to me, because it seems like that's something that wouldn't need to be taught. It seems like there would need to be like classroom instruction on that. Like it seems like that's something that like you could start learning when you learn about sexuality and things like that. Like at the same time. Otherwise, I think that would cause probably I think that could lead to questions about sexuality, which I could say are age inappropriate before like the 5th grade, which is I think the average age when we do sex education. So I would say I think that sounds like.
But just on the point alone of like just informing a child, a 3rd grader, that same-sex marriage exists and is acceptable, like that in a vacuum, like you would not be. It's more like it seems like the implications of that you have a problem with.
Sure,
is that correct?
I guess so. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm always going to base things based off of the implications and what happens downstream from it. I'm not going to just sit here and say I just think it's bad to do it because I just don't like doing it. Like there needs to be some sort of reasoning or ideology behind it. I think that's probably the fundamental. Like I think teachers should, at the very least, should be able to just inform a child, a 3rd grader in this example, that same-sex marriage exists, is acceptable, and like the conversation can end there. Or like there. It won't. But it won't.
I don't know what else you can say. Ask your parents.
Like open marriages, or
there
like,
you go.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Timmy. I'm sorry, Timmy. Like, you know what? That you should totally talk to mom and dad about that.
And that's where I would say, like, mom and dad, if they're a certain political affiliation, they might have probably, I would say, a very different answer in terms of like.
But it's not your job to enforce.
And that's where the fundamental disagreement is of like you.
No. I hope we don't have a fundamental disagreement on you having the belief system that teachers can be usurpacious and intentionally teach children things that they know that their parents are not interested in and that they have an investment in doing so. Is that what you're saying? Because if so, then you're a perfect example of why we need this bill. Because it's people like you and teachers who think like you who are intentionally going out of their way to instruct children in ways that are not generally acceptable by whatever the parents are in this region, that are saying that they don't want their children taught this way, and they feel like, hey, we can just do it and we'll hide it from the parents and we'll be the instructors instead of allowing parents the ability to teach its children when it's age appropriate. Like, you can't hide. You're never going to be able to just hide forever from your children that same sex exists, that sexuality exists, that sex exists, or any of those kinds of things. But you can say that some things are age inappropriate. And when you as a person say, I know better than the parents and I'm going to do better, that's why this bill exists. And I think it's perfectly sound. Thank you for proving the point.
Here's why. Okay. I already talked about why.
I would want to respond to that, but I'll
let him respond, please.
Go ahead.
Well, yeah. So to push back on the point, I think you vastly underestimate how bad parents can be, and how the lengths that some parents are willing to go to either misinform the child or neglect giving their child, actually good, hopefully helpful information.
It's not your fucking child, Corey.
It's not your kid. Who cares? So here's the deal.
I don't give a fuck what your opinion is on how we should educate children better than the fucking.
I know you don't care.
That's why it's not called the Don't Say Gay bill. It's called the Parental Rights in Education bill.
Boom.
Because it's reaffirming that the state isn't the one, and indoctrinated teachers in whatever fucking philosophy they are, even if they're crazy fucking young Earth creationists.
It's called the Don't Groom
Teachers.
Kids.
It's not the fucking teacher's responsibility to become the parents of children and usurp their
I don't think
guardianship
they're becoming
rights
the parent
over
just
their
by
children.
saying same-sex marriage exists, and
Well,
that's more or less just
maybe you're not
describing
becoming
reality
the
at this
parent.
point.
You're not becoming the parent, but you're definitely usurping the parent's authority to teach things at the age that they find appropriate. Certain things can be facts, but still age inappropriate, and it's up to parents to decide when these things are age appropriate. Just like when it comes to sex education, you can sign a waiver to not do that, right? And a teacher can't just decide, no, I'm telling you about sex, right? The parent can decide, I want to teach you in the way that I find appropriate and whatever makes the most sense to me. And they have rights to do that. And the state has always respected the parents' rights to do that.
And
I don't know why you think that the state has the right to do more.
Do you think the state has the right to teach evolution in schools?
The state doesn't. The state
Well,
doesn't respect parents'
that's the
rights to
point.
do that.
That is the point.
If the parents decide to support their children with regards to some of these issues, then DeSantis wants to take away those children and say they're abusive. This is happening here in Texas as well. So sometimes
Wait, what are you talking about? What do you mean? What do you mean by support the parents?
So let's say, for instance, right here in Texas, DeSantis is advocating for the same policy as Texas. We've developed our governor developed a policy that said that if you have a child who's under 18 and they want to get hormone blockers or they want to get CRT even as late as at age 17, if the parents support that, the state can take those children away.
That's totally reasonable.
I think that makes all the sense in the world. When you compare that with all of the studies that show some of the negative long-term effects of puberty blockers, when you find out that the vast majority of children who claim to be trans end up not being trans by the time they're adults, all of these things make sense. Well, if you're not arguing that point,
a point I'm arguing is that you said.
But if you're making that statement and you're not putting that statement in context to understand why that would be appropriate, like it would probably line up in virtue with the same thing that we're talking about.
I can give you the context now.
Making appropriate decisions in the state of protecting that.
Let him give him that
I
context.
can give you the context now. The context is, you said that the state is saying the parents get to make that decision, but no, really, the state is saying we get to make that decision.
These are different decisions.
Sometimes.
No, these are different decisions.
Sure, that's what I'm pointing out. And the second thing I'm pointing out is that
what does that
the left
mean?
It means this: the left looks at parents who won't support their children in those cases and says they're being abusive to their children. The right looks at parents that do support their children in those cases and says they're being abusive. And in both cases, they're saying because of abuse, the parents shouldn't get to decide. And what I'm saying is the left and right are using similar logic trees in order to get at opposing points of view.
No, they're not.
No, they're not using similar logic trees because, and that's when you end on that conclusion is exactly where the problem is. Why I went into all the detail about the fact that we're not using the same logic trees, because if the left was using a logic tree that we can look and study and say that the vast majority of children who say that they're trans actually are trans by the time they're adults, then you would be able to say, well, this is why it makes the most sense to do this. But unfortunately, we have data that says the complete opposite, that the vast majority of children who claim to be trans by the time they're adults are no longer claiming to be trans, right? So then that's already a reason why you should be making such long-term decisions for children at the age of 8 that don't know any better.
Well,
That's one of the reasons. Secondly, we have all of the data that clearly demonstrates the fact that that there are long-term effects for even things like puberty blockers, which is why you have countries like Sweden, one of the most progressive countries that we know of, that decides, you know what, after doing this and after seeing some of the long-term harms and stuff, we got to dial this stuff back. So we're using a tree of, we have data, we have evidence that this is harmful. The left is using the just it feels good, and so therefore it must be better. That's what the freak. They're not the same logical trees.
The logical tree.
I got it.
Fanatics.
I gotta get to Joe Lewis. He's been waiting. Joe Lewis.
All right. Well, okay. So.
Who's waiting? Oh, Joe. Okay.
So, I support this bill, but I have problems with this bill. The problems I have specifically are with Articles 2, 3, and 6. And there's like just things that I think contextually could help a lot of people. So I'm gonna try my best with the time I have to shed a little bit of light. In terms of Article 3, if Florida adopted sexuality educational standards, they wouldn't have to have Article 3 as it exists in the bill. So what you're seeing is the legislature reacting to something that they could easily just remedy by adopting sexual education standards. Because you learn about the two things that they describe, sexual orientation and gender identity, by the end of 5th grade. And then that leads into a kickoff to other curriculum. So because they don't have that, they have to etch it out from K through 3. But in sexual education standards, it doesn't exist in K through 3 already. So they could easily just adopt those standards. And that solves my qualm with Article 3. Article 6, in terms about the administration of questionnaires, this is something that already happens in school districts, which would lead me to suggest that it doesn't exist in Florida. So there's something that's existing at district levels wide enough, possibly, that would make them feel like they need to put that in there. They could easily just do something with the Department of Education to say, like, if you're administering questionnaires at certain levels, you can, about like the well-being and student well-being, then you can just like do it through that route. So you don't need legislature to do that. So that's like my issue with Article 6. Article 2 is a little complicated because on one hand, you can say that it's just like, just a TLDR. It's just a conflict of FERPA. Like right now under directory information, gender is included as directory information under FERPA. But it seems like that the definition of gender as it relates to FERPA and directory information could potentially open the door that if that information from the student becomes public or disclosed, it could potentially have harm. But that's why in Article 2, they try to cover their ass. I think it's in Article 2, where the language is something along the lines of the district can prohibit it or encourage to restrict it if they believe that there is a result that like it would lead to like neglect and abuse and something like that. So I understand the gender argument though, where if you have a child who identifies as something that's different from their gender that's within the directory information, and you want to change that, it's possible that the parents could just supersede that and and it's just like a whole just like small little legal mess. So I understand why Article 2 is worded as the way it is. Personally, I think this is more like, on one hand, it's Florida not adopting sexual education standards that would solve my problems with 3 and 6, and then with 2, it's just updating FERPA. But unfortunately, the desire to update FERPA is not very popular right now, mainly because they're like, most people don't feel like it's a burden that's high enough in gender to bring up the argument. I would say I think it's totally, I encourage the revision of FERPA because I think that would solve a lot of problems. And then this bill could be like a bit more targeted was trying to solve. But I guess the short of it, I think Florida needs to adopt sexual education standards. So then a whole portion of this bill and language of this bill would already be covered under there. And then you can make adjustments with the Department of Education. You don't need the legislature for that. And 2, I think Floridians, Texans, and anybody who has like problems with gender, really the arguments with FERPA in terms of like directory information.
Wait, but just so we're clear, when you say you have a problem with number 6, Article 6, is this the part that just says before administering a student well-being questionnaire or health screening form to a student in kindergarten through grade 3, the school district must provide the questionnaire or health screening form to the parent and obtain the permission of the parent? Is that the one you're talking about?
Did you say 2 or 6?
I'm reading number 6.
Oh, the problem I have with 6 is that this already exists within sexual education standards. So within sexual education standards and well-being standards, the language of Article 6 already exists. And the argument that I'm saying is that they could just adopt the sexual education standards under the NSES, and then you don't have to worry about that part of the bill at all. You don't need legislature to do that.
But I got you. But since they don't have that, then it seems like this bill is actually doing something that exists in most places under sexual education standards that sounds like very reasonable, right? Like you don't have a problem with the merit of this thing itself. It's an incredibly like reasonable standard, right?
The problem that I have is that I don't agree. Like I think that Republicans are pretty stupid. So I think that if they took a couple minutes of like taking certain avenues that were outside of the legislature, they wouldn't have to worry about creating legislation like this and having to deal with a legal battle. Because DeSantis
totally understood that, but the question I was asking was, is this specific instruction though? It seems like the standard that they're doing, that they're finding a workaround to get to, that it's not doing.
I'm okay. I'm okay.
Thing to do.
I'm okay with the language because the language already exists in terms of sex ed standards. But the problem I have is that you have the state government basically speaking on behalf of the schools when.
That always happens.
Right. You know what I'm saying? Like, yes, this already exists, but I'm saying they don't have to make they don't have to vote on these things. Like DeSantis could do this with collaboration with the Department of Education and bypass the legislature altogether. So I don't know why they're doing it this way.
Sure. Just to be clear, so that article makes sense, right? That number 6 makes sense in the sense since it doesn't exist at the state level, for them to have it, the statutes of it and what it represents is a good thing. And then likewise, we would say the same thing about number 3, right? Like again, that's also another one. That's like
my qualms with it. The language of it is totally fine, and this is stuff that already exists. The problem I have
is the language and the statutes.
The problem I have is the legislature doing this. That's the issue I take with.
So one of the benefits of the legislature doing it though is that let's say DeSantis loses in a governor election, and the next governor is a Democrat. You know, if it's not legislation, the next governor could simply direct, it to no longer be the case that this particular standard is enforced. Now that it's legislation, you actually need to like go through the repeal process, which is a much more difficult process.
And I'd say that fear is baseless because Democrats already adopt sexual education standards in states. So you'd have to find a Democrat who would be against adopting the sexuality standards. And if you can find that Democrat, then maybe I'd do that. But that argument is mute because Democrats support sexual education standards, and Article 3 and 6 have that language within sexual education standards.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, there's a lot of things that Republicans would look at. There's a lot of things that like adopting that might sneak in, and that might be like why the Republicans aren't doing it.
Such as,
so like, let's see, in grades 11 through 12, right? Like, I don't know much about this, and maybe you can like clarify here, right? But I'm looking at Health Smart alignment with national sex education standards from
the NSES. Yes.
Is that
the NSES?
Yeah. So NSES with national. So
national
like,
sexuality education standards. Yeah. What's up?
I'm just curious, like, I don't know, like, I'm just hearing about this. I'm not an educator or anything, but like, I'm just like, oh, let me look. And like, right off the bat, like, I can see like, you know, sh.12.inf.5 analyze ways systemic oppression and intersectionality impact the sexual agency of communities of color and other marginalized communities. Like,
systemic oppression doesn't appear in the national sexuality
right, like
education
I'm saying,
standard.
like and maybe it doesn't, right? Like, I'm literally saying, I'm just trying to look this up now, and like, I was like, yo, what is this? But what I'm saying is, you have a large curriculum, and it wouldn't surprise me, even if that's not the issue, that there are other things that the Republicans don't want to adopt.
I mean,
I'm not a fucking, like, I didn't expect to go into this. I can admit.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, like,
I'm just
right,
saying,
but
you're saying I can't see any way. And I'm like, I can imagine, like, if we go through it, there's probably a reason that they haven't adopted it, right? I mean, is it like, I think the reasoning that Republicans are just stupid and that's why they haven't adopted a larger framework might not be true. There might be other things in that framework that they disagree with, and that's why they haven't adopted it, right?
Well, but that's why they can adopt it and make adjustments based on certain parts of it. So just because it exists within the standards,
they can
make
certain things that they wanted, right? Like, which is what they did.
No,
I don't see the distinction here. I don't understand why it's a problem.
I'm saying that the things that exist in the bill currently can be remedied by adopting the national sexuality education standards. Then the thing is, what Republicans can do is, if they have certain problems within those standards, they can just make adjustments for that. And you don't have to worry about getting the votes and passing it legislatively. So everything that you're saying and the things that you're worrying about, they can just carve out within the standards.
That's fair, but also it presents a certain danger, right? Electorally, right? Where certain, because I mean, these people have to get elected, right? And so once that big compromise kicks in, and then they have this giant thing, and then they're like trying to figure out what should stay and what shouldn't stay, you know, that might make that you might lose some votes on that, or you might lose some.
The Republicans can totally lose votes in Florida. Like, are we trying to act like that's not a reality, or are you saying like,
no? I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, adopting a larger framework and then debating all of the different pieces to include and not include could put people at more of a risk than, let's say, something that is widely popular in Florida, which was the parental rights and education bill. It might have just been a safer bet for them politically.
It's probably just a lazier thing to do.
Okay,
I
mean,
maybe, but I just don't see it as being a problem.
Like, why would it be lazier if it takes more effort?
Rather than like arguing about the mechanism, that's why we got this passed. I want to argue about like the content of the bill. Let's get to Doobie.
I just want to clarify. So, Joe, you agree then that
I agree with Article 3, 6, and 2. Yes.
Wait, be very clear about what that
I agree with Article 3, 6, and 2.
No, but okay, but like you're doing the thing, right? So like, do you think that children shouldn't be taught about sexuality or gender identity in the classroom from kindergarten through 3rd grade?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I wanted you to say. Like, I don't know why you need to go into fucking nerd mode. So I think
I said I agree with it, but
Corey and Sprout.
Yo, that's not fucking fair that you're going against Joe for going in nerd mode.
Fucking nerd mode.
Okay? With me, fucking my philosophy of libertarianism and shit.
That's entertaining.
Respect on his name.
No, that's I love Joe. Okay, I disagree with him about everything, but I love him.
That's
me too.
So Sprout. Why do you disagree with the bill, Sprout?
I disagree.
Aside from it being vague or whatever, like, why do you disagree with it?
I disagree with the bill because I believe it's unconstitutionally vague, and that's my qualm with the bill. So that's my qualm with the bill. I think that if you're going to have a law, that it needs to be understood by someone with common intelligence. The common individual should be able to understand this law and be able to realize whether they're breaking it or not.
Saying that, so if it were specific in getting to the goal of stopping this discussion in the classrooms, right? Gender identity, sexuality, etc. You'd be fine with it.
If they specified what they meant by age appropriate during these certain different years, I would have to look at it and then tell you if I'm okay with it or not. I'm okay with the first half. The second
You're okay with
half,
the spirit of the bill.
I'm okay with the spirit of the bill. The second half, I would have to look at the specifics before I'd sign on it. I would want to see what they deem as age appropriate for each age before I'd be able to sign off on it.
Okay, so you're only against it because it's not like. Yeah, because you're just because of the vague thing, but you have no issue with the spirit.
Yeah,
so
we
who
kinda
here has an
already
issue with like the
overall
spirit of
that.
the bill then?
I think I'm pretty much the only one. I guess Prime. Yeah, Prime as well.
Well, I mean, Prime Kai's and friends are obviously, and we know who his one friend is in this panel.
Okay, well, I guess
I think
so.
like
Can you kind of lay out like why you have an issue with the spirit of the bill?
The spirit of the bill, I have more of a problem with the spirit of the bill than I do with the letter of the bill because, like I said, I don't think it's really going to have much of an effect for the same reason those other two laws that I mentioned never had an effect on the teaching profession, even though we all thought that they would. But I think the spirit of the bill is to make it look like they're doing something and to make it look like they're standing up to something. But I don't think it's designed to change the law at all. I think just as Fanatic said earlier, what was age appropriate before is what's age appropriate now. He just thinks that enforcement wasn't up to snuff and that this bill increases enforcement or something like that, but it doesn't actually change the rules or the law at all. And to that extent, its only design is rhetorical. And I just don't like bills that are only designed to be rhetorical.
So you don't agree that there is like a certain section, subsection of the educational, the educator populace, whatever the fuck you want to call it, that is intentionally pushing an ideology of like gender dissolution, right? Of pushing like transness and non-binariness, et cetera, onto young children. You don't agree that that's happening?
I think if that's happening at the K through 3 level, those teachers should have been fired before this bill, and they should be fired after this bill. And I don't think the bill was necessary for that to happen.
Okay, but what about the thing that I was talking about where it was a second grader, where they were literally going through a situation in which the kid decided that he was trans, and they decided that, and the school had like policy that basically said you can't tell the parents that the kid is trans, but you're required to refer to the kid as trans.
Yeah, that's Article 2. It covers that. That's the problem.
Absolutely. So wait, so that's not.
No, but wait, Fanatic, real quick. But what I'm trying to say is that like the issue at play here is a FERPA thing. It's not really a bill thing. Like,
what do you mean?
So if I have a student that identifies something outside of their gender, and we can reasonably believe that that information does not need to be disclosed to the parent due to reasons of abuse, neglect, potential of like poor adversity at the home, you can withhold that information from the parent.
Oh, sure, but that's
in the bill too.
Hold on. Of course, that is in the bill, and I think that's a great thing. Obviously, if you have a reasonable expectation,
right, that's under FERPA already, though.
Of course, exactly. But the problem was that there was no bill that actually mandated that people do this before. There was no bill. There was nothing. No. There was nothing that required that you had to inform parents otherwise.
What do you mean?
Right? Like you're looking at the negatory. You're looking at the negatory that basically says if you think there's abuse, then you can withhold. But there was nothing that said, but you must disclose otherwise prior to this.
Can you give me an example? I'm not understanding your language.
So there were situations in which in which there was a child who was trans. And and the child who was trans was the school was like, okay, good, we're going to affirm his gender, we're going to refer to this kid as trans, but we're not going to tell his parents. There was no law that said they had to tell the parents, was there?
If that information, if disclosed, could potentially cause harm to the child, you can withhold that under FERPA.
Okay, right. So you're saying this is the law that allows you to withhold it. Was there any law mandating that they communicated it?
What do you mean by mandating that they had to communicate that change exists?
Yes. No. That they had to communicate to the parents otherwise. You keep saying, given A being if the parent, if it's known that there will be abuse as a result of this. And if A, then B, you can withhold the information. Was there any law that said, if not A, then you must communicate?
So just in the practical, what you're saying is that if I knew that the child identified under a different gender identity, whatever that may be, and then the parent keeps affirming the opposite, then I can affirm the opposite that they're saying, knowing that they believe something else.
No. Let me give you an example. So there is a case, right, known as the daughter's known as January is her first name, Little John second name. Silly ass fucking name, I get it. But regardless. Now the mom, right, and the parents were not informed that previous to this bill, They were not informed that the school had socially transitioned her, that there was official documents about what bathroom she could go into, and she was and the daughter was also going to the guidance counselor and being socially transitioned by the school itself, and the guidance counselor was providing therapy. All of this was kept secret from the mother, and this occurred for for an entire school year, where she was at home, she was a daughter, and at school she was a boy. Right now, the mom herself did not agree to this. In fact, the mom herself, right? But the bill, right? There was no reasonable suspicion in any way, shape, or form that abuse would occur. In fact, the mom was a licensed counselor and was not aware that her daughter had been socially transitioned into a boy, and the school kept it a secret from her. This is the issue that is like upsetting things, and this is why the bill was needed, because it's not a matter of the school having the capacity to say, oh, it might be a bad thing. It was the school's policy in Tallahassee, Florida, that they have to keep it secret from the parents, and that only the child may disclose this information to the parents. So it was a policy that they would intentionally hide information from the parents, which like causes all kinds of issues, because now you have a parent affirming one gender, a school system affirming another gender, and they didn't have any means to be able to get them to see their own therapist, and they didn't have any means to be able to have that discussion with their child or see what's going on. She didn't find out until like her daughter basically came out to her as a boy, and then eventually with therapy detransitioned.
Okay, so
I don't understand why you're trying to paint this story as something that happens in school that doesn't already happen in school districts all over America, where school districts determine through information that the child gives them that this information was disclosed to the parent, it could potentially cause harm. But
okay,
there wasn't.
I don't think that determination was made.
But the thing that you're trying, but the thing that you're,
well, okay,
understanding what
you're. Thank you, Benny the V-Man, for your kind donation previously. Right, much appreciated. Says they really appreciate our kind of discussions, and so shout out to you. Gotta make sure you're appreciated. So I don't. We're getting bogged down on this specific.
No, it's really important. Can I try one last thing?
No, the thing I'm trying to connect.
You're not understanding, Joe. I promise you, you're not understanding.
I didn't even finish my fucking thought because you guys keep fucking doing this fucking right-wing bullshit. I'm agreeing with you, but I'm trying to lay out what the problem that currently exists, and you guys are being fucking retarded. So like the thing that's happening.
No,
here,
you're just not getting it.
It's okay. Let him try.
I was about to finish. I was about to finish the entire point, and then you guys started talking. I'd really like to finish this. So, what it seems like you're trying to tell me is that the school district, in this case, Leon County Schools, were not able to substantiate the argument of harm. Is that what your holdup is?
It's
no.
They never attempted. No. Here, let me respond. Let me respond, please. No, I'm not trying to communicate that. What I'm saying is that the general principle, there was no law saying in such cases, not in just in that individual case. I'm saying that yes, you're providing a general law, a general rule, a general understanding that if you have reasonable view of harm, then you can withhold. But what I'm saying is that parents want there to be. If there is no general view of harm, of potential harm, then you should be required to disclose. Do you understand the difference between those two things?
And that would be a FERPA thing then.
Wait, is that in FERPA?
In FERPA, that doesn't exist. So you would have to revise FERPA in a way. If I'm trying to understand what you're saying here, I'm going to take it at face value. I don't know the story, but I'm going to interpret that you guys are approaching this and representing this honestly. That you would need to have within FERPA a revision of directory information that involves some type of investigatory process around the potential for harm. And the forcing of disclosure if harm is improved.
Dare
you? Thank you. No, we're there. No. Wait, we're there. No, we got it. Hold on. 1 second. No, we're there. I got you. Sure, you're right. I'm a monster. Joe.
No, not you, fucking Joe.
Okay, I got you. It's fine. It's okay. It's fine. Joe. So my point being that we needed the statute, right, since I was the one that initially brought this up.
The point is, you're right. This is akin to the other arguments you had about Articles 2, 3, and 6, where you're saying there's a larger body or something that needs to happen in this way. Florida, for obvious reasons, is resistant to such overarching things. So what they're doing now is going through the legislature in order to design these things. And so you do understand now the concerns of the parents and the concerns of the legislature, such that they created this law without going to some broader body or whatever in order to try to reform that thing. They said, screw that, we're not going through you. We'll go through this justice legislature to ensure that this thing happens. I think that's what's happening there. And so you would agree, though, in the absence, do you agree, in the absence of the presence of some sort of reasonable harm, that that districts or schools or administrators or teachers, whoever the freak, they should be required to inform parents of these sorts of things?
Only in a situation where you could determine that if you can reasonably determine that no harm could be.
That's what I just said, in absence. That's what I just said, in absence.
But you can rule out potential for abuse, basically.
Yeah, if you can rule out a potential for abuse, then the district can be inclined to disclose that information.
Okay, and that's what this bill does, and that's why this bill is great. Thank you.
You don't assume abuse.
Well, he said inclined.
Withhold him. No, he said if they can rule it out. No.
Yeah.
You do not assume that parents do not have the right to information of their children. You
We
assume
already-
that they have a right to that information.
Wait, according
that is
to
not what the policy was
according,
before.
according to
the
a
policy
local,
was before was an assumption that a parents would that this
according to a-
information would be potentially dangerous. So withhold it. After the bill, the assumption is parents have a right to know unless there is reasons given that they might be abusive.
According to a local
super
according to
important.
according
very
to a
good
local
distinction.
news organization, the parents emailed the school, in this exact case, because I've had enough time you guys to talk about it. In this exact case, the parents emailed the school and told the school that this individual was identifying
people being silent in chat.
Sorry, hon.
Yo,
you
I
guys-
can hear Sprouticus.
Yeah, you guys can hear Sprout.
My bad. Sorry, I was muted. That's my bad.
You sick fuck.
Wait, but now muting whereby?
Yeah. Hold on.
Oh,
yeah.
I'm literally hearing Sprout.
There we go.
There you go.
I'm good. Sprout.
I'm good.
come
Yeah,
from-
Sprout wasn't
there we
aware.
go. Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
So, all right.
we
With this being said, the school had emailed. Sorry, the parent had emailed the school about their child being non-binary, and suggesting that the kid wants to go by a different name, etc. and so on. The lawsuit all pins around where was it? Sorry. The parent claims that when she asked the school for more information, the school denied her access to meetings and information and tried to conceal information regarding her child. So when the parent specifically asked for information, the school declined to give information. That is what the lawsuit is around. The parents already emailed prior to the school, prior to this, that the child was non-binary and wanted to go by this nickname.
Oh, that makes it so much more complicated now. Oh my god.
Which case is this? Are you saying this is Sarah? You saying this is January Littlejohn?
Yeah, January Littlejohn.
This must have occurred after.
According to a local news source.
This
What's
must
the-
have
what's
occurred
the source
afterwards
that
because she
you-
did like a TED talk like a
WRAL.
year ago or something.
WRAL.
So this must be like the continuation of the issues after she found out.
Well, that's what
Yeah.
the
Is this
lawsuit
some-
is
is this
pending
some,
on.
like-
You talk about the lawsuit. The lawsuit's pending on that.
I was talking
school
about the
declining
original
to give
story
information.
from like a year and a half ago, but like that makes it even worse, I think.
Absolutely it does. And so so that's what we're talking about. This is why this bill is so amazing. Once again, the idea that a school would intentionally withhold such vital information that could impact a person's life, and we're starting to see a suicide rate of around 41%, when you start talking about doing things that could long-term damage a child and sending a child mixed signals because you're intentionally withholding the sorts of information that is absolutely vital for the freaking child's stability and well-being, and you're withholding it from the parents, the legal guardians, the people who are going to be dealing with this for the rest of their lives. It seems like a problem. I understand the idea. These things have always existed where it's like if there's reason for harm, you can go and find through other routes. You can support them. You can do things to child protective services or other things like that. All of that makes sense. But what I'm saying is in absence of that, you should be required to inform a parent. And it seems like this law is amazing for actually forcing you to do so.
Yeah, if I may ask, and I think this question might be a fundamental difference of like so Fnatic, sort of to my point in terms of parenting, what does it say? It seems like you are very much in favor of, pretty much absolute parental rights, more or less. So what does it say about the parents if a child is sharing something to the teacher that they are not sharing with the parents?
It could say a bunch of things. Hell, it could. I mean, there's plenty of times where like children just might be more like apt to teaching in a specific. I mean, just sharing things in a given social environment. It could be spur of the moment. Maybe another kid can come out, and another one can. We already know about rapid onset of gender dysphoria, right? So like, it could be just that this is the environment where this kind of thing is happening, and so a child is willing to say it to a parent, and because like it's something that's brand new, and this is the environment where they're discovering this sort of thing happening, and not ever having and just having not explained it to the parent yet. I don't know. There's a billion different reasons why that can happen. I just don't know why we would automatically assume that a child's going to be abusive. I don't think there's any reason to assume that. And even if, I don't have to go any further. That's it.
If I may say so. And sort of my follow-up question, and again, this is also directed to Fnatic and Scott. This might be the fundamental disagreement. So Fnatic, do you think parents have the right to hit their children?
What? Do they have the right to hit them?
Yes.
No, probably not. No, legally, I don't think you do.
It's legal, but yeah.
Well, exactly. And so, Scott, do you think parents have the right to hit their children?
I think that parents have the right to have the default guardianship over their children, and this includes corporal punishment, though I'm morally against it, so long as permanent harm and damage is not being done. So scarring a child, beating a child so badly that it causes like some permanent damage to their body is something that should be illegal. But smacking your kid because he's about to touch the oven that's hot is obviously something that's not.
I guess so.
Right. So
it's not corporal
it just
punishment,
depends
though.
on.
True.
Right. Well, I mean, I think you have a right, even though I morally, personally disagree with, let's say, spanking your kids hard, right? If there's no permanent damage done, then I don't think there's any philosophical way that you can prove that you have done like some harm to the child other than like these longitudinal studies that have issues. I do agree that the science tends to point that it's worse to hit your kids than to not hit your kids, right? But I think the argument is obviously the same for GRNH, antigen therapy, and hormone replacement therapy, right? Is that you do permanent physical harm to the child while they're unable to consent, right? So the same logic that I would say is that you can't like beat a child so bad that it scars them is also the same reason it is a criminal act to give your child puberty blockers or to give your child hormone replacement therapy, because they're not adults, they can't consent, and you've forestalled your guardianship. You have abandoned and neglected your child, and someone else needs to come and take them.
Corey, can I ask a clarifying question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, are you digging to the idea that the way that we observe corporal punishment, although within all of the statutes talks about verbal abuse, but it's possible that people are missing that when we're talking about corporal punishment?
Scott brought up like, as long as corporal punishment doesn't do, from what I understand, doesn't do any permanent damage, and it seems like that only extends mostly physical, and then I think they're sort of neglecting the deep, lifelong lasting, psychological damage that results from corporal punishment or hitting a child that doesn't have to like result in scarring or bruising.
No.
Yeah, but that's way more nebulous and way harder to prove.
But you have to prove it.
Yeah, those are totally different.
Like
statements.
if a grandma or grandpa, right, wants to take up a lawsuit and say that they prove that this person has been psychologically harmful and done permanent psychological damage, if they can prove that in court, then yeah, you should pull them away, right? But like that's a much more nebulous and difficult thing to prove, and you can't do that off of generalities and bad science around trans kids.
This is one of the most dangerous things, though, is that when you're like, oh, the kid has to prove that he's being psychologically abused, the kid has to prove that he's being verbally abused, the kid has to prove that he's being emotionally abused. These things are extremely hard to prove. Extremely difficult.
Yes, and
so
that's why
we're just leaving kids in these situations to be abused, to end up with scars for life, to end up with PTSD, which does come from emotional, verbal, and psychological abuse. You still get PTSD.
What's the alternative?
Yeah, I was going to say, Smartacus, there's no other alternative. It actually makes all the sense in the world, because yes, or no, not just foster care. The alternative would then be arresting children from their parents with no evidence that they're actually doing anything harmful, and like putting them through absolutely abjectly harmful systems. The amount of the amount of people from the foster care system that make up the prison population, the amount of them that are drug users, the amount of them that endure sexual assault and sexual violence. All of these things are problems that come from taking children from their parents. We have all of the data. You can stop saying how about. I'll finish talking, and then you'll be able to respond.
You interrupted me.
You weren't even. So you were done talking already.
I was asked a question, and you interrupted me.
You were done talking at that point that you were talking about.
No, I was not. I was asked a question.
Yes, you were. I'm going to go ahead and finish. So anyway, all right, fine. I'll just not talk to you anymore. So anyway, so the point that I was making is for everybody else that has a brain besides Smarticus. So when you look at it and you think about, I got you. I will. So when I'm done talking, and then you can talk. So when you start looking at some of the long-term effects of like all of obviously these other systems, then you can obviously see that like the best person for children is typically their parents. So anytime you're going to be doing something that could result in some sort of harm and taking away a person's right, you need to have proof. It's the same way that we have within our criminal justice system when it comes to whether or not a person is found guilty. So if we can't prove that a person is guilty, then that means that they're going to have rapists on the street and criminals go free. Abso-freaking-lutely. For sure, because unless you can prove it, otherwise you'll be harming innocent people, taking people who haven't harmed their kids, taking their kids away from them, which would obviously damage society. So we wouldn't want to live in a world like that, except for people like idiots like Smarticus.
Wait, Fanatic, but I think
wait.
Let's Sprott's got to be able to respond.
Yeah, please
so
let him respond.
I love it when people are like this. So Fanatic gets so mad when he gets interrupted, but he's willing to interrupt anybody else. There was a question directed towards me. Now I'm going to answer that question after we got to listen to Fanatic fill our bust. So with that being said, when you're talking about a kid that is being psychologically, emotionally, verbally abused, you have to take the kid at his word. If the kid is reporting, the kid genuinely believes, which most counselors worth their weight in salt can tell if a kid genuinely believes something. If the kid genuinely believes that they're being abused, then they need to be removed from the household, and there needs to be an investigation as to what's going on. If the kid believes this, you need to take the kid at his word, because it is our job as society to protect kids, not leave them in an abusive household.
So gotcha. So anytime a 7-year-old testifies that or something, could be literally just mimicking something that they saw on television or mimicking something that their friend said that's not actually applying to their parent. If any of these things happen, for obviously we've seen plenty of times where freaking counselors have coerced children into saying these things, but just the fact, if a child ever testifies, immediately take the kid from his parents. Lord have mercy.
Then have an investigation with the kid outside the household. Yes.
Brain is so insane. You're such an idiot.
Real quick. Real quick. In the 1990s, we had this thing, right? And we realized that it was mostly because women started to like en masse join the workforce, and a lot of children were going to daycares. It was called the Satanic Panic. And throughout the country, there were thousands of investigations of like evil satanic rituals occurring at daycare facilities, and none of them were true because of taking children's word and then interviewing them and then accidentally feeding them information and things of that nature. Daycare people were arrested. People were like trying to find secret satanic rituals in basements that never fucking existed. People actually went to prison after they were convinced that they themselves had done it, and they never fucking did it. The presumption is one of innocence. You presume innocence and then you investigate. You do not take children away from their parents under an assumption of guilt until proven innocent.
So I'm going to go to Joe. I'm going to go Aiko and then Lactoid. But I just want to say quickly that Scott, I agree about the moral panic. I disagree where it started. It didn't start with like the kids saying that they were being abused. It started with moms, parents freaking out.
Yeah. Fully mentally functional adults would usually start.
Exactly, and then telling their kids
not
that they've
children
been abused.
that are so much more susceptible.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, I'm not sure if you're being sarcastic. I didn't catch that part. But like,
no,
yeah,
I'm saying like it's worse. It proves that it was even easier for moral panic to occur.
Okay, yeah,
because it was the parents that were.
It was the parents that started.
So you're saying the parents manipulated the kids?
Joe, then
no,
it's been proven.
Women.
Yes,
and Corey. But we gotta move. We gotta move.
Yeah. Fanatic's making me say gamer worse tonight. Damn. Like this is what being on the opposition of arguments is like with this motherfucker. All right, we gotta talk after this, Fanatics. I gotta pick your brain on some shit. But one thing that I kind of want to push on is because I think we might agree on this is that one thing that we're seeing like with guidance departments, right, is that like guidance departments, generally speaking, I'm gonna be very, very loose when I say generally, is that they're not really like adopting how children and young adults behave and interact with each other. So there are situations where a child might misinterpret a situation and a guidance counselor might believe it to be an abusive situation, which has happened before. It happened to my own family. So like I understand the concern there. However, but I do see that when you do have like properly funded guidance departments and properly staffed professionals, intervention programs, that there are situations where parents do commit different levels of corporal punishment to their child, and then that manifests in their classwork. And then unfortunately, because some parents are really good at hiding these things, that they're able to, like, even within certain intervention programs, the parent might come away scot-free. But I think we probably agree with that. Like, we don't want to have a situation where like schools aren't intervening at some capacity. But I guess like we're disagreeing on like what extent.
Well, yeah, because I think harm, intervene. Don't just
for sure. But I think there's two different statements
in an attempt to prove harm.
Right, that's what I was gonna say. There's two different statements. Yes, I totally agree with you that we don't want schools not to intervene in the case where they're suspicious of something. But we also want to make sure that we're not at a state where children are being taken away from parents who aren't actually abusing them. That's the other problem that we don't want.
Yeah, and then the question, and then like the burden that schools have to do is like understand that like family dynamics are unique. Some things that we might deem acceptable in one family, we might not deem acceptable in another, and that might not necessarily mean that's bad parenting. I'm not saying hit your fucking kids, but it's like there are certain like things that because I've seen it happen where a guidance counselor might interpret it as an abuse or interpret it as something that's deeper than it actually is, and then you get these like adverse results. But I don't think like districts and schools wholesale get to like get out of the game in terms of that.
Let's go to I go like to wait, Corey. We got to move because
mine's gonna be really fast. I'm just curious because it's something because of some of the interactions I've heard with Corey. I just wanted to ask Corey a question. Because the example that was given on stream here, and I understand we haven't delved into that particular person's situation, but that was a second grader that was being discussed. Is there an age, do you think, is there an age below which the child's decision on these things can't be substituted for the parent's decision? Like, at what's the age below which you will not go?
Probably when they can't like verbalize their wants and needs in any real like comprehensible way.
Wait, but hold on. Being able to know words is different than being able to understand the wants
and understand like probably complicated concepts like whatever gender and sexuality. But like where the line between a child understands concepts like those, I don't know that I have like a firm age. That's why I tried to like distill it down to like same-sex marriage alone as a concept. Is that okay for a third grader?
So you would say third grade, roughly?
No. Probably like elementary school, like grade 1, grade 2.
Wow. Okay.
I'm not saying like everything's on the table at those levels. That's sort of where...
I love it.
But the point at which
you need age-appropriate things.
But the age at which the opinion of the child can be substituted for the opinion of the parent in terms of deciding, which way to go with regards to these identity issues. You're saying that once you hit about first grade, you can take over from the parent in terms of making those decisions?
What do you mean by take over?
The child can take over. The child can make those decisions without the input of the parent.
Well, so I would say the input of the parent should be coming from like the child engaging with the parent. Like if a child is not engaging with that's why I sort of brought up the example. If a child is sharing with the teacher information, okay, and pretty much sort of the implication is that there's no open lines of communication between the parent and the child, I would say you probably haven't done the greatest job of parenting. Just as if a teenager is questioning their sexuality at whatever age, 13 or 14, and they come out to their teacher, okay, and they don't come out to their parent, there's probably reasons for that. And you should take that seriously.
Hey, Corey, do you think first graders can consent to sex?
No.
Why?
Because they don't have the cognitive ability to understand the concept of, consent, and that's too complicated, and biologically also as well. And
so why are we not involving the parents if we're talking about their sexuality and their gender?
So
Wait,
so
did you
sexual
say birth
activity,
rate, Corey?
sexual activity and sex, so who you perhaps like identify with, I think are different concepts. Would you agree to that?
So what you're saying is the child can't consent to sexual activity because they don't have a developed understanding of sexuality and its implications, but they can
sexual activity
determine
like,
for themselves but that they can have enough of a concept to not involve the parents when talking about their gender and when talking about how they want to socially present and the clothing that they want to wear and the name they want to go by.
They can have I think I'm not saying absolute autonomy, but that's the thing. Like that should be negotiated, or at least there should be some sort of open line of communication between the parent and the child. Just as ideally,
so it's not about consent at that point, right? It's not about understanding. You're saying that sexuality is more complicated, but the way that you live in a social situation, changing your gender, changing the way that you present yourself, none of those things are complicated in that same regard that sexual activity is.
I'm not saying it's not. That's why you're putting a lot on the table in terms of changing gender. There's a difference between someone questioning their identity and someone sort of committing to changing their gender. That's why we involve, well, hopefully, at least of the cases that I know of, if someone's actually trying to change their gender, we involve medical professionals, we involve mental health professionals, and hopefully that conversation like takes place and trying to get that child to understand, or maybe delay it when they're actually in a better place to understand. That's pretty much
delay it says a lot, but what happens when little Timmy goes up to the teacher and says that they had sex with someone, regardless of gender? Do we inform the parents?
Before you answer that, be Dander, thank you for the 5 stars. Be Dander, thank you for the
interesting,
5
isn't it? That that's a mandatory.
2 more individual people. I saw subs a hype train, which would be really great. So subs to channel, give bits or give subs. You can answer that. I want to get Lactoid because we're like already way over time. I don't want to keep everyone any longer.
Yeah. So can you repeat your question, Scott?
What happens when little Timmy in 1st or 2nd grade goes to the teacher and says that they had sex with another student? Do you feel it's necessary to inform the parents?
I don't like. Morally or legally, I don't know the exact laws, how they are in the United States. I don't think it should be mandatory. No, not necessarily. At 16. If just as
No, I said not 16. I said 2nd grader.
Oh, sorry. Then I misheard you. So yeah. So I totally take your point in terms of that. That's where it's like if they don't understand what sexual activity is. And like it's a second grader. I heard 16. I apologize. Then that is a child.
Are you still trying to refer to like the Little John situation? Because that kid was 13 years old.
No. Okay. This is obviously a hypothetical.
So there was before. I thought you were talking about Little John. That's why I asked the clarifying question. Thank you.
Okay, fair enough. Let's go to Lactoid.
Piecing some stuff together, Corey, you had asked some of the people on the panel if they believe in corporal punishment, and some of the answers were like yes, but only within an acceptable range if you don't leave scars, or if you don't like cause too much damage. To the people who think it's okay, this is a kind of interesting conundrum. I mean, if a parent is using corporal punishment within this what you deem to be like the acceptable range, when they hear their child has like a different gender identity and does this every time, like at some point, does the school like have to stop telling the parent, or does the school have to keep telling the parent? Like if this kid got spanked every single day because like not like no scars, no like bruises, but like spanked every day because every day like the school had to call the parent and say, hey, like, he's calling himself her again or something, and then like the parents spank the kid every day. Would we want to be like, hey, like that's kind of fucked?
Want my answer? Fnatic, Doobie, Scott.
I mean, like what? So you're saying that you have direct evidence that they're beating their child because of the fact that they socially transition?
Not beating. I'm saying corporal punishment within the range that you said was acceptable, like spanking.
No physical evidence.
Right, and you know that they're spanked precisely for that reason.
Sure, yeah. The school knows that like this kid's getting spanked every day. Like no bruises, no scars, spanked every day.
I mean, like I feel like at that point you'd have a pretty solid case for permanent psychological damage.
Okay.
Right. Like I feel like an investigation would need to be done, obviously, but you're presenting evidence that is post investigation, right? Which is that we know that the child is being beaten for this specific reason. We know that for a fact, right? But I mean, like, yeah, if you're beating your child every fucking day for the reason that they claim to have transitioned in some other way or something, like I think you could probably pretty easily make a case that there's some permanent psychological damage, and then involve like the authorities to determine if it needs to go to like grandma or something like that.
What if it wasn't every day? What if like, do you think if a kid like does this and then the school calls like the parents, should the parents be able to use one instance of corporal punishment, or is corporal punishment off the table for this?
I think you need to prove permanent psychological damage.
You're only going to probably find that out like later on.
Why wouldn't we extend this to like any behavior? Right? So like,
well, I mean, it's like what you've described is probable cause for an investigation, right? You haven't like that's all you've described.
But
right?
but is it though?
There's reason to investigate now and figure out what the fuck is going on.
Doobie.
Okay, so like I don't know what your position is, but like, do you think that parents should be able to physically discipline their children?
Who, me?
Yeah.
I think it's morally against what I believe is right to do. I believe in peaceful parenting, but I think legally speaking, the only thing that I can legally justify in terms of the non-aggression principle is it's a forestallment of your guardianship if you do some form of permanent damage, and that needs to be proven. And then once proven, restitution and having the child go somewhere else.
So if we found out that a parent was spanking their child for misbehaving in some way, do you think that'd be enough to open up an investigation to see if that spanking had any like long-term psychological damage?
I mean, again, we'd have to get into the details of the specific case, right? Because like initially Lactoid was saying it was one reason, and that it was repeated over and over and over and over and over again every day. It was daily, right? Like that is an impetus for an investigation, right? Now, a child saying once to their teacher, my dad, didn't like that I called myself a girl and he spanked me. Like, I don't know that that's necessarily an impetus for an investigation if it only occurs once, but if it's repeated behavior and you're able to show, and that they're going to the guidance counselor and things like that, that might be the impetus for an investigation.
Well, it's like repeated anytime the child expresses. You're allowed to. No, hold on. So if it's like repeated, and not every day, but like anytime the child expresses that they have like this other gender identity. Right, the parents think.
Are we living in the panopticon? Like, I don't know. All I have is the child's word, right? Like, I don't know if the child's lying. I don't know if they're telling the truth. I don't know if they're exaggerating, right? But if you see them constantly saying, "Hey, I need someone to intervene," right, and it's like some form of repeated or excessive, in terms of physical damage, then yeah, investigate. It doesn't it feels like you're trying to overcomplicate something.
So parents are allowed to abuse their children as long as it only happens once.
Can I ask
that's the thing.
Is your name in the top center Lactoid, or is your name in the top center Lactoid or Matt? Like, I keep hearing like, who's top middle for me?
I'm Lactoid. Yeah.
Lactoid. Okay.
He's a Canadian.
Nobody's
yeah.
Oh no! Why did you have to say that to me?
I'm not Canadian.
Yes, don't deny it. It's in your heart.
I'm literally at a. I swear to God.
It's high praise.
So the thing that I think you're digging at, which I guess I'll ask Fabian directly, if a child came, like if you're a teacher, and a child came to you and said, I said this to my dad, and then he started yelling at me, and how many times of that scenario exists for you where you feel like it should be something I should report to superiors?
Well, so when you say report, that's very different than investigate, right? Like
reports lead to investigations, though.
Not always, though, right? Like if CPS in many places are often bogged down and don't get to cases forever, and they dismiss it all.
Right. So
CPS fucking sucks. Right,
that doesn't answer
where you are.
That doesn't answer my question.
It does answer your question. There's a difference between.
Okay.
It doesn't. There's a difference between reporting one instance and whether or not that one instance should immediately trigger an investigation.
But right now, in terms of the statute, it does. I think that's a point that Lactoid is alluding to.
Right, but he's asking should. This is an ought statement. This is not a statement of what is existing.
And I'm saying
it's a question of what is ought.
Yeah. So I'm just trying to make it clear that in the current statute in most states, a single act of abuse, whether it be verbal or nonverbal, would lead to a report, which could lead to investigation. But the investigation is varying from district to district. So I'm asking you how many times.
You're couching the word in abuse, right? It's contextualized.
Because that's how it's defined under the statute. Like,
so corporal punishment is now abuse in CPS.
Corporal punishment is abuse. Corporal punishment is abuse. Why are we trying to get like some? So I'm asking you, how many times do you think it would be for a report? So like, if a child said once, my dad said stop calling yourself a girl and hit me, you're saying that's okay? Like, you're saying that one.
Okay. Why are you so?
I'm explaining. I'm trying to figure out, like, within your framework, how much of it would be tolerable under the current situation that we're in, under the current statute.
You're trying to quantify things that are contextual, right?
No.
Yes, you are.
It's just it's one or more than one.
It's not about one or more than one. If I have a kid that comes up to me and says, hey, my dad told, I told my dad I was a girl, and as I was getting up, I think he tripped me on purpose. Like, is that something that we should report? No, I think that sounds silly and stupid, and we should maybe get them to schedule to talk about it more and figure out what's going on in the home life.
So what if it happens every time though?
Right, exactly. And if it happens every time, right, then you have more evidence. Like, okay, this might be a problem, right? Like, there is a contextual situation there. But it could also be just once if, the daughter or son is like, hey, I came out to my dad as gay, for example, right? And my dad beat the living shit out of me with a phone book. Then it's like, yo, maybe we need to. What
if he didn't beat the shit out of you and just took your car away, or they just took their car away? Is that enough?
Clearly not abuse.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
We can't ask any more questions. We're already way over time. Joe Lewis, do you have anything else to say on here?
I'm good. I found the line. It's all
right,
good.
we are way over time here. To my audience, we're going to continue on with our content here. The content does not end. We still have more for you, right? I let this go on for a half hour longer, and I shouldn't have. But things were getting really interesting at the end. But we still have more content for you, so stick right there. We're gonna have open panel right after this, and we're probably gonna be talking about more of this because I did not get to fight the way I wanted to fight.
I feel you.
Okay, so anyway, hit that follow button if you're new to the channel. Hit that follow button right now. Make sure notifications are on so you know I'm going live 6 nights a week. Don't want you to miss out on any of the content, whether I am on Twitch or on YouTube. I want you to follow the channel Expert Social Chat for our social media. We got a lot of it. We got Twitter, we got Discord, where we'll be having a more panel right after this, and TikTok, and also YouTube, right? So like, comment, subscribe over there. All right, so we're gonna give a outro to these guys. But before I even get to that, I do want to fight about this. I've been because I didn't get to fight on the grounds that I assumed we were going to. Some of the what we talked about was actually quite interesting in which way. So Fanatic Doobie, if you guys want to come through, because I feel like there's a lot more a fight to have there. But that's if you guys aren't busy. So anyway, we'll give an outro. Start with Fabian Liberty Scott. Thank you, Scott, for stopping by and all this. I hit up Scott on the regular, and I like that Scott's such a part of this community that when he doesn't hear from me, he hits me up hey, is everything okay? And actually I do appreciate that. I appreciate that because it seems like he cares. He actually wants to be here. So thank you so much, Scott, for stopping by.
Prime guys, I may disagree with almost all of your political takes, but at the end of the day, hosting these debates, especially, I think more importantly than these, where all these Twitch streamers, we could debate anywhere, right? I mean, like, you know, if I bug someone enough, I could get on, you know, pretty much most panels. But like the ones that you host late at night, where you give so many fresh faces and people trying to test their chops and get known and stuff, I think that's a great service to Twitch politics in general. So anyways, I'm Scott from Fabian Liberty, anarcho-capitalist duo stream. Do a lot of philosophy, do some news, do some reactions, you know, do a lot of interviews. So, you know, come check us out. And, you know, I think if this night showed anything at all, it's the right and the left have a really, really difficult time articulating extreme end cases because they don't have an understanding of human rights or what rights are. They have nebulous ideas based off of consequentialist principles that aren't really principled. They're subjectively biased. And without that framework, they have a really hard time having these conversations and they get lost in the weeds. And so if you want to learn more about those types of things and actually understand where rights come from and where they're based, you should come check me out.
Absolutely. Please do go check out Scott. Interesting person, interesting content. All right, let's go to our friend Lactoid. Lactoid, look, to honor your people. Right? Like, I feel like for so long you've been ignoring ignoring your ethnic background, ignoring your proud moose loving ways, right? So I appreciate you coming through, LARPing as an American, you know, for our comfort here. So, thanks for being around.
So, despite your jokes, I do appreciate your effort to increase Swedish representation in media by inviting me here. The Lincolnberry people appreciate all of your efforts. But seriously, thank you for having me. Thank you for everyone who talked to me. Interesting conversations. My name is Lactoid. You can find me on Anti-Communism United, all one word, on Discord and Twitch. I am streaming now, and I'd like to talk a lot about politics, which shouldn't be surprising. At the end of the day, I think war can be justified. I think we should stop Nazis who are killing Jews. I think we should stop communists who are killing landlords, right? We should stop all the authoritarian ideologies from killing people, ideally, whenever it's prudent. And yeah, I'll follow those beliefs to the end. So thanks.
But he doesn't mind capitalists like killing everyone else just for $1. Okay.
Vietnam was justified too.
There's monetary value there, so it's okay.
There's monetary value, so it works out. Thank you so much, Lacto. Lacto is an absolute amazing individual with, you know, misbegotten beliefs. But we love him so much. We appreciate him. Spartacus, a real American, right? Which is why the stripes there are white. You know, that's a dead giveaway, right? Canadians don't realize that it's the red, white, and blue. They go red, yellow, and blue.
It's tea stained. It's stained by tea. That's what they said.
How is
Amazon
the whole
says.
thing stained by tea?
I ordered it from Amazon. That's what it said. It said
just
tea stained
say
American
you used it as a bed
No.
sheet and
It
the
needs to be
unfortunate
retired.
accident
It needs to
happened.
be retired.
I don't use it as a bed sheet.
I assumed when you said tea stained that, like, oh, like for whatever reason the manufacturing
not
process.
pee.
I know, not pee.
I'm not fucking R. Kelly.
No.
Calls himself an American lawyer and doesn't follow the U.S. flag code.
Yeah, right. This
That's
is
not
a desecrated
law.
flag. This is desecrated flag.
U.S. flag code.
Look, just
Pretending
because
to be a
Texas
law.
v. Johnson, and what is it, U.S. v. Eichmann overturned it, doesn't mean it's not a law in our hearts.
I know. Yeah, I don't know how you stained the entire fucking flag with tea. Amazing. Okay. No, I know, not you,
Very-
you.
it's
But
very
whoever-
British.
Afternoon. It was a whole
Whoever
afternoon.
did it.
Listen,
Whoever
Prime.
did it.
Listen, Prime. He was there at the
Marinated.
Boston Tea Party.
Okay,
I was
there
there.
you go. All right.
And I condemn them for being the BLM rioters.
Real American hero Sprouticus, right? Thanks so much for being here.
You're right. I also condemn the Bureau of Land Management. Fuck all three-letter organizations from the state.
So you can find me at Twitch and Twitter at @thesproticus. The Afghanistan topic, we shouldn't have left Afghanistan. We left Afghanistan in terrible hands. And now we do. Now the blood that is shed in Afghanistan is on our hands, and we had to deal with some of that guilt because we left them knowingly that the Taliban was going to take over. So the second topic, the law is unconstitutionally vague. A average person cannot understand the law and understand exactly where their framework is, or if they're doing something that's illegal or if they're doing something that's not illegal. So I am pro teachers not being confused about if they're doing something illegal or not illegal. Yeah. But go follow me, twitch.tv and Twitter at the Spraticus.
Okay, thanks so much, friend. All right, let's go to our friend Aiko, who came through. Who came through at like, after like was it an hour afterwards? It was really kind of you for to stop by here, Aiko. We had a hole here, and you helped a little out. So please. You're talking. We don't hear you. You're still.
Leave your muted.
He's muted.
Oh, sorry. I was just saying, today's the first day of the school year for me, so that's why I was home later than I normally would be. But anyway, better late than never. Also, I wanted to say, if anyone who knows me IRL knows that I'm a giant coffee nerd, such a coffee nerd that I even have favorite brands of coffee cups, and one of them is I will never stop making this joke whenever Fabian's on. This is ANCAP, one of my favorite brands of coffee cups. So I try to show this cup whenever Fabian's on stream, and no matter how many times I tell that joke, he never laughs at it. So we'll just have to see if he does next time. I don't stream yet. If I do, it'll be under this moniker here, so you can click on it and follow me in advance if you want to, but I don't know if I'll be streaming even a month from now, but if I am, I guess you'll be the first to know.
Thank you. All right, Corey Campbell.
First, thank you so much, Prime, as always, for inviting me. Super grateful. I echo many of the same sentiments that Scott said in terms of like the space that you created, and all just a great thing for Twitch politics, and bringing in new faces, I guess, like me. And also, I'm also super happy that you've brought in Lactoid as a Canadian. Like, we definitely am glad to see the Canadians are multiplying, even though
out his identity. Yes,
even though
we can't make this a thing.
I'm not sure if I would want Lactoid as a Canadian, just based off of the white shirt, the particular skin tone, the white headset, and when I hear Lactoid, I think of white dairy milk. So I'm not 100% sure. That I
called you white. You gonna take that?
I said a particular skin tone. I didn't say
that nigga pale as hell. He's gonna take that.
But love being here. Thank you, Scott. Lactoid. It's been a marathon. Sprouticus. iCow. Always a pleasure. Doobie. Always a pleasure. Fanatic and Joe. A pleasure. I'm Corey Campbell, PhD candidate in biochemistry. I also work part-time at a biotech startup. On my streams, I cover science, research, politics, occasional workout stream. You can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv, Corey Campbell 84. On Twitter, Instagram, literally it's Corey Campbell. And again, thank you so much.
Corey,
that PhD ain't coming from Harvard, right?
I'm not gonna lie, Prime. When you were scratching
your
head,
I'm no loser.
Guillotine for you.
I caught it out of the corner.
No guillotine for you. You're safe.
I caught you scratch your head at the corner of my eye, and I thought you were doing like the cross like multiple times.
Corey,
protect us from the Canadians.
I too pray to not convict violence on Canadians. It's really hard because once they're outed, it just.
Corey, I don't appreciate the colorism that you're expressing in our communities.
I'm a filthy lefty. I can't help it.
If Biden won't build a wall to the north, then we gotta hope that God will. Right. So let's go to
Trump built the wall in the wrong direction. Okay, that's all I'm gonna say.
Goddamn right. Let's go to our friend Doobie. Doobie, thanks so much, Dark Lord and Saber. Thanks for everything you usually do. Hopefully we can have you in Philippines because I didn't get to fight you like I wanted to fight you.
Yeah, I'll probably be around. Thanks for having me on. I am Doobie. I help run the politics server on Discord. Discord.gg/politics. It is the best and biggest politics server on the Discord platform, where we do a ton of crazy shit. So that's where you'll find me.
Okay, all right. And our friend Fanatic as well. Fanatic, we would love to have you when open because like I didn't get to there's so many things I wanted to say. But yeah, we'd love to have you, buddy.
100%. I'm down. I might need a little bit of time. I gotta talk to someone real quick and probably call my girl for a brief spell before I can get back on another panel. I just want to say for the record, hearing the conversation, I'm pretty sure anybody listening to this, you can hear the absurdity of the idea that like people start developing like this notion that somehow that they should be the arbiters of what is good, and what should be taught to children, even like against parents' wishes, and things like that. That's the type of disgusting and scary rhetoric that's leading parents towards coming up with this sort of ideology, right? Because if you look at it, like anytime you start telling me you think you know better than me as a parent, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna lose my freaking mind. And that's what these parents are doing, and that's why they're coming up with this sort of legislation. This isn't some like boogeyman. Schools were already doing this. It was absolutely disgusting. When you start talking about things that are literally going to impact children for the rest of their lives, parents should be at the forefront of those decisions because they will be the ones involved with their children for the rest of their lives. And when schools say we know better and we're gonna create policies that like restrict your ability to do so, and it wasn't just in the presence of danger, it was just across the board, period. We're not going to tell parents about these kinds of things, right? Those kind of policies are absolutely disgusting. That sounds like grooming behavior. And when you find out about rapid onset of gender dysphoria, and you find classrooms where there's like 50% of the students are LGBTQIAN plus and all the rest of the alphabets, then you start seeing like, it seems like something's going on here that's a little bit ridiculous, and we probably might need to pump some kind of brakes. I'm not going to decide where, but in any case, we need to do some things differently, and I'm glad that Florida's kind of taking that initiative. I think this bill is amazing, and I stand by it.
Let's go to then our friend Joe.
And Corey Campbell, check your DMs.
Will do.
Okay. Joe Lewis, our friend. Thanks for
Fanatic
stopping by.
is about to get some purple lighting himself.
Oh boy, I didn't say it'd be bad at him. But Joe Lewis, thanks for joining in. A whole unexpectedly happened on stream for our lineup here. So thanks so much for stopping by.
Yeah, education policy and procedures are fun. They're fun to talk about. I do take reservations when the state legislatures kind of like try to go past that and go past their departments of education, because I think that those fine employees do great work. So I think it's kind of a slap in the face of them in Florida. But again, like if there's anything that Donald Trump revealed as being the worst possible fascist, it seems like DeSantis is trying to reveal the actual fascism. So that's kind of fun to see. I'm not saying that's within here, but it's very fun to see DeSantis's evolution into this Republican butterfly. I listen, man. I'm school years back, baby, so my streaming schedule is kind of fucked. So if today is any indicator, I'm sure Aiko knows exactly what I'm talking about, where it's like I'm just looking at the clock and going, damn, I really got to be up in 7 hours, huh? So, but I do still stream, obviously, twitch.tv/Joe Lewis with 2 O's. It's gonna probably be weekends, but also since I'm a marching band director, it's probably not gonna be weekends until about April of next year when everything's said and done. But I'll try to put content in a bunch of different places. You can always follow me on Twitter. Every once in a while I post a Umar meme and we can get a laugh out of it. But either way, this was fun. Always glad to be here.
And every so often he stops by and as a part of our crew here. So definitely do appreciate his time and all of you, because I know you're all very busy individuals. Okay. So we are going to go into our open walk-on panel right after this. Anyone here can join us, but if not, that's okay. Thanks for spending your time, your energy, your knowledge, and your passion in my community. I know they appreciate it as much as I do. Have a good one. Bye.
Thank you.
Deuces.
Take care, Fabian. Oh, 1 second. One second. Sorry. All right. That was a marathon. I think I'm going on over 6 hours. Actually, yeah, over 6 hours. I think this is probably my longest stream ever, I suspect. And so thank you to anyone that stayed through all of that, if anyone. I don't blame anybody if they left in the middle or whenever. The Afghan discussion, I think, you know, there was a few moments where it got heated, but overall, I think it was, you know, it went as expected, as I would have expected it to go, in terms of, you know, some people were, you know, pro staying in Afghanistan, and, you know, whatever, nation building Afghanistan, and whatever, turning it into whatever, another Western, or, you know, Western influenced society. And my position was essentially, you know, I have mixed feelings about, you know, withdrawing from Afghanistan, of like, sure, it's pretty clear from what I can tell that the US presence, like, wasn't actually succeeding. Or if anything, if it were to actually, like, succeed long term, it probably would have taken like way longer, like decades, like 20, 30 years. Maybe Afghanistan could have been, you know, turned into a democracy, you know, similar to other whatever westernized nations. But I think the time investment, the resources, is just like, I think the hurdle is too high, personally. But at the same time, like, there are clear human rights atrocities, or, you know, basically, Afghanistan is just worse off as a result of the United States withdrawal, and largely worse off for women. Not only women, but, you know, I think, you know, it's made considerably worse for women, and we can't ignore that. But I personally don't know what the answer is. Because, like, as much as I would want to intervene, or as much as I would want to improve the situation, I don't know that it can be, like, meaningfully improved, even on the timeline of, like, decades, 20 years, 30 years. Unless there was, like, some sort of guarantee that, like, yeah, after 30, 40 years, you know, Afghanistan would have been turned into a functioning democracy, that, you know, had equal rights for women, for pretty much all citizens. But since that can't be guaranteed, like, I have a hard time sort of justifying. But I'm not really committed to my position all that strongly. But yeah, overall, I think the panels went well. Wick's panel, I think, went well. It definitely took sort of, as all panels do, they evolve into something that doesn't resemble the original topic. I think that happened with Wick's panel, happened clearly with Prime's panel. That's just the natural course of these things. But overall, I enjoyed all 6 hours plus of paneling. And that was definitely a marathon for me. So I'm probably going to look to end the stream here and look to raid out and see who I can raid. Not sure if there's anybody raid. Doesn't look like it. Just going to end the stream here for now. So with that, I want to thank everyone that passed by. To the Max, the Starefax, thank you. Oily Olive, thank you. Bob Marley, I'm going to be missing a bunch of people. Portland is burning, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you so much for the follow, I'm curious. Thank you so much for the follow, Chronix88. Working Class Dan, Victor Spade 89. Super grateful for the follows. And everyone that passed by. I should be streaming again tomorrow. Tomorrow afternoon, I should be doing my usual Tuesday workout stream. And then I should be streaming again in the evening. Not panels. Should be covering science, research, news, some politics. So hopefully, you know, if you found the panels boring, which I understand, panels aren't for everybody, there should be hopefully something for you on tomorrow's stream. when it comes to the science that I cover, the research, and the news. So yeah, gonna end it there. Thanks again. Until next time, take care and be well.